Hello, everybody. Welcome to a long time ago. We did the last English Sunday, so welcome to an English Sunday, which main purpose is actually just to get my articulation back and, a little bit more practice for me and maybe a little bit of different content. We're going to play Roboquest. If you don't know what it is, it's a roguelike FPS, and it's one of the best out there. In my opinion, it's the best out there. Even better than Gunfire Reborn, in my opinion, and it's really, really fun to play. Hey Jenna, why English? Because it's English Sunday. I hope you speak English. If not, it is going to be no issue if you write in German in the chat, but I will reply in English. Yeah, so I hope you speak English. Otherwise, all other days, except Sunday, are gonna remain German. Okay, that's good. I hope you don't really mind then. Yeah, and the reason is because I really want to practice my articulation, because I really don't have a lot of opportunities to speak English. I consume a lot of English, actually more than German, by far more than German. So I really try to maybe speak a little bit more, and I don't really have that many opportunities, so I'm just going to use my Sunday maybe as an opportunity. Yeah. It's not regular. Sometimes we do German streams on Sunday, but if we do an English stream, it's usually gonna be Sunday. Yeah, it's not that very often. Okay, so what are we gonna pick? I'm not gonna try to talk too much. Actually, it's a bit ironic because I just said I want to practice my English, but the main reason is that I want to listen to the music too. So it's gonna be very chill today. We're not gonna, hopefully, not gonna talk too much. If I can manage that somehow, is the hardest part. Is not talking that much. Okay, all weapons are equal, so wait, what class are we playing? We are playing the rocket class. Maybe let's go back to base camp and switch to our guardian class and start off the game with as guardian, and then we're just going to try to do all 4 classes. I'm going to play on standard. Already did S rank for all the above difficulties off stream some part. Wait a second. Yeah, okay, so that's fine, good. Okay, we have better luck this time. They're all good. Yeah, let's just take the big gun. And otherwise, everything okay on your end, Jenna? Did you have a good night's sleep today? What are we gonna do? We're gonna pick, I mean, this one is really good, I'm not gonna lie. We're going to take a lot of damage, especially because I'm streaming. I'm not going to talk too much. The premise is really simple. We kill the enemies, we level up, we get more perks, and it's run-based like a roguelike. So it's randomized. The environments are partially randomized. So yeah, it's just like going to be pretty chill, I hope. Unfortunately, you can't hear the game sound, but it's only very, very quiet gunshots anyway. So it's always the problem when we listen to music on stream. We can't really have music and sound because I also want to hear the music. I could make it manage to really get you the music, and I don't have music. And then you would have the game sound, but that would be a bit, I think, unfortunate for myself because not listening to music while streaming can sometimes be a bit more boring. Okay, we're going to take the arrow. The bow and arrow here. Actually, the bow and the infinite arrows, because we don't have really ammunition in the game. Are we talking English? No, we're talking German. Must be in your head. Otherwise, everything okay, Mystery Fox? Which one are we going to take? Trinity? Trinity is always good. It's not really a class-specific upgrade. A lot of classes can get Trinity. And the differences between the classes are kind of small because the main focus of the game is on the different weapon types. And I think that's perfectly fine. Okay, we don't need any of those, and we try to get the good ones here. And you also have co-op on the game, by the way. You can play with up to 4 friends, I think, online. Local, I don't know. Remember what, Mystery Fox? What did I forget? I think the damage is always good against the bosses. I think some of those are like trade-offs, and you don't want to pick those, I think. Because unless you really, really know which gun you're going to have in the game, which you don't because they're random, you might end up with a shotgun with a ranged bonus and a negative on the close range. So you really, those are really late game upgrades you might choose when you're really hard stuck with the legendary weapon you want to use. And since you swap weapons all the time if you want to, you don't have to, but you can. And mostly is the best choice, I think, because you don't need to level the weapons and you can buy more perks. Yeah, that's pretty, I think, an efficient way to play the game, but I have no idea. I never watched any other content creator play the game, so I wouldn't know what actually is good or bad in the public opinion. Yeah, and the game has changed a lot since release. Maybe not when it comes to the good parts. The combat is still good, but a lot with how level ups and XP is distributed, how the perk system works, etc. They really iterated a lot, and the current system is really good. I don't know if they will stay with it, but they never really made it worse. So I'm really hoping it's gonna either get better or stay the way it is. And you're making yourself some food, and you need to redo the rice, but you're finished, and you okay, and you had a little bit of issues knowing when it's done. Yeah, sometimes with food the real challenge is to get the timings right, because you can cook everything perfectly, but if you don't time it well, you will have cooked stuff that's cold, and the other stuff might taste well, but if it's cold, the final product might not be as good. Yeah, so cooking is a lot about timing and knowing when to start which part of, well, the recipe. Oh, and you don't speak too much English, Mystery Fox. That's fine. It's okay. Maybe you can learn along with me. But yeah, but the thing is, we're not going to do it every day. So if you're really not that good at English or you mind English streams, no problem. All the other streams that are not on Sunday will remain in German, unless for whatever reason I become another person and decide to, for whatever reason, never to speak German again. But I'm not going to do that, so don't worry about it. There will always be German streams. I hope. No, definitely. It's just like, I really need to practice my English. It's just like, there is no way around it. I just don't have a lot of opportunities, and my mouth is very, the muscle memory is just like very rusty. It always feels like so weird. In my head, it's really easy to speak English, but really moving your mouth is like, it's different. Just needs a little bit of practice time. Could also do a French stream here and then, now and then, but I don't think that would be like very smart, because I don't think anybody understands that language. Beyond French-speaking people, of course. You don't have a talent for English. I mean, like I said, there is no there are talents for languages, but it's very, very rare to really have a talent. It's nothing you really learn instinct like naturally, because there is usually no need to learn a new language once you're grown up. It's like something you only learn as a child, and you don't even learn it in that way. You just, you assimilate it, basically. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, English is really something. It's an easy language to learn comparatively, but it's not like something like any language is easy to learn for most people, and that's just natural. There is really no natural selection criteria that would make it more important for people to be able to learn languages on later on, because I mean, you usually don't really come in contact with people of foreign languages, and then mostly you are going to be very wary of them. You're going to be like very xenophobic and all that stuff, because you don't really want to risk getting in conflict with them, because if you don't understand somebody, how are you going to know if he's going to, kill you? So yeah, there's not a lot of incentive to learn other languages. Which is also the reason why a lot of continents, like for example Japan or whatever, they have maybe dialects and like local variants, but they speak mostly the same language anyway. So somebody from Japan, how likely is it that he's going to come in contact with somebody who speaks English, German, or whatever? It was very, very unlikely historically. So yeah, that's a modern problem, and it's more of a misconception that you are untalented when you can't learn language. It's just like the norm and not really the exception. The exception is if you're talented and can learn a language. Not being good at languages is like really, really normal, especially if you don't learn them in a natural way, which is by basically consuming them on a hobby basis and not really on a active school learning basis. It's like the worst way to learn a language is actually going to school and learning a language. It's very, very bad. Bad way to learn English. And any other language for that matter. I mean, I'm just going to remind you, whoever learned German grammar, except in school maybe, but you still are able to speak a German that has mostly correct grammar. So yeah. And you can speak French, and you don't learn it. Yes, so French would be very bad, but I wouldn't tell anybody to learn French. It's completely useless. Well, Latin is different. Latin is definitely a language which is very useful because it's not a spoken language. It's like a language which is basically the base for many, many words and things you use in other languages. So Latin is a very cool language to learn, and it will help you a lot when you decide to maybe study medicine or in general want to know where the origin of words is. It helps with a lot of, more complicated words, which you might not understand if you don't speak Latin. Yeah, so Latin is really, really cool. Unlike most other languages which you can learn. I mean, which languages would I recommend to learn? English and Chinese. These are basically the only two I would learn. English and Chinese, and the other ones are complete trash. Unless you live in the country where they're spoken. Yeah, I mean, that's of course the core assumption is you should speak the language of the country you're in. If you don't speak that language, it's of course the highest priority to learn. Are we gonna die here? I'm joking. I don't want to die. Amazing. Okay, so what else do we have here? Yeah, I mean, dialects are pretty, they're pretty normal because you have a dialect is not only, the articulation, it's also the core vocal tract. And that is the part which is the most difficult to get rid of. It's like you're really putting your vocal tract in another mode. And the reason why we don't do it is because there is, it's like the core. If we speak, we automatically switch the vocal tract in a way which optimizes energy consumption and optimizes, articulation and all that. And it's basically, if you're German, it's going to be the German articulation, no matter how much English you speak. It's going to stay the same. It's very difficult to get rid of it. And yeah, so basically that's the part where we're going to stay on a basic level. You can't really change that. You can try to change it, but it's very, very difficult. Anime, I don't know, you probably saw it, but Spy versus Spy is very cool. Or is it Spy X Spy? If you didn't see that one, I really, really like that one. I also liked 86 a lot. If you didn't see that one, it's a mecha anime. It's pretty cool. Yeah, and I told you, the biggest challenge is going to be not to speak as much. And that's unlucky. I just can't shut up. Why do I always read High School DxD instead of Hunter x Hunter? Yeah, so these are the two recommendations I can give from now. I mean, Odd Taxi is always a recommendation I would give to people. If you didn't see Odd Taxi, that's always a good start. There's so many good anime, and if you really are like lazy and you don't want recommendations, but you really want to have the opinion of a lot of people, just go on my anime list and go and look up the scores there. You're gonna find a lot of good shit there. Some stuff is pretty trash, but a lot of good rated stuff is really also good. So yeah, so Spy X Family is really good. It's very different from what you might expect. So there might be an expectation going in, which will probably not be met, but it will hopefully be a like positive surprise. I really had a different picture. I didn't really have a picture, but I expected something different. Yeah, I didn't really expect what I got at the end, and I'm not finished yet, so I'm like episode 5 or something. Yeah, but I should talk less. Yeah, and one reason, by the way, why it's so difficult to learn languages, like in retrospective, or when you're older, is basically because you can't hear yourself the way other people can hear you. So you might think you're doing the right thing at all times because it really sounds like you're doing it, but it doesn't sound like you speak at all. So it's really, really difficult to learn the stuff you can't hear. Like you're trying to figure out something which is impossible to perceive unless you record yourself or something. Yeah, so languages are pretty stupid to learn. Yeah, so we're still on the bow. Did I miss an upgrade? Probably. I'm talking so much, I probably just didn't pick an upgrade. Alright, we got a melee bash, which is basically just a melee attack that gives you more HP when you kill enemies. And we have a shield, if you didn't notice. We can activate a shield, which gives us immunity for like, I don't know, maybe 2-3 seconds. Yeah, I always have to pause in this game when I look at the chat because there is, as you can see in the top right corner, there's an orange bar with time under it and it just waits your time. And when you are slower than the time limit, you're not gonna get as many, I think energy cells or whatever they're called. Yeah, I heard it is very, very, very successful. And I don't know if it's a working family. I mean, is Spy X Family a normal, healthy family? Depends on what you define as healthy, but yeah, it's very different, and I think it has a lot of aspects which are very pleasant to a lot of people. And Angels of Death is also very good. I never saw that one, I think. Maybe maybe I did see it, but I remember Angel Sanctuary, but not Angels of Death. Yeah. Okay, so yeah. Sometimes you just mix up things. Doesn't it's not bad as long as somebody realizes. When you look at the best songs on Metacritic, by the way, it's really cool because you can see that it's basically only country music. No other genre has the potential to even reach higher. It's either old music or country music. Every new music always gets like a mediocre score. Or a good one at best, but never an amazing score. Okay, our weapon is level 2. Why am I even thinking about it? Oh, right, because I'm streaming, not paying attention. Yeah, right, we have a mechanic where the first shots in our magazine do more damage. And I should really be, I should really be focused on using those more. I mean, if you can hear Rammstein in this playlist, yeah, I probably like it. Or you can. It's only like a small part of it, I guess. Yeah, so yeah, I like it. It's definitely one of the bands I like more. Do I like the old songs better or the modern ones? I would say I probably like the old ones more. And the reason is because the new songs have a lot of topics which are I mean they're not as interesting to me personally. It's like, yeah, I don't know, it's just like different. It feels samey if you just listen to the music, but it's really like a different vibe. And I really like the old Rammstein vibe a little bit more. It was a little bit more philosophical and not as much rooted in, I mean, reality. You know, you can tell that the new songs are obviously like a little bit of, they're criticizing modern society and stuff like that. And it's a bit different. So, yeah, it's not the same. Even though it sounds the same. But if you don't speak German, it doesn't really matter. So you're just going to listen to Rammstein. You're going to be, oh, cool, it's Rammstein. And I think the first time I ever heard Rammstein was an AMV for a Neon Genesis Evangelion, which is basically, I have a strong correlation between the song Engel and you know Rammstein and Neon Genesis Evangelion. Rammstein and anime go together in my head, and that's probably an boost for how much I like Rammstein. I mean, I like it in general. I like the music style and the vocals and the lyrics. So in general, I really like it. Yeah. Yeah, and they're really cool. There's a really cool French musician. It's called Stromae. I don't know exactly um, you pronounce him. But in general, he's really cool. He has a lot of songs also about mental health and stuff like that, and it's really cool. Yeah. And you also love Rammstein, and you like Seemann or Fog or Engel. I don't know if the problem is music videos. I don't know too many actually because I really don't look at them and listen to the music. So I would say I know maybe not even 1% of all the music I listen to. I don't know the video too. So I also don't know the one to Germany. We could probably look at it on stream. The problem is I can't play the YouTube sound with DMCA because what I'm doing is basically I'm routing Spotify's output to a different virtual audio cable, which is then not in the VOD of Twitch. And my browser source is my desktop source, and that one is routed directly to Twitch, so I can't really have sound while I watch YouTube. So we would have to synchronize Spotify and YouTube manually. I don't know how well that would work, but yeah, Twitch is still a little bit of an issue with the DMCA. And I mean, basically what we're doing here is highly illegal. I mean, I'm obviously listening to music which is not allowed on Twitch, so I mean, yeah. The only reason is because the the auto recognition for live streaming is not as functional as the one for VODs, so we don't really have to worry about it. Unless somebody could come in and ban me. I mean, that would be realistic. It would be realistically possible, but it won't happen because even big streamers can do this. So, I mean, I would be very unfortunate if it would happen to me. Yeah, but basically I know it's illegal, but I don't think it's bad to do because I think the entire music industry and the copyright issues are basically a joke. So, I mean, I'm basically promoting music on my stream. It's not like it's the main focus of my stream. We're not watching a music video 24/7. It's like it's an additional layer of content. And I think the promotion factor, which is also the reason why games are allowed on Twitch. I mean, basically, if a publisher wanted, like Nintendo did for a long time, they could basically just, make it illegal to stream their games on Twitch. It's possible, but history has shown that it's really dumb to do that because you're losing a ton of free advertisement. And you can see even that the opposite is really common, that you don't have to even ask for permission. You even get paid if you're a big streamer for doing the content. So there is obviously a positive relationship when it comes to streaming your content on Twitch. So the music industry is very, very like retarded when it comes to copyright stuff. It's unfortunate because I think a lot of musicians aren't as dumb as their labels. The labels really make it very difficult for some artists to do whatever they want with their content. And I'm pretty sure a lot of artists understand that exposure is very, very valuable, especially if it's combined. It's not like somebody can take my VOD and listen to the music because I'm talking all the time. It's not like it's a music stream. And I think you really have to differentiate between concerts and only music-focused content compared to content which is just like has music and is an enhancing factor, like video games or streaming of video games while listening to music. Yeah, and it's really dumb. It's really dumb, and which is why I'm doing it. I'm the person that says ignore laws which are stupid. And that is definitely the most stupid law, unless you have to expect to get caught. It would be pretty stupid to stream music on stream and put it in the VOD and just get, DMCA'd like after one stream and then your account is gone. Yeah, but if you have an option to, fight against stupid laws, just do it. Okay. Yeah, okay, you know what it is. Okay, that's good. My reaction, I don't know if I know the reaction, if I know the video. If it's very special, I might have seen it, but I don't really remember too many music videos, even if they're pretty cool. So maybe I've seen it, and in the moment I'll see it, I'll be, oh yeah, sure, I remember. Because, recollection is very different to recognition, and humans are really good at recognition. So if you see something, you might have forgotten it. You would never ever be able to, know what it is. But as soon as you see it, you're like, oh yeah, sure, I remember. It's like pretty common human thing, because memory is not as important as recognition. The prime factor for survival is definitely recognition. And memory is only like an additional layer, and depending on what type of animal you are, you don't really need a lot of it. For example, elephants have a tremendous amount of memory, much more than we actually have. But they use the memory for memorizing landscapes. They're like basically a Google Maps. Yeah, elephants are basically Google Maps of the animal kingdom, and we are more like the maybe computers. They're not computers. We're more like we're maybe more like MATLAB or something. Like a program which actually treats data instead of just remembering it. Yeah, I wonder how much MATLAB has lost. MATLAB, if you don't know what it is Matrix Laboratory. It does a lot of math, but it's not for math. It's like for Matrix Laboratory, and which is basically what it's good at. It's very good at treating huge data matrices, and it has a very important role in science. So if you go into science later on, you're going to have a contact with MATLAB. But I'm really curious how much Python scientific development, like SciPy or whatever, how much market share has been lost to that, because there was no real alternative to MATLAB, and there's a proprietary language which is very close to Python. So it's a very easy language to learn, programming language. So I wonder if a lot of people swapped from MATLAB, or if MATLAB is still hard-rooted in a lot of science operations, because I used it a lot too, but once I learned Python and SciPy, I also noticed that I don't really need MATLAB for a lot of things, and that Python gives me a lot of more flexibility. It's more open source, and you have a lot of cool shit going on there. So I don't know, it's cool stuff. Yeah, so I don't know if you learn it at school, actually. I mean, you should definitely learn Python. I don't know if you don't learn Python at school. I don't know what the board of education in Germany is doing, because Python is super important. It's like it's such a simple language to learn, and it gives you really a good concept of what programming is, and you can do so much with it. You don't really need a lot of time to learn it. You don't even need to learn all the shit about compiling and whatever. It's just like, it doesn't really matter. It's so simple these days. You can just program. You didn't learn how to program? I also didn't learn how to program in school. I learned it during my studies. So it's something I definitely think today is like incredible that you don't learn it. How can you learn 2 languages of which you probably will only need 1 or 2? I mean, yeah, why don't you learn the language which is really important? That's programming. It's a language, I mean, so many fields, even if you're like an office worker or you're working with, I don't know, Excel or whatever, it's basically also a programming language in the background. If you really understand the basic concepts, it's so much easier to do tasks in Excel, or if you want to do scripts to really simplify work or whatever. Yeah, it's really, really important, and I don't understand why there is even an option not to learn programming. Everybody should learn programming. Our world, every device, when you use a smartphone, I mean, it's logically, everything you see there is programmed. And you can also program a lot of stuff yourself if you want, and it's just, it's an important language to understand a lot of concepts, and it's also very logical, so it's also, you could basically also teach people logic, which might even help with other fields, because if you know how logic works, you can easily identify false information, because basic principles of logic will be usually infringed when you are in contact with that. So yeah, it's a very, very important, I think, skill to have is programming and basic logic. Even more so than the math, actually. Math is just like, you need, of course, a little bit of math for some algorithms, but logic and programming is basically like super, super important. I mean, basic math, of course, too, but, you know, like advanced math or logic, I would probably pick logic over it. And statistics, of course. Statistics are also very, very important, because they really can tell us why some systems in the world are never going to be, you know, as efficient as they should be. I mean, if you understand statistics, you can understand a lot of, you know, global scale issues. And since we're all part of the economy system, which is a global system, and your livelihood depends on it, you should better be kind of good at it, you know. Basically, yeah. Okay, so why am I talking so much? I have no fucking idea. I didn't want to talk so much. My initial goal was to be very, you know, restrained today. Yeah, I don't know. Didn't work out. Unlucky. Yeah, it's the biggest challenge of all is just shutting up. And you didn't choose informatic because or IT, information technology. You don't learn anything there. I mean, then that is a really shit course, because you should learn a lot of good stuff there. It should be very informative. You should learn a lot of good stuff. Maybe the course is shit or your friends are stupid. I don't know. One of the two. Either the course is shit or your friends are dumb. In that regard, not in maybe universally dumb, but yeah. I mean, the appreciation of programming maybe comes also as a later date, because if you don't have practical, you know, applications with it, you might think, yeah, I don't know. But going into a programming IT course and not learning anything is like basically either you're a super crack that already can program, or you completely missed the point, or the teacher completely missed the point. Yeah, I mean, it's such a new and different skill from all the other skills you're going to learn at school, because it's actually something you can use and do a lot of stuff with the moment you learn it. It's so easy to do some basic programs. You know, all the apps you see in the App Store are usually, if they're not super interconnected and don't have a lot of back-end stuff, are stuff you can probably program in a week or something. And people pay a lot of money for that. You know, it's like, for example, if you want to do your taxes or whatever, there are a lot of programs which are really expensive. And you could basically make that program in maybe, I don't know, a day or two if you're good. So it's kind of weird. Yeah, so there's a lot of money to be made with simple programming. And you can do a lot of cool tasks. For example, if you have a smart home, you can do a lot of cool applications with simple programming, where you can do a lot of stuff which is maybe not possible without it. Yeah. I mean, I don't think everybody needs programming. It's like you don't need a phone, you don't need a computer, you know, it's basically just a bonus, but it helps you understand the world a lot better. It gives a lot of context, and maybe you can also make better, you know, investment decisions or whatever if you understand how stuff works. Yeah, but it's definitely more important than learning a second language which we'll never speak, for example, French, Spanish, or whatever. If you don't need that in your life, it's a complete dead skill. Like, mostly it's even dead on arrival for most people. Most people will never go into those countries, so... Am I gonna die? Yeah, probably. This is by far the, I think, hardest boss in the game. And the reason is because he has a lot of crazy mechanics which are complete trash, if I'm honest. No, it's pretty difficult if you talk at the same time. Yeah, he's very, very mean. Yeah, it's a mean enemy. I shouldn't have shielded. Big misplay. Yeah, he has so many cool mechanics. I mean, he's really well designed. It's just like very difficult. And our weapon's pretty trash, to be honest. I really don't like the saw. I'm dead. I'm so fucking dead. Yeah, what happened? There are like little pylons on the ground which can encage you. So you basically can't move and you're fucked. Yeah, that's basically what happened. And why is it a design issue in my opinion? It's the only boss which maybe is not that great designed. Because it can spawn it under you while you're looking at him and he's up there. I'm never going to see the pylon here while I'm looking here. So it's like basically, it's a bit cheap. Yeah, it's a bit cheap. Are we going to go again? We're going to go again. Until we win with this class or I get bored of the game or whatever and we move on. And I really should stop talking. I'm really going to try to limit my talking to important information and replying to the chat. Okay, so you still have time to change it, and you have, yeah, I mean, politics is nice to have. I mean, it's never bad to know some basics about politics. The history of politics is maybe good to get an understanding of modern society. It's also not that bad. I think history is basically one of the more useful things you can learn about. Because it will tell you a lot of stuff about the future. Or language unskills. Okay, so which one are we gonna take? And hi Phil, how are you feeling today? I mean in general, maybe too. not only today. I'm so hungry. Why am I suddenly so hungry? Maybe streaming makes me hungry. What time is it? It's 14:55. I mean, usually at this time I eat like a little chocolate bar or something. And it's really cool. There are actually chocolate bars with a Nutri-Score of A. I'm really happy about that. Yeah, I think the Nutri-Score, well, let's call it the nutrition score, is a very... it's very cool. I think it's a very good addition to shopping and should probably help a lot of people to identify quality food over complete trash. Even though you can, of course, game the system a little bit by designing products which are basically Nutri-Score optimizers, but better a Nutri-Score optimizer than a, taste optimization, because taste optimization is probably the worst way to get healthy food. Okay, should I stop talking? I should stop talking a little bit, yeah. Probably. Hopefully. Oh no, never mind. I have to talk about the New World expansion. The New World expansion is cool, I think. I think it's very cool because they did not only put in a new area, which is pretty big, but they also improved the entire world map significantly. So the leveling experience is more streamlined, you have better quests, you have better biomes, you have new weapon types. So basically what I'm trying to say is I'm gonna probably replay New World when it comes the big patch. It's free, by the way. It's free for people who already own New World, of course. And I think that that's a very smart move because you have a lot of users, and what you really need to do when you have an MMO is basically make it a living game. And when a game is dead, there is no point in adding a price tag to it because people will not come back if there is a price tag. They're like, I already paid for it. Why would I pay again if nobody's playing the game? Okay, so yeah, New World looks pretty cool actually, the new stuff. And as I already said, we also streamed a little bit of it. I really had an amazing time with leveling PvP. Probably the best leveling PvP I've ever had, which is basically because it's a skill-based game. MMOs usually don't have a lot of skill involved, at least in open world PvP. And New World is like 100% skill-based, so you could really outplay multiple people at the same time. You could win against higher level opponents. It's just such a good game when it comes to PvP. Unfortunately, late game seems to have been mostly like group-based PvP. So the leveling PvP probably was the best part for me. It really needed, you know, more focused 1-on-1, 2v2, 3v, 3v3, 5v5, whatever PvP mode, and not the big like sieges. The sieges are fun, but they're very skill free, and I mostly don't want to spend too much time doing them because it just gets boring pretty quickly. Every 5 minutes. Yeah, I know, I can't stop. I mean, it was New World, yeah. If they wouldn't, if they didn't make a new game. Oh, and Overwatch 2 put their heroes in a battle pass. I don't know why they would do that. It's pretty fucking dumb, but I mean, probably we should play Overwatch 1 and unlock the heroes for Overwatch 2. But then again, do I even give a shit about Overwatch 2? Because I know they're not gonna drop the ball this time, but maybe the game is already dead. And it had so many issues which to date are not resolved. The core design is inherently flawed. The entire tank, healer, DPS trinity is just like not good. Yesterday you had an American 1-liter Coke can with a Nutri-Score of E. Yeah, well, you should have picked the Coke Zero, which probably also has a Nutri-Score below A. And the thing is, why does Coke Zero have a Nutri-Score below A? The reason is because the definition of the Nutri-Score is not like a fixed formula. And when it comes to liquids and drinks in general, only water, by definition, can have a Nutri-Score of A. It's like the basic definition. As soon as it's not water, you're gonna have a B or a worse. So it can be very healthy and still get a B, because in general, every liquid is worse than water when you don't need energy from it. So that's the basic, the idea into the water Nutri-Score. Yeah. So yeah, no chance that you will buy a liquid which is not water with a better Nutri-Score. So don't be maybe deceived that some stuff which is probably not terrible for you will still have not an A. Yeah, because they just want to enforce the idea that water is the healthiest way to drink, which is absolutely true. There is no better way to drink than drinking water. We already had the shotgun cannon today. Let's just take the double shotguns. I think that should be fine too. So the Coke I drank was live, like the farthest away from being water. Maybe from a health perspective, yes. And that's always relative, because, I mean, imagine you're dying of hunger and you get a Coke or water. What are you going to drink? Are you going to drink the Coke or water? So basically, the assumption is you're not dying of hunger and you don't need the additional calories. As soon as you need additional calories, the Nutri-Score of stuff which is basically super unhealthy can become very good. Yeah, so if you really need the excess energy, even if the byproducts, the vitamins or whatever are pretty shitty, you would probably still like Coke over normal water because it prevents you from dying. So yeah, it's always a very modern and realistic score, and not really based on the assumption you need to survive, because Coke can be very good when it comes to just basically surviving. Yeah. It's always, relative. I mean, if you go to Africa and the kid is dying of hunger, you're not gonna give him water. I mean, yeah. It still needs water, but it also needs probably a little bit more calories, so yeah. Or for example, if you're ill and your blood sugar is too low, you're not gonna drink water. You're just gonna either eat sugar, something with a lot of sugar, or you're gonna drink something with sugar. Yeah, it's all, always the perspective matters. It especially matters that I just finally stopped talking so much. Can't even hear the music, sad. And yeah, basically I changed my, if you want to know how I eat at the moment, is a very simple system. I took the studies too hard that say that if you eat in a time window that's like 6 to 8 hours a day, and the other time you just, you don't eat, you're fasting. And it's basically really cool. Since then, I really feel like my eating habits have improved significantly automatically. You just eat like 2 or 3 meals a day in a 6 to 8 hour window. It's very, very easy not to, overeat at night or whatever. So what I'm basically doing, I'm eating breakfast. Then like a few hours later, like in between, I eat a little chocolate bar or whatever, with a Nutri-Score of A or B, maybe sometimes. And it's only one. It's a little bar to, keep my blood sugar high enough to increase energy consumption. and prevent like mental fatigue or physical fatigue. And once I did that, there at the end of like the 6 to 8 hour period, there is a big meal, and then I'm done for the day. So I might eat my last meal maybe at 16 or 17 o'clock, and then I don't eat anything for the rest of the day, and I'm actually not hungry at all. It's really good. I mean, hunger is special for me a bit because I'm generally not that hungry. I don't feel hunger the same way I think a lot of other people feel, but which is good because I can eat very, very little and not be hungry. But this is like, it feels very good. I don't feel tired while doing it, because usually I might not be hungry, but I notice that I'm hungry. It's like, it's not like the hunger feeling. It's like the feeling of the effect of hunger, the energy, lack of energy and whatever. Yeah, so it's really cool to actually have a new rhythm, which is very cool because I always had issues with eating late. My last meal was usually like 10 or 11 o'clock, and that's really bad because you're in bed and you're like you're like digesting and everything. It's not great. And also also, the only exception is after bouldering, of course, eat protein-rich foods like, I don't know, maybe protein-enhanced putting or whatever, So it's basically, there is an exception to the rule, but the exception is correlated tied to sports, so I guess it's okay. So 2 out of 3 days I eat in a 6 or 8 hour time window, and one day I eat basically one little extra meal after bouldering, which is unfortunately pretty late due to COVID, but am I gonna talk? No, I'm not gonna talk about it. I was just thinking about talking about bouldering yesterday, but it would mean we would talk even more, so. Do you drink energy? No, not at all. And the reason why you should not drink energy, even though energy drinks like, for example, what is it called? Oh, I forgot the name. Yeah, G Fuel. I mean, there are not a lot of G Fuel sponsorships going on at the moment. It was very present on Twitch at the time, but now it's a little bit more present, less present. G Fuel, basically, the idea behind it is to make an energy drink that is very healthy, and it is very healthy. Let me state that first. It's very healthy. You have to differentiate between very bad ones, like the standard Red Bull is terrible for you. It's a shit product. And stuff like G Fuel, which is designed to be very healthy, but still have the same energy effect using caffeine or whatever they use. But the problem is that in general, you should not consume energy drinks or coffee at all, because it's like a temporary boost, which makes the time where you don't have the boost worse. It's a bit like smoking. You have it's like it feels very good, but not long enough. So you feel much, much better if you stop drinking coffee overall, or any caffeine-based drinks, also teas or whatever, black tea or gray tea or whatever. It's like very, very caffeine. There's a lot of tea in there, and you should really limit the consumption of these drinks to an absolute minimum. And what does that mean? For example, if you really need the energy boost for a certain task and you really, okay, I really have to do it, I don't have a choice, I can't rest or whatever, then you can use it, for example. But the trade-off is always that it will make all the time you don't drink these things worse. And the problem is, of course, there will be some resistance to it after a while, so you might actually only feel normal when you drink them. So with a certain, it's like, okay, if I don't have my coffee, I feel like shit. But when I have my coffee, I feel like if I wouldn't have a coffee if I didn't drink any coffee at all. Yeah, so it's like a very, it's a very very deceiving result, because the first time you drink a coffee, it's like, oh my god, I feel so full of energy. But if you drink it regularly, it's going to be a very, very shitty experience compared to not drinking coffee at all. Yeah. So yeah, a lot of people fall into the trap of thinking that coffee actually makes them more energetic and helps them, and which is true for if you really consume it like once, maybe every 2 or 3 weeks, or maybe once a week or something like that. That might be true, but if you really consume it on a daily basis or even multiple times a day, that will definitely have the exact opposite effect. You will feel a lot more tired in general and be very dependent on your caffeine intake to reach like normal levels of energy. Yeah, which is really unfortunate because people are should know better these days. There are so many studies which, and not only studies but also like anecdotal evidence which suggests that there is no benefit to drinking coffee on a daily basis. So yeah, it's unfortunate. It's like smoking too, and that smoking it is also maybe a little bit addicting, but not as addicting. So it should be pretty easy to stop drinking coffee on a regular basis. I mean, it's for many people it's also a habit. It's not only it's not an addiction, but also a habit. It's really hard to break, and it will be the first week, 2 or maybe 3 weeks or whatever will be maybe a bit more tough because you're gonna feel tired because your body's basically craving caffeine and doesn't have the base energy level you would have without it. So it just takes a little bit of time to restore and get rid of it. Yeah. So it's a trap because at first it's cool and it helps, and then it gets worse and worse and worse, and you just overcompensate by drinking more and more and more. Yeah. So today is all in English. Hi, Phoenix Dragon. How are you feeling? I'm translating your name. I don't know why. If I'm very hungry, my stomach starts hurting, but it's special that I have that I'm that much hungry. That I'm that hungry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you really, it's normal to have a hunger feeling. Shouldn't hurt super hard, but it should be noticeable because it's like a warning sign for your body that you should actually get your ass out there and get some food. And which is why it's definitely not normal that I don't have that feeling that much, but it's very helpful because I know that I'm hungry. I mean, I know at the moment I'm hungry. I don't need the feeling. It's I know, it's like there is a short period where it goes like, okay, I'm hungry, and then I know. Starting on, it's not going to go away. So, but it's nice to not be constantly, annoyed by it. It's not like my body's like, yeah, I'm hungry. It's like, yeah, I'm hungry, and okay, I'll remind you maybe in a few hours. I mean, sure, if I don't eat for 2 or 3 days, I'm gonna get super hungry, but not within a day. And the hunger correlates a lot to how much I ate at night. If I ate a lot during, I don't know, maybe at like 11 o'clock and I go to bed at like 12, I'm going to be very hungry in the morning. And if I eat in the morning a lot, I'm going to be more hungry in the afternoon. And that's just how it works for me. But everybody is a bit different there. And most people probably are very hungry irrespective of their eating habits during the day. Can you die? And why am I talking so much? I didn't want to talk so much. That was the idea of the entire stream today, was like to shut up and listen. Okay. Then eating something, not eating is not good. I mean, not eating is not bad. I mean, you should not always eat when you're hungry. Like I already said, it's beneficial for your health if you have fasting periods. And the best fasting periods should definitely be like 16 hours a day. Is like the optimum. 16 to 18 hours a day of fasting is the best part. That means no food consumption during 18 hours a day. So that's the best thing we found via studies, empirical studies. And yeah, you should definitely try to achieve that, of course. It's like there is not a lot of incentive to not achieve it. But it's very hard for a lot of people because we really grow up in a society where 3 meals a day, and they're often spread over the entire day. Basically, you eat the last meal way too late. And a lot of people would have to eat only 2 meals to achieve that goal, which is also no problem. 2 meals is perfectly fine. 2 to 3 meals is like the best amount of meals you can eat. And micro eating, like microdosing your food is very bad because it keeps you. It's very hard to restrict yourself. If you eat a lot of small meals, oh yeah, I'm gonna eat a little bit of, here a little bar, here a little bit of chocolate, here an apple, here this and that. If you do that, it's very hard to, know how much you eat. And it also is very bad for your teeth because you're just gonna have a lot of, negative impact on them during the entire day. And even if you brush your teeth, you're still gonna have a lot of time where there's a lot of food attacking them. Okay, so if your stomach hurts, you'll eat. Why shouldn't you? If you have something to eat at school, I'm fucked. 8 hours don't have something to eat. I can't concentrate 8 hours without nothing to eat. I mean, you should eat a lot before going to school. And then the best thing would be actually to either eat a big meal at school or a little meal during school, and then, you know, like maybe a little bar or something when you start to get hungry, and then maybe at the end of school, at the end of the 8 hours, a big meal, if you can manage that. So the goal would be to not, you know, eat way after the 8 hours have passed. And that's the problem, that our society has created a space where 8 hours of work is like the norm for a lot of countries, not every country. And for example, France, you have 7 hours per day, I think, per week. So it's less, and also their retirement age is like 61 or something at the moment, and we have like 69 or something soon. Oh, 69 would be cool. No, I think it's 68 or 7 or something. So yeah, you should definitely try to make that happen, but it's difficult sometimes because just like life makes it harder than it should be, because the structure is not around health, but around work efficiency. Yeah. Okay, so your thumb is numb. Do you have any other? Since when is that the case? So since when is your thumb numb, and do you have the feeling somewhere else? I would advise you to Google Symptome Schlaganfall. Da kannst du ganz kurz mal nachschauen, und da kannst du so ein paar Tests machen. Die solltest du dann einfach machen. Das sind ein paar kurze Tests. Da kannst du schauen, ob du vielleicht Symptome von einem Schlaganfall hast. Einfach nur, dass du es abklären kannst, dass das keiner davon ist. Immer bei unerwarteten Taubheitsgefühlen unbedingt abchecken, ob ihr nicht auch weitere Symptome habt, weil dann zählt an sich jede Minute, falls ihr sowas haben solltet. Genau, einfach nur abchecken, ob du die Symptome hast, ja, nein. Und wenn du sie nicht hast, dann kein Problem. Ansonsten Taubheit kann ja immer mal sein, dass irgendwie ein Nerv abgeklemmt ist oder so, aber im schlimmsten Fall kann es halt eben doch ein Schlaganfall sein. Okay, sorry for going to German, I just wanted to help Phoenix Dragon. He might have maybe a stroke, but we hope he doesn't have one. Yeah. And you don't have any feelings of hunger at the moment. I realize I have to, is when my legs feel weak. Yeah, that's probably like I am too. So I have the same sensation, I guess, with a few exceptions. Depends a little bit on how I eat. But yeah, that's basically what I get. I get weak, but by now I'm very, very good at noticing it before I get weak. I don't really have to not eat something. And since I'm very structured at the moment when it comes to eating, I don't really have to think about when I get hungry or not, because I really know when I'm gonna eat. Yeah, that's like the advantage of actually having a rhythm, or not rhythm, a structure. Because the rhythm is not really there. It might vary by a few hours every day, but the timing is still kind of the same. The basic structure, it just gets shifted around a little bit because Janine doesn't have a completely structured work day, and we have to plan around it. Yeah, but I should definitely eat a little energy bar pretty soon, so I keep my blood sugar high enough and don't fall into a mental coma. Let's say after the run we're gonna eat the energy bar. Oh, he didn't die. God, I'm not talking, that's great. It always feels when I'm not talking like I'm not doing my job as a streamer, but it was the goal today. I should probably try to achieve it too. And you have breaks, you have 2 breaks, I guess. And the normal day with 8 hours, we have a break with 45 minutes and we get something to eat. But at Thursday, I have 8 hours and don't have a break where I get to eat. So if I don't have my own food with me, you see, I correct your English. So if you want to know if you have grammar mistakes, I'm just going to auto-correct them for you, because my grammar is pretty good. It's just like I don't have my motoric skills are pretty shit. So yeah, so that's my main issue. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like that's the main hurt you have to overcome, is like basically how can I incorporate the results of the study into my actual day. And I think that the only solution for most people is either to eat a big meal in their break. Like, you just go and you eat breakfast and then you eat one big food at school and maybe a little one, a little snack or something. And then you don't eat when you're at home. That would be a solution. Or you actually eat the moment you come home. That would be like limit. it wouldn't be bad, but the most important thing is that you don't eat afterwards, and then you eat again way later. Like you eat breakfast, go to school, eat a big meal when you're home, and then you eat, dinner. That would be very bad. That's like the worst thing you can do is actually put a late dinner in your day. Yeah, even removing the late dinner alone would already be a huge improvement for most people. Oh my god, no music. Wait, what? Maybe Janine is using Spotify. Sometimes when the music stops, it's her at her phone. Oh, there's just a break. Yeah, actually, it's her listening to her on her phone. I'm gonna write her. Can she not use Spotify, please? Because I don't know. She will read that because she's actually in the car. Should I call her quickly to tell her? Yeah, I'll just call her quickly. Wait. And welcome back, Phoenix Dragon. I'm just gonna call her quickly to tell her that she, if she can let me get Spotify. Oh, okay. Call her again, so she's not confused. Hi, ich stream gerade, kann ich Spotify benutzen? Okay, ja, danke. Ihr habt ja eh von Klar für Mutter, oder? Ja. Ihr habt ja eh das von Klar, falls ihr welche braucht, oder? Okay. Nee, kein Problem. Ja, dann viel Spaß beim Tanzen. Ja, tschüss, danke. Okay, so saved. Wait, I have to restore the chat. I hope it didn't clear it. I can still see it on my in my browser. Shouldn't be an issue. Wait, where is it? Here, Twitch. I guess it should be fine. Maybe. I should check in the browser anyway. Okay, so wait, I'm gonna try to. If I don't read a message, you can remind me that I didn't read it. Yeah, I'm gonna put back on the music. Yesterday you saw 3 strangers attacking my ex as fast as I could. I ran to help. She had no chance against us 4. Wait, what? What do you mean by attacking your ex? Like Street Wars or something? This sounds really weird. Oh, yesterday when we drove to the bouldering hall, it was a complete shit show. Old confused people standing in the middle of the road. Somebody lost their light, the light from their bicycle. It dropped on the ground, and somebody wanted to throw it to the person so it can, pick it up or whatever, or catch it. And the person threw it so badly it fell on the ground and shattered. And it didn't stop. We just saw people after people after people driving like complete trash and walking on the road and insane. Sometimes you really wonder. It's like weekends. People that are really, really weird suddenly are outside, and yeah, it's not only for driving. It's really like even gaming. If you're online, you play a lot of games on weekends. The lobbies on weekends are going to be full of complete bots. It's like complete trash sometimes. Yeah, it's like really amazing to see how different work days are to weekends, because weekends are casual days. A lot of people who don't play a lot of online games might be pretty high rated because they only play on weekends, but the average level of play on weekends is so trash compared to weekdays. So yeah, it's a really cool phenomenon. It's not only there, it's everywhere in life. Weekends bring out the weirdest people. Yeah, Richard Cheese is agreeing with us. Oh my, I'm fucking dumb. I'm so dumb. Why did I die? I was listening to the music. Okay, I admit it. I didn't pay attention to the gameplay at all. I have to put it a bit louder, I think, when I stream. Usually the volume is okay, but I need it a bit louder. You ate in the morning most of the time you have something with you, and you forget it, you have problems. Yeah, I mean, the problem is I never ate the stuff I took with me, so it was really dumb. I always had a bread, and I was like, ah, shit, I have this bread, but I don't want to eat it, I'm not hungry. And then I had the bread, and often it just didn't, you know, I just threw it away and told my mom, ah, yeah, I ate it. I should just have told her I'm not hungry. I mean, why would my mother care that I don't eat it if I am not like underweight or whatever? So yeah, I don't know. Kids sometimes are weird. Would have been so easy. Just yeah, no, don't make me bread every day. I'm not hungry. And the dumbest thing parents say to their kids is like, yeah, finish your food. All food that's on the plate must be finished. And I'm like, no, it definitely does not have to be finished. If you're not hungry, stop eating. And if I cook too much and I put too much on your plate, it's my fault. And even if you put too much on your own plate and you're not hungry anymore, just fucking stop eating. Nobody has to finish anything. It's not like we're gonna fucking die of hunger. I mean, maybe in the future, yeah, but not at the moment. Yeah, sure. Have fun watching anime, Phoenix Dragon. Your brother is very sporty. He runs every day. Okay, so he climbs also, he boulders and does long bike tours. Oh no, really? So he was bouldering and his kneecap popped out. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, if you overdo it, you really have to be careful, especially when you go running a lot. You really need resting days, and a lot of people that like sports tend to they are over zealous when it comes to really doing sports. It's either on or off mode, and I'm really good at not being overzealous. I love sports, but I'm really good at resting days, and that is because I also love gaming. And usually you can't boulder and game at the same time, so like I can do a lot of hard climbing and run a little bit and stuff like that, and then I have 2 days off where I can completely regenerate. Yeah, that keeps, I think, me pretty healthy compared to the average person that goes bouldering, which usually tends to either do it too little times a week, like maybe once a week or something, or really does it almost every day, which is basically the worst way to train if you're not like training for a competition. But what did you mean with with your ex-girlfriend? You didn't really elaborate. Was it a joke that you protected your ex-girlfriend, or is it actually something that happened? Okay, it was a joke. Yeah, it would be pretty weird to have that situation actually happen, unless you're really a person that likes to go into weird clubs or something. Yeah, I mean, if you really don't go to places where there are weird people, usually you don't get really aggressed or anything. Okay, so he also goes running when he visits you, and he always goes out in the morning. Yeah, I mean, why not? I mean, it's I think it's a pretty good sign that he really likes, sports and has built a good habit. Because I also go do my sport wherever I am. I always go to bouldering places. I really enjoy it actually because it just gives you, a new place to boulder. Every, bouldering gym has a different vibe, a different style, and it's like a bouldering vacation basically. It's pretty cool. Yeah, so I don't think it's really strange that he does it. It's just like shows that he did a good, he has a good habit. And it's not that like he doesn't like you because he does it. That's basically one of the things which I would never say, oh my god, he's visiting me, but he still is doing his sports? That's pretty weird. No, it's not weird. It's just a good habit which he has built. And it's like I don't know, if you have a smoker and he visits you and still smokes, it's basically also okay, yeah, he's not being addicted to me, he's just addicted or whatever, or has a habit of smoking. But the good thing is I literally know 0 people in real life that smoke. 0. And once I learned that on average, since Corona in Germany, we have like, what, 1/3 of the people smoking? Yeah, so there are a lot of smokers out there, and I don't know a single one, so I must be pretty in a non... how you say it, in a weird social environment, because I usually would expect there are a lot of people that smoke. I mean, which is basically like, what, maybe 20, 30 millions in Germany. Yeah, and when I read that other countries are limiting smoking and are trying to really get rid and like prohibiting smoking entirely to protect the health of their citizens, I'm like, yeah, welcome to Germany, where we don't give a shit. Hey, easy money. Yeah, it's really crazy how shit Germany is in a lot of regards. Yeah, I think the illusion that Germany is really forward thinking, whatever, is hopefully with the same weapon in with a higher level. Yeah, it's hopefully coming to an end, because it really doesn't help. It doesn't really help. Wait, is this Bash? No, weapons, okay. Yeah, it really doesn't help that there is a misconception that Germany is a very modern and forward-thinking country. We should be realistic about it. We're pretty retarded in a lot of ways, where other countries, which we would expect to be more retarded, are way in front of us. And it's ironically a lot of Nordic countries which have a lot better social infrastructure and forward-thinking ways. And I don't know why that is. I think one of the reasons could be because their citizens are they're often countries where people don't migrate to because they're pretty cold, and B, probably because there are not a lot of people. It's like a smaller population, and maybe it's easier to really have good decisions when you don't have to govern a lot of people. And basically, when I think about it, that's pretty true. If you think about small countries, they have the same, laws and structures as we have, but they're pretty, tailored to a smaller population. We have to tailor it to like a very, very large population. And I think the amount of people that live in Germany and the amount of diversity we have is a big issue when it comes to politics. You might think it's great to have a diverse pool of people in your country, but it's really bad because you can't really please everybody. You can't be a crowd pleaser, and which is probably also the reason Germany struggles so hard with a lot of basic issues, which other countries can easily solve, and we for whatever reason can't decide on any solution. But these are all, just my thoughts, not really empirical studies. Just a reminder. Yeah, sure. Thank you for dropping by, Jenna. I hope you have a nice day. And I'm going to try to shut up and play. Yeah, thank you. You too, Jenna. What am I gonna do? No, don't talk. Just pick it. Just pick it up. Don't talk. Wait, isn't this one good? Ah, no. I wish I could find, the middle ground between not talking and talking. Just like a little bit of talking. The problem is, as soon as I activate my talking, reflexes, it doesn't stop. Yeah, and I also looked at Steel Rising because I said we were probably going to play Steel Rising. I must say, if they don't patch the walking animation, I'm not going to play the game. And the reason is the walking animation is the most used animation in the game, and it's by far the worst animation I saw in the game. Other animations are all perfectly fine, but the walking animation is complete trash, and I don't know why. It's really unfortunate, but the good thing is I'm not alone with it. So Carnage and other streamers, and a lot of people that are not high on copium have come forward and said that the walking animation is complete trash, and I hope that the devs take the feedback seriously so I can actually buy the game without having like issues when it comes to basically walking in the game. Yeah, I don't know how that happens actually, because you have so much work, there's so much work put in your game when it comes to animations, and all of them look pretty cool, and then you have one animation which is basically the one that everybody sees the entire time, the one where your character walks and looks like complete trash, and you're like, how does that happen? Why was it not a priority to fix that one? Why is it the only one which has an issue? It really boggles the mind to think about how something like that can happen. I mean, it's a huge failure because it really is off-putting. And I was like ready to really, play the game, even if it's not that great or whatever, which it seemingly isn't. And I was like, yeah, it was going to be a good time anyway. I like Souls-like, and didn't play a new one in quite some time. And yeah, I mean, not 2D Metroidvania Souls-like. And yeah, I was ready for it. And then I just saw a little bit of gameplay, and I was like, okay, I don't know about that walking animation. And the reviews aren't that great. And yeah. And I was like, I don't really mind the reviews because people seem to still enjoy the game, but it's just like not perfect or whatever. But then the animation, I just couldn't play it. I'm not a graphics whore, I'm more like a how does it feel whore, and when it feels like trash to move your character visually, I'm very, very quick to say it's not fun to play a game. I mean, it might still be fun, but it will be much funner if they fix it. And the main reason I'm actually waiting is because I'm pretty sure they will fix it, because it's a trivial matter actually. It's not that hard to change the animation. You don't need to change the movement, but the movement would be a bit more complicated because it just ties to so many basic level design issues or whatever. But changing an animation is trivial. So I hope really they can and will change it rather sooner than later, because if they wait too long, who knows, maybe Lies of Pi is out, which is pretty cool. Yeah, and Sony, yeah, Sony is like really, this is a big joke because Microsoft has purchased Activision Blizzard, and now they're talking about not bringing Call of Duty to PlayStation. And now you might say, yeah, that's a dick move, but it's not really a dick move, a dick move, because PlayStation is the premier gaming company to have done it themselves in the past. And now they're like, oh, that wouldn't be fair. The contract only states 3 years of Call of Duty on the PlayStation, and moving on, it might be exclusive. That is not, it shouldn't be legal, whatever, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, what I would do if I were Microsoft, I would say, yeah, sure. We're gonna give you Call of Duty, and you're gonna give us Uncharted, The Last of Us, Horizon Zero Dawn on Xbox. Yeah, that would be fair, right? Why would Sony get the special treatment? I want to see that happen. That would be so cool. If that is the game plan Microsoft is, pursuing, that would be fucking amazing. If they think, yeah, sure, our deal will be at the end, everybody will have every game, that would be a huge win for Xbox, huge win for every gamer. It would be fucking amazing, because at the end of the day, exclusives hurt the consumer and are never a positive thing. Yeah, and Nintendo is going to learn the lesson one day, because the problem is Nintendo just doesn't want to put their games on PC at least. And now there is like this, what is it called? Multiverses, the Battle Royale, not Battle Royale, the Smash Brothers clone from, is it DC? I have no idea. And they are really paying their, they're starting to pay for what they did, because they're gonna have high quality competition on PC and other platforms, because they don't put out their product. And the same is happening a little bit with Bloodborne, because Lies of Pi is basically the competition to Bloodborne on PC. And I'm not sure if it helps anybody if it's that way, I'm pretty sure it doesn't help anybody. So yeah. Have I beaten Annalise? No, it's gonna be the next game after this one, and I didn't play it a long time. Yesterday we played a little bit, but I actually didn't really play. I just talked a lot. So yeah. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so Sony has a lot of history in not only having exclusive studios, which we can probably all relate to, which is okay, I guess. But they also have a history of, like, especially for Call of Duty, like, 2 weeks early access exclusive for PlayStation users or whatever. They did it all the time. So I'm like, literally, I don't give a shit. I'm like, yeah, sure, go fuck yourself, Sony. You're like the worst company for gaming ever. All you have done is do some really good high quality games, but mostly what you've done is gatekeeping everybody who's not in your ecosystem for years. But yeah, PlayStation is, of course, has done some good for gaming, but if you compare that with Microsoft's change of heart, their strategy is so much better for gaming. And also the fact that we're going to have a Netflix of gaming because of the Battle Pass in the future as probably the default way of monetization for a lot of AAA games is such an amazing thing. It's really, really cool. And I think that Sony is just like on its way out when it comes to really being a big player. Because I think the console might still be huge, but I don't know what value Sony can offer you beyond their maybe, console and their, exclusive deals. And these will get, less and less important, I guess, because they already started putting them on PC because they have noticed that PC users are very, very unlikely to purchase a PlayStation to play their games in a shitty quality. I mean, for example, if I had to play Bloodborne in 30 FPS on the PlayStation 4 or not play it at all today, I would not play it at all. Bloodborne is, for me, it's a dead game. I could not go back to it. I loved Bloodborne back in the day, but I know that now I just feel dumb. I feel dumb because I have this high-end machine. I can have a lot of, I could have it in maybe 200 FPS plus or whatever, and I have to play it in a shitty 30 FPS on 1080p. Like, fuck no. Fuck no, I'm not going to do that anymore. So I think that they're making a huge mistake by withholding any game. So I know what their strategy is. Their strategy is like using, older games as an entry point for people to the PlayStation franchise. But I'm sure that will not work out for them. I don't think anybody who played Horizon on PC will play Horizon New Dawn or whatever, or Forbidden West. I don't know what it's fucking called. The new Horizon 2 is not going to play Horizon 2 on PlayStation if they own a PC and not a PlayStation. I don't think that the marketing strategies are going to work out, and Sony's doing a lot of bad decisions for that recently, especially when it comes to pricing. I think Sony really will have to rethink the way they do their business in the future. The times of console exclusivity and pay-to-play games is pretty much over. I mean, at least at that price point. 90 euros per game is like fucking retarded. Yeah, zombie mode was exclusive for one Call of Duty for Sony. Yeah, that's what I mean. They're like everybody. Nobody's on their side. Even people who are usually Sony fanboys. A lot of them are saying, yeah, but I'm sorry, I really can't see your point here. Your point is that you're acting exactly like that Microsoft is acting like you were acting in the past. You acted in the past. And now everybody should be, oh no, yeah, Sony's right. Nobody thinks they're right. I mean, what is true is that you have to be a bit, careful about a monopoly. That there is a large company with too much money which can acquire literally every studio or whatever, and then you don't really have a choice. But I think that that is more like a business problem than a really consumer problem. Because if we have learned one thing from monopolies, let's look at Netflix. Netflix didn't have a lot of competition. For a long time. Did Netflix not make better shows than television did in almost every category you would imagine, and even make shows which would never have been made for television? Netflix is amazing. Amazon Prime is also amazing. Whatever, No, there are so many great things that happened with it, although it was almost a monopoly at the time. And I think that is the misconception of the consumer sometimes is that competition is good, because there are companies which really don't do shitty things when there is no competition. Of course, sometimes there might be a price increase or whatever, but basically if a company has customer first as their thoughts, which basically is the case for Amazon or for Netflix, if they are customer first, at the end of the day, they will still do a lot of good shit, even if they are basically the only company doing it. So I don't think if Microsoft would be the only console and PC producer in the world, we would have significantly different prices. I mean, yeah, having two players is always a little bit better in general, but I don't think that we should be afraid that Microsoft is going to be like the big super giant or whatever, because the ecosystem is so vast that I don't think that that will ever happen. I mean, there is even the presence of Steam itself, for example, on the PC market makes Microsoft so much weaker. And I mean, you could also argue that Steam was a monopoly, or is still a monopoly when it comes to gaming stores in many regards, because even like Epic, the Epic Game Store is very, very small compared to Steam. And yeah, and is it bad? Is Steam a shit product? Is Steam a bad place for gaming? No, it's not. Why? Because Valve is customer first, gaming first. It's not, Valve is not a publicly traded company, so we don't even have to worry about stockholders or whatever. It's basically just a good company. Everybody who hates on Valve is like an idiot. It's basically, they never went public, and what does that mean? They don't give a shit about money in that regard. They of course, they care about money, but they don't care about having a lot of money at whatever cost. So yeah, Valve is a very, very good company when it comes to being a consumer. Yes, it's a bit worse if you're a developer, because you have to pay like, what is 30% or whatever if you make sales on their platform. But at the end of the day, I mean, their platform will probably give you a lot of sales, which you would never have. So I mean, yeah, it's maybe a little bit too much, but it's not much too much. I mean, realistically, you could bring it maybe down to, I don't know, 20% maybe would be realistic, because there are still running costs, and there still is, a lot of service fees you have to do, and Steam can only compensate that because they're big. And the argument to say because somebody's big, you should give back to the developers is a kind of weird argument to make, because Steam could be really small and they would have to take the 30% to remain profitable. Yeah, I think they are entitled to their success, in my opinion. And everybody that, horse wagons off their success is basically has no reason or no, reasons to complain, in my opinion. I mean, yes, there are. It's a bit different maybe for, for app stores on mobile, because they're really tied to the operating system. And that's really bad, I think, because there the costs are unavoidable, because installing apps on your phone which are not in the App Store is much harder than installing a PC program which is not on Steam. So I think there's a little bit of a difference, and there the prices should actually be in correlation to the money the company has. So the App Store should definitely have much lower prices when it comes to the percentage people have to developers have to pay to Apple or Google in that regard. I bet the post of Sony CEO will crush some future deals with Microsoft. I don't know how they will try it, of course. And Sony wants an infinite contract with COD. That's not how contracts work. It's just get a 3-year contract, and then we consider again about details. Yeah, that's of course. Yeah, they're idiots. they try everything they can to. It's like you try to start your argument when you're bad. When you do negotiations, you always start to try a reasonable extreme that could be seen as reasonable, considering that it has always been on PlayStation. But of course, everybody knows it's bullshit. And then you try to find a middle ground, which is basically maybe having every second Call of Duty game on PlayStation or something. Maybe all mainline games and all subline games cannot be on PlayStation or whatever. That would be a realistic deal. All the major releases are on all consoles. All the minor releases are on, only on Microsoft or whatever. Yeah, it's complete bullshit. Yeah, indie gaming and PlayStation. The only place on earth where indie gaming is successful is in the Battle Pass and on Steam. There's literally, I mean, yeah, sure, there are exceptions like Minecraft or whatever that started on their own homepages or whatever. But I mean, the reality is that indie gaming is boosted significantly by smaller by ecosystems like Steam, where there's early access, where there's different monetization options, and very, very bad in big stores. Big stores like big console exclusive stores. And the only reason why that changed for Microsoft is actually because they have the Battle Pass where they love to put in indie games. Because they are usually very cheap to get and add a lot of value to your platform, because they might just browse over them and think like, oh, that's cool, I never saw that one. I mean, this one is pretty good, to be honest. It's like really good, but I can't afford it, so never mind. But it's really good. And legendary weapons are pretty rare. I thought at first it's pretty common to get one by the end of the game, but it's not always the case. Yeah, but at the end of the day, you know, they're business companies, and the only reason we are lucky as consumers is because time has shown that consumer first is one of the best things you can do and will ensure long-term success. And companies which are like enterprise first and customer last are really, really bad, and they will probably be out of business in very, very short amount of time. Yeah, it's basically how it works. If your company is anti-consumer, it's sooner or later somebody's gonna do your job better, and you're gonna get fucked over. Yeah, unless you change, of course. But if you don't change, you're gonna be fucked. All the big players we have at the moment are very, very consumer focused. Yeah, I mean, you can say whatever you want over Apple, Google, Amazon, Tesla, whatever. Everything they do is basically, I mean, not the prices, and the prices are, of course, to make money, and maybe how they sell their product is maybe also to make money, but the products themselves are very, very consumer focused. It's not like they are made in a way which is, okay, maybe the Tesla where they can disable their shit. I don't know. I'm not too up to date with that issue where they basically sold a car and then disable features by software or whatever. But I mean, that is basically, I don't know if they did it, you know, if they advertised it that way, that's fine. If they did it afterwards, that's pretty shitty. So I can't talk about that. But if they should continue doing shit like that, Tesla would be, of course, out of the game pretty soon, because everybody would say, yeah, the company's complete trash. Yeah, so it's very important to have a long-term focus. And a lot of companies which just, you know, die, big companies that die, is just because they don't really see what they are doing wrong in regards to what their customers want. And by want, I don't mean like you make a survey and ask them. You actually know what they want before they even know what they wanted. So that's the magic, you know. And the big innovations and the big successes are always people who predicted a market before there even was a market. For example, the iPhone when it came out. I mean, of course, yeah, it's a big success story for everybody now, because the iPhone is not the only phone, and the problem is that state-of-the-art phones are pretty similar in a lot of regards by now. But of course, it gave them a huge head advantage. I mean, the iPhone was unrivaled at the start. You didn't have an alternative. You know, you could only buy the iPhone, and it turned out everybody wanted a smartphone. Almost everybody. Let's be real. Some boomers still don't have smartphones, but. And there was things ago that Sony wanted 100K for gaming, or reaching 1 million sales. Yes, that's bullshit. It's bullshit. Yeah, it's complete bullshit what Sony wanted for their games. Yeah, you can also write in German. Like I said, you can always write in German. I will read your German comment in English, so that's never an issue. We are a German community. We're not an English focused community, which doesn't mean I mind people being that are only here and speak English, but I don't even know if I'll be able to do it every week in English. But I'll try. And I try for myself. So to make that clear, it's an egoistic thing. I really want to be better at speaking English. I mean, it doesn't help that I can think and read English perfectly or understand it perfectly if I can't actually open my mouth and articulate my thoughts. Yeah, my motor skills are so fucking bad. I mean, even my German motor skills were pretty shit before I actually... No, that's not true. It's because they were never shit. But they're actually not that great, but they're still okay, because it's just like, it is my main language, and it's always easy to speak German, because it's the language I've spoken by far the most, and the one I have consumed by far the most is probably English by now. Yeah, on a consumer level, I would say it has overtaken German by now. What do I want to do? Fire rate is always pretty good. Hey, we didn't die. That's amazing. I didn't think about the boss and we didn't die. Okay, and did I hear about BMW? Wait a second, I'm trying to skip to a pause menu. Only wants to sell cars with a complete, complete interior features or whatever. So feature complete cars, and then you can remove them to save money, and then you can disable in their car. Yeah, you might laugh. It might be something that's stupid, but I'm gonna tell you why that's smart. And you're gonna be like, what the fuck? That's pretty stupid, right? It's total anti-consumer behavior. But the reality is, it's very, very cost and time consuming to create production lines which have features involved in the cars. It makes the assembly process very, very convoluted and difficult, and it's very hard to streamline. But if you have one car per model, it's very, very easy. But that is only one side of the coin. The main reason they do it this way is because buyers can't deactivate it. So it's not an issue that somebody says, oh, I don't want it anymore. But maybe they can in the future. I don't know. Maybe it's a subscription fee or whatever you can have. I don't know if that's even in the talk. It would be, of course, also a smart thing. But the main reason they do it is because you might not have the money when you buy the car for the feature, but you might want it later when you have the money, or you notice that you miss a feature. And then you can't upgrade. It's very, very difficult to upgrade cars after they have been produced, but it's very, very easy to just take your credit card and pay for your the heating of your seat. So it's very smart. It's very smart. Now I'm going to read the rest of your content before I'm biased. Oh yeah, see, I didn't read it. There is the subscription part, which you just mentioned. Yeah, okay, so they're not dumb. They're smart people. I tell you, there are things which are smart, which sound really dumb to the consumer in the first place. And it's not even anti-consumer because you don't have to pay for something you own. If you would have to pay more for the car, and that shows just how little the production cost actually is for heating or whatever. It's really small percentage. And the idea of course, putting it in a subscription or an upgrade is very smart because it really gives people the option to do microtransactions when owning a car. It's really smart. It's really smart. And I think it's a very good idea. It's a good idea as long as it's not trivial to really upgrade the car afterwards. If it would be trivial to just, go to a garage and get even that it takes a little bit of effort, going to a garage, getting your seat swapped out or whatever. That's much more complicated. So I think it's very, very logical in a way, and I can see another people doing it. Yeah, it's basically upselling, which is one of the most done and most successful things which you can do. I mean, Genshin Impact does it. Valorant does it. Valorant does it in a way where you buy a skin and then you can buy the animations for the skin. It's basic stuff. And the reason why it might not have been done in the past is because there was maybe not an information infrastructure like the internet, or an app or whatever, which is so easy to use and so easy to pay money. And before you would have to use a hotline, talk to a person, fill out a form. So historically, cars are very, very old. So they come from a time when there weren't that many possibilities. And in the end, they probably made a cost sum analysis and user behavior analysis, which just showed that even if the car is more expensive to produce from a material standpoint, it will still, in general, be more efficient when it comes to generating revenue. Yeah, it's very smart. I wouldn't laugh at it. I mean, many people might laugh at it, but I think it's very smart. It might not be an optimal thing maybe to do from an environmental perspective because you waste a little bit of resources for features people are never going to use, of course. But that's, like a little downside you have. Yeah, I don't think it's a big downside. I should really eat my chocolate bar quickly. From Reva, the Ja Riegel, it has an A score. I don't know how they managed it. There's even chocolate in it, so I have no fucking idea. Yeah, but there are a lot of ideas, and I don't know if it will stick. I mean, at the end of the day, of course, maybe the studies and all the theory crafting was wrong, and people will actually not spend more money on the car, and maybe it's very bad for the environment, and then there will be pressures from institutions to change that or whatever that might happen. But in general, it's not a dumb idea. It's maybe even a very good idea also for a lot of consumers. Maybe really you have a car and you notice, oh my god, I really want to have, I don't know, I want to have a rear camera. I really struggle to get into the parking lots or whatever. And if that should happen, you don't have a possibility to change it often now without significant costs. And the cost would be pretty trivial compared to what you would have to do if you had manual labor involved, etc. So it really brings also down the cost for consumers which never intended initially to buy a feature. It gives you the opportunity to really make more of your car. And if that is how Tesla does it, how BMW starts to do it, I'm pretty sure it's going to be common in almost every brand by maybe 5 years or so. If it just works and people are happy with it, why not? Why is Sunny always the ultra clean day for your girlfriend? The look she gives is like, you also have to do something. Yeah, a lot of people waste their weekends cleaning their apartments. I don't know why, actually. I would probably just do it, 1 hour here and there. I would do it as few times as necessary. Yeah, I don't know. But some people really don't know what to do with their time and just like to do something useful. It's maybe some people really need to feel that they're doing something good, that they're doing something which makes them, feel useful. So it might not even be about cleaning, it might be about how the person wants to feel about themselves. Probably for people that clean once a week, that's probably the case for everybody. I mean, some people might be, oh, yeah, what are other people are going to judge me if I don't do it? Okay, that might be the case. But I think a lot of people also do it because they just, they want to feel useful and do useful stuff, to go out and not just hang around and do nothing. Which is not a problem I have. I don't give a shit if it's useful or not. Yeah, which is also why rent, when you go, and you retire or whatever, so many people struggle with their free time. They don't even know what to do with themselves, they feel useless. I mean, they basically are useless, and when you define yourself over your career and your work, the moment you retire, you're fucking useless. You're not working anymore, you don't have any contributions or whatever. And of course you're gonna feel fucking shit when you don't know what to do with yourself. Yeah, so I really pity people who, who are really work-centered and think that they will be so happy when they retire. You're like, oh yeah, I'm a CEO of this and that, I'm making so much money, but when I retire, I really enjoy the time. And then they retire, they're like, wait a second, I don't give a shit about doing nothing. What can I do? How can I make my life meaningful again? And a lot of people just, maybe start a little mini business or whatever when they're very successful and they continue working. Yeah, that's what a lot of people do because they just, I mean, it's good for them because then they feel good, but the people who don't do that and maybe don't have the opportunity to do that, they sometimes really feel bored or whatever. But I think the new generations with all the, media consumption, Netflix, Amazon Prime, gaming, you can spend an entire life doing nothing and you will never be bored, even if you don't want to do exotic stuff, you don't even have to do sports, you need to read or whatever. Yeah, so it's basically a very, very good time to do nothing, Would I do nothing with 50 years ago when there was no gaming, when there was not a lot of stuff on TV, whatever? You bet my ass I would already be working. I would probably enjoy work more than a lot of free time you could have that back then. I mean, it's not like I'm gonna go out and do sports the entire day or whatever. So my resting time would probably be working. So yeah, that's the problem with modern society. There's too much stuff that's more in quote unquote fun than working. Hmm. I'm eating my bar, by the way. It's just like taking a long time. Oh wait, I didn't put my avatar today. I'm sorry, I forget it all the time. Well, at least we have a little bit of diversity that way. Yay, there it is. You can't see my HP bar anymore. That's great. Hmm. 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 By the way, I'm a really slow eater, and that is actually good. It's a good thing to be a slow eater. But when I'm on stream and I should be playing the game, no, I want to play the game, it's a bit annoying. There must be some kind of artificial sugar in there. It tastes way too good for a Nutri score of A. Like fucking insane. I'm gonna wash my hands, be right back. Yeah, I'm back. We really should, by the way, play Roller Dome and all that shit. I actually own the game, so I'm pretty stupid if I don't play it. Yeah, there are basically a few games I own that I didn't even play. It's incredible. I never thought it would come, that I would get such a backlog. But the reason is there are so many good games coming out and at such a high frequency that I really don't know what else I could do. Okay, sorry, I have to go again. I'm back in 1 minute. Okay, I'm back. And by the way, first day in weeks that I'm wearing pants. I know it's amazing. Otherwise, I wasn't here in my underwear. The healing saturation increased by 35%. Oh, and I saw Elijah, I don't know, Ellie. I just call it Ellie. I saw him play. Is this Forspoken? I don't know. I knew. Oh, there's so many good games. Gloomwood looks amazing. Holy shit! I really, really liked. We played it on stream, I think. Grim. I don't know what the horror version of the game. I don't know what it's called. I'm bad with names. And yeah. So what did I say initially? I don't know. Ah, shit, I forgot. Never mind. You probably can remember. Anyway, there are so many cool new games, and you should probably play them. This game is, by the way, still in early access. I didn't mention that, I think. But it's not a final product, but it's so well polished, it could as well be a final product. Yeah, and if I had gone to the Gamescom, I would definitely have visited the developers of the game. They were present there, so it would have been interesting to talk to them. Which is basically one of the things I really like doing and wouldn't go to Gamescom. It's just like, like talking to them, the small devs, like the indie area is like the most interesting one, because the big ones are not really interesting because usually the devs are not there, or it's just like marketing or whatever. But the small developers are usually the devs are there, and you can talk to them. And sometimes it happens that you talk to them and you have some constructive criticism, which is then not, you can, I don't know, maybe we need a little bit more of that, we need a little bit more of this. Like I also talk on stream when I test the game. And yeah, the thing is that, unfortunately, for example, there was the game Below, I don't know, if from Capybara Games or whatever, which really was underwhelming when it was released. I think I even gave it a negative review on Steam. And I met the devs at Gamescom and I was like, yeah, I mean, the game's kind of cool, but I would really ensure that the roguelike experience is very diverse and fun, and you don't feel like it's a slog to go through the levels every time. And what ended up happening is that the game was a complete slog to go through every time. And I was like, yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, because, I mean, probably I wasn't the only one who told them that, so... What am I doing? Wasting time here? Should actually hurry up. No, you have a lot of time on this level. Our build is not very strong. Also, you might think it's okay. It is okay. It's not weak, but it could be much better. And what I really like about the game is that it has so many different guns from other games. It's basically like a best of all weapons which were ever made in shooters. I mean, there's the AWP, there's weapons from Halo, weapons from Unreal, weapons from Quake. A lot of weapons from Overwatch. I'm pretty sure the devs of this game were huge fans of Overwatch before they made the game. Because the first weapons in the game were definitely heavily inspired by a lot of Overwatch weapons. They're actually playing Metal Gear Solid Phantom Pain. The beginning was fine, now they're like Sonic Fast Super Soldier with magical armor, which drives me nuts. Has to redo a mission like 10 times. I think there was only one thing I really hated about the game, and that was definitely... Oh shit, no Seeker? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, the projectile weapons in the game are not that good when there is no hit scan behind it. Yeah, but basically, Phantom Pain had one problem for me, and that was the fact that there is a scoring system which is tied to equipment. So basically, all the fun stuff automatically fucked your score, and you ended up only using the silencer. It wasn't hard, the game. It was just like super fucking annoying that you couldn't use the fun stuff without being penalized. I don't know which dev thought that the easy mode should be the fun stuff in the game, but I mean, yeah, it's bad game design in my opinion. And if you do such shitty game design, how about you just don't score the game at all? Scores for level can be really bad, bad if implemented in the wrong way. And that was my biggest gripe with Phantom Pain, was literally that the game gave you bad scores for having fun. Basically, yeah, this feature is like cheating. You're a fucking noob if you use it. And we're also gonna give you less rewards, so you're gonna get weaker if you use it. Yeah, really bad design. I don't know if it was ever patched for the newer versions, but Hey, I managed not to talk for like a few minutes. Amazing. Yeah, we should get another weapon. I think this one is fine. We can probably win the game with it, but I want a cooler weapon. Unfortunately, all of these are shit by comparison. Really like how the shield blocks the shots before they reach you. It looks really cool. Here we don't have oh, we have XPS. Never mind. Good job. Did we miss the Nest? I don't know. Not really paying attention too much. These are. I mean, we're sliding quite often, but I don't know if that's cool or not. Now we have to decide: do we want to spend our money on a gun? I mean, it's pretty cool, to be honest. We're gonna find better ones anyway, so I'm not sure if we. Well, I mean, let's try it out. And do we want to have more healing? Wait, how often can you take that one? Maybe I should have taken damage, to be honest. This weapon is probably one of the worst recalls in the game. Maybe not so much the recoil, but the screen shake is insane. Maybe the only weapon where I would consider reducing the recoil, the screen shake. Or where is he? Oh. Yeah, but I really have to talk less because I notice when you don't stream, my vocal cords and everything is like very fragile. I'm not used to talking like so much anymore. I really have to get used to it again. Might actually die, which is pretty unfortunate. Yeah, unfortunately we're still losing HP instead of gaining more. We're not dead yet. Yeah, we also should be playing Death Stranding at some point. I mean, it's even in the Game Pass, which is really unfortunate because I just bought it on Steam shortly before. I should just have waited. Okay, this one is pretty risky, but it could be what we need. Maybe, hopefully. It's probably not, because it's a close range weapon, which makes it much harder to cheese enemies. Just long range farming them, but I don't know. We will probably see, hopefully. Yeah, Enclaved, I just remembered the name. Enclaved was a very, very old game, and I think I only played the demo when it came out. And it looked pretty fun, even by today's standards. I mean, it's a bit clunky, of course. It's almost like a first Souls-like game, feeling-wise. It feels a lot like Souls does, I think. And interestingly enough, I think the late levels in the game are the only ones which have a little bit of a performance issue. We're dead. We're not dead. I hate this enemy so much. Yeah, I think this class, by the way, is by far the weakest one. And the reason for that is it doesn't really have amazing damage. And the skill itself is pretty stupid because you basically have to know when you will take damage. And in a game where it's principally, you know, it's possible to always avoid damage, you already usually didn't anticipate the damage before it happens, so you can't really react to it by using the shield. So it's kind of a bit, I don't know, design. You could go in, you know, like tanking like this, but the risk is that the shield is very short, and you might just stop playing well just because you know you're immune, and then suddenly you have to play good again. And I just don't like how that feels. So we might still win. I'm not sure if we will, but we might. And that's okay. Just taking a little bit of damage here. Who gives a shit? Okay, windmill rifle is like the... I don't know. It's so difficult to tell if this one's actually better than ours. Okay, but we almost done. Only the last boss in this small encounter here in the corner, and we're gonna maybe win a run. I'm not sure. Yeah, this one is pretty good because it just gives us a lot of range. Yeah, and the sound design of the game is very good. Unfortunately, you can't hear any of that, but even without music, it's a very fun game. I mean, even without Spotify. Just because I played it so much, I'm putting Spotify over the in-game soundtrack, which we will probably hear the next time when... I think Shock is fine. We will hear that the next time when the game comes out. Then I'm gonna, of course, play the game with sound and music of in-game, not Spotify. Yeah, so this enemy has basically, yeah, this attack, which is annoying, but you can see stunning is so OP against big bosses. Yeah, probably one of the best mechanics against these types of guys is like basically the stun. Yeah, which is really cool. Oh, and a new game like, what is it called? The bullet game, I forgot the name. We played it on stream, Bullets Per Minute. There's a single player rhythm game, which is pretty similar, which is coming out soon. Nice, easy clap, we won, let's go. Overall, I think it was an S rank. Oh, 34 minutes, that's slow. Usually I go sub 30. But that's probably because I'm streaming and not actually paying attention. Okay, what we're gonna do now is we're gonna go with the Recon, which can go into stealth and has a laser dagger, which is basically just an melee attack, which does more damage when you have these blue dots charged up. Like basically like the rogue in World of Warcraft, maybe the old one, I don't know how the new one is, like combo points you could almost call them. And the strongest thing, almost imbalanced thing about this class is definitely the mechanic where you can use a decoy, which is incredibly strong. Because the decoy can actually shoot after upgrading it, and the decoy damage is fucking insane. It's like, it doesn't only tank for you and make you literally unkillable for a while, it literally kills everything on screen, so you don't really have to have good aim to to kill things in the game. There are definitely builds which are focused more around playing the game for you, which is cool, I don't mind that, but of course in the early game you don't have the option unless you're playing the engineer, which is basically a pet class or whatever you want to call it. But in any case, the weapons are always strong. You never have to fear that you're going to play a class where the main weapon feels like complete trash. So the devs have definitely put the focus on how the weapons feel and that they're strong and impactful, and you can never really you can substitute them to some degree, but they will never become obsolete. It's always better to use them instead of not using them. Okay, so what do we want? Elemental Backlash is pretty good, actually. And the reason why it is pretty good is because it would enable us to use stealth a lot more often. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Because we will take damage. The way we play the game, we're not playing it in a cheesy no-hit way, we're playing it very aggressively to meet the time requirements. And that basically makes it impossible not to get hit. So, not impossible, but I mean, I'm not paying enough attention to ever not get hit, so... Here, there's a lot going on, and the game basically assumes that you're going to get hit anyway, so... And we're also playing with glass cannon on, so we're taking 30% more damage. Because I just like doing more damage instead of taking less damage. Yeah, we should go somewhere else, so it's a bit more diverse. Maybe let's go to Ruins or whatever it is. Yeah, and Marvel Midnight Suns is coming out a bit later than initially planned, I think, but in December now. But it still looks like one of the coolest superhero games in a long time. It just reminds me of Freedom Force. I know they don't have a lot in common, beyond the setting maybe, but Freedom Force was such a nostalgic experience for me. It's like, really, when I think about Freedom Force, I'm really, really happy. And the problem is, it's one of, why are there some games where my nostalgia is a bit maybe over the top or whatever? I'm fucking dumb. Yeah, where my nostalgia is a little bit too much, maybe, for compared to the quality. It's the games I bought in Southern France. And now you might think, what does Southern France have to do with games and nostalgia? The thing is, when I went to Southern France, I usually didn't have a PC there. So it was like 1 month each summer. I was there at the house of my grandpa, now at the house of my father, which I just went to recently again. And... basically, I usually ended up buying a few games in France in the supermarket, and then I couldn't play them, so I had to wait playing them to play them, and I also read the instruction booklets or whatever, which still existed back then. And yeah, basically that was why some games I had a lot of mental preparation before playing them, And there were very, very good games which I just instinctively picked up by sheer luck, I would say. And the few that stick out are, for example, Freedom Force, which is really, really cool still today. I think you can still play it very well, where you can make your own superheroes or have a lot of pre-built ones which you can use in a top-down strategy game with a destructible world and everything. It's really, really cool. Still by today's standards, I think it's very playable. And there's even a second part, I think, which is also pretty good. And the other one is Sacrifice, a very, very good third-person strategy game, which basically mixes third-person magic casting action with unit management. It's really, really cool. And I really was lucky that these two, I had a lot of preparation time, so I knew all the mechanics before starting the game. And it felt very, very rewarding then to be finally able to play them. So this is why some of these games are a bit more nostalgic than others. Yeah, and Midnight Suns definitely has a vibe of the same kind with the character customization and all that stuff. And it's a deck building game, which I like. And it is an XCOM deck building game by the makers of XCOM, which is really a fantastic game. I think most people would agree that XCOM in general is pretty good. If you like that, those type of games, of course. I mean, I'm pretty sure some people who like those games still don't like XCOM, but I mean, most people would agree it's at least a good game. Maybe it's not up your alley, but the way it's made is pretty good. So I'm expecting quality in that regard from game design, from the game design perspective. From a game design perspective, I'm so fucking bad at talking at the moment, I'm sorry. Which is good because I shouldn't be talking anyway. Too much. Oh, this weapon feels really good. At the beginning, when I first said it, I was like, oh, I don't know about this one. But once you appreciate the AoE on it, and the fact that you can just shoot the ground instead of the enemies, it feels really, really nice. I'm still a bit hesitant on the colors used for the fireworks, because I usually like when it's really rainbow colored and not too, you can, I think it's okay to have, a few different colors in, but I would like, I'm missing blue, for example, blue, purple. There should just be more colors. It's not colorful enough. And maybe that's a gameplay perspective, because to make it a little bit less visually annoying, but I still like fireworks that actually look like fireworks. I mean, it does look like fireworks, but not like, the variety you would usually expect from a firework. From fireworks. I'm so fucking bad, I'm sorry. One day it will become better, which is the purpose of the stream. Oh my god, I'm taking so much damage. What am I doing? And I think missing those is very bad, because they give a lot of XP. But you will see there will be a point where we will get the decoy damage, and you will notice it's fucking OP. And is it bad that it's OP? It always sounds, when you say something is OP, it also sounds in the same moment you might think, yeah, unbalanced, whatever. But I like that there are OP things. I mean, in single player games, it's perfectly fine to have a lot of OP stuff in it. Yeah, the damage is a bit low now. We really struggle because we don't have the weapon is too low level. And the quality is also not that high. So yeah, we really need an upgrade. Which should come pretty soon. For example, here, when the chest arrives, that's a window. Okay, are we going to take Sherry's Caravan? Of course. How do I select weapons in the game? Unless I have a specific build in mind or specific talents, I always pick the weapon with the highest level, no matter what the quality is. Unless it's legendary, then I might consider picking it regardless of the level and just leveling up myself. So they basically are an exception. Yeah, the problem is we're not paying attention as much as we should. Yeah, this class, for example, I like much more than the first one because it has many different play styles, which all are really, really fun. You can play decoy style like we're going to try to do. You can play melee. You can play stealthy. You have so many different builds. It's really cool. Yeah, that is also one which is really cool. Because you maybe noticed there are weapon slots, you can have 2 by default, and I never swap, so whenever I see that, I'm like, oh cool, free damage. And it's one of the best upgrades in my opinion. Yeah, these are all pretty bad. Yeah, I really like the flow of the class because you have a lot of melee damage. So you can always burst enemies which are directly in your way instead of just, shooting them. Ein Grund, warum das Spiel auch so gut. Sorry, I'm English. I'm sorry. Did I speak German before? One of the reasons why it's a habit. I'm sorry. One of the reasons why the game is so good is it flows so well is because the minimap is pretty brilliantly designed. The color coding on it is really one of the best features because you can I show it to you without actually pausing here? Yeah. So you can see the color coding. It clearly indicates where there are secret areas, what type of secret area it's going to be. And you can see it already start when there's a branching path. So you always know where there's going to be something where you don't have to go back to later on, which is very, very cool from a game flow perspective. Actually, that's pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. The defensive ones are probably really nice. But we still don't have the decoy shooting. We should reroll for it. I don't know if it has a lower chance to show up than the other ones, but it's definitely my top priority at the moment. Yeah, here I'm not sure if I will ever use melee because it's just like very risky to get close to him. Yep, and there we took damage. What the fuck? I'm not even sure. My decoy doesn't have any health bar. I think it's just infinite health. It doesn't really matter if we face tank. Okay, that's pretty cool. Gun diet is also pretty good. It's like, nah, it's not that great. It's pretty okay, but we should definitely reroll for the decoy. Can we stack this infinitely? I think we might actually be able to. Yeah, I think this one is stackable actually. I didn't know that. I just assumed it because we got the same upgrade multiple times. But I would still prefer I think these the stackable ones like are very much inferior in most cases to the unique ones. So basically taking those is always like not really advisable if you have an alternative. Yeah, the story that's all something I'm gonna keep for version 1.0 whenever that one drops. I mean, they could literally just put in the story and call it version 1.0. I think the game is more than good enough. But of course, more content is always better in this case. There is no content creep. I think every weapon they add, every perk, every ability, as long as it's good, there's good design behind it, will just make the game better. Yeah, I think the game still can be much better with more content, but it would be perfectly fine at this price point to call this the final version. I don't know how long they plan to stay in plan on developing the game. So I can't really say if it's going to be close to this at the end, but I'm pretty sure at least when it comes to areas, there's going to be a lot more variety because maybe you notice that there are some doors where there is a construction site icon on them, and basically just is an indication that there will be content in the future, and this branch is still closed off at the moment. And what does carry the game? I mean, obviously the gunplay. If the gunplay wasn't good, the game would be trash. Does that mean that the rest is bad of the game? It doesn't really mean the rest is bad. It just means it's so focused on gunplay that it's very, very good. Fortunate for the game that the gunplay is amazing and is one of the main reasons you will be playing the game and continue to play the game, because it's just fun moment to moment wise. You just have a lot of variety when it comes to the guns, and every gun just feels very fun to shoot with. Yeah, Decoy should actually be drawing the aggro very efficiently. Maybe it requires line of sight or something, I don't know, it just didn't work with these guys. I don't even know what percentage actually is working there. So if it's just like a dice roll, if they will be aggroed or not. Oh cool, the elite sniper is basically like an AWP, it's just like a bolt action rifle. Yeah, it's pretty cool. What I'm gonna do is just quickly charge my phone so it doesn't go off. Let's say quickly, but by now we have so many charging cables here which all use the same base, because I mean it's good that they do it by now, you know, you always get the cable and the adapter, and usually most don't come with an adapter anymore, so you don't have 1,000 duplicates things, but at the end you still have a lot of cables and you have to manage them. I mean, it makes sense because the application of the cable is so different that you just can't use USB-C for everything. I mean, makes sense. USB-C is not contactless. Some devices just require contactless charging, like a lot of sex toys or whatever. Yeah, so, okay, I admit it. Most cables here are from sex toys, so, I mean, why would I have so many different which are not USB-C? I mean, come on. What else would you have if no sex toys or other applications? The annoying part about the sex toys is that there is not a real standard when it comes to contactless charging. They all have a magnetic induction-based charging system, but the problem is that it's not, you know, standardized, and that just causes a lot of cables to lie around. You know, you can't use it. Looks exactly the same, but the magnets are the polarization is different, and all that shit. It's just fucking annoying. Yeah, the upgrade where we get the healing with the crit would be really nice for this build. That sounds really good. That sounds really good. But the problem, no, wait, it doesn't, it doesn't affect the decoy. I just wanted to say it's bad for the decoy, but I think stealth and decoy duration are not the same. It doesn't decrease the decoy duration, which is good because it would be pretty unfortunate because it's the best part about the build we're gonna do, hopefully gonna do. I think unfortunately, that was my mistake. I completely whiffed on the intersection to the purple area there. I just missed it. Yeah, that's me playing badly. You don't have to backtrack a lot in the game if you're not an idiot. If you're an idiot, you're gonna have to backtrack a lot. I'm just joking. But seriously, we can't even backtrack. I'm an idiot. See, I'm stupid. The game even disallows backtracking, which is a very good design decision. In general, I think. In this case, it's just a bit unfortunate that I would have liked to go back, but it's good because the problem is give people the option to backtrack and they will do so, and then they will be, yeah, but the backtracking is so annoying. So more options is not always better. No rules are bad rules. Which is why open world and sandbox games often are not that engaging to play for a lot of people. Because they are basically a sandbox where you have to create your own fun. Especially the ones without any limitations. I mean, the more designed and limited a sandbox is, the more I think people are able to enjoy it regardless of their creativity. But when you have a game which really requires the player to come to action, it becomes very different. It's like Minecraft, for example. If Minecraft didn't have a fixed HP pool, but you could design your own HP pool, you could enemies would be more randomized or whatever, and there weren't like real rules in the game. It's just like even more sandbox. You can just place your bricks wherever you want. That would be very different because Minecraft still has a pretty tight designed gameplay loop, you know, even if it's very creative when it comes to building. The core gameplay itself is pretty tight. I never played Minecraft, I admit it. It's one of the few games which are super popular and everybody has played, which I definitely have not played. Same goes for Roblox, so take my everything I say about those games is only anecdotal evidence, and not evidence. Well, anecdotal experience based. So when I see by other people play or whatever, or listen to their opinion. Yeah, I know a lot about Minecraft and never haven't played it, which basically just speaks to how popular the game is. I mean, I've seen speedruns, I've seen a lot of buildings, I've seen a lot of mechanics. That is pretty cool, actually. We still don't have what I actually want to have, but I mean, that's unfortunate. This is also a good upgrade, but it's by no means comparable to the other one. The other one is really literally the most broken thing in I think in the entire game, to be fair. It's probably the best upgrade in the game. Maybe even, it might be borderline really imbalanced. But it's still very fun, so I don't know if we should, if the devs should tune it down. Yeah, I'm not sure if it deserves to be tuned down. Yeah, this weapon is of course not that good with stealth extension because the reload times are pretty substantial. Oh, I never... Wait, this one's super rare. I'm taking the L here. Okay, we should take the weapon with the highest level. The assault pistol. Wait, this one is pretty rare. It's just see, that's what I mean. It basically feels a little bit like a completely generic a classic from Valorant. It's a bit slower when it comes to fire rate, but it feels very similar. Okay, it's basically a pistol. I mean, that's... but it's cool that there are also basic weapons, because a lot of these shooters tend to only get very exotic weapons, which 90% feel like shit. And Borderlands also, unfortunately, falls a little bit into that trap, because it often... There are guns which are basically shit. I mean, if you remember Tiny Tina Wonderlands, there were so many shit guns when we played that one on stream, that we basically ended up using one gun type, because all others were so much worse, and really worse. Like you couldn't kill enemies within I don't know, a few magazines. You had to really spam bullets, spam on bullet spongy enemies, and that was really bad design. I don't know if they patched it by now, but it was only during leveling. So later on, you had a lot of different good weapons, but the leveling weapons were pretty trash. Like 90%, no, even I would even go say 95% of the weapons you found were complete trash by leveling, which is really unfortunate. And now you might say, yeah, but sure, but if you say so many weapons are trash, maybe the one gun you're using is OP. But then again, I must say, if you get weaker in an RPG-based looter shooter over time, and the enemy gets tougher and tougher and tougher HP-wise, and you never get any chance to get stronger, then actually I would say every single gun in the game is imbalanced. Beyond the gun that takes long to kill the enemies, because it was really, it showed that it wasn't the way the game was meant to be played. You really had the feeling you were playing on Mayhem 10 with a underleveled weapon in Borderlands. Yeah, we don't need any of those. I mean, the rocket launcher is pretty nice, I guess. Do you like the weapon we're currently using? No, it's not that good, actually. It has a too low clip size with 10. And also the damage is very mediocre. The fire rate too. And it's okay. Let's put it that way. It's okay, but it's by no means a gun I would say is S tier. Yeah, it is really unfortunate that we didn't find a better gun. Or we chose it. I forgot how bad it was, actually. I think I had it once or twice. This is really good. Here, this one. This one is the most broken thing in the game. This is so fucking insanely broken, and you can even double down on it. Look how strong it is. The decoy shooting. It's only my decoy shooting. Can you see how much damage it does? Insane, right? It's crazy. It's like the most broken thing ever. And the good thing is, I mean, this is only my decoy. Okay, it has a little bit of tracking issues with the flying enemies, but you can still play the game normally while having it out. So it's basically omega broken. I can just press decoy, and then I can play normally, and it just kills a lot of additional things. It probably even does more damage than me. Yeah, which is also the reason why I reduced the cooldown on the ability. I'm not sure, does the ability cooldown correlate with the stealth, exiting stealth? Because that would of course make the decoy a bit weaker if we have the increased stealth duration. Might actually be a downside, I'm not sure. I really like that you can place the decoy in the air, so it has a better, you know, field of vision. Yeah, that's really crazy, and you can further upgrade the decoy, and yeah, it just makes it so good. If we survive the boss here. Bit unlucky that we got it so late, whatever. Oh, that was bad timing on my end. That was huge timing. Sure, Cater Coaster. Probably Cater Coaster, not Cater Call. It's a caterpillar, not a caterpillar. Maybe it does catering, I don't know. Maybe it's a catering caterpillar, I don't know. Come on, please stun him. Yeah, let's go. And here you can see this one. You can just make it better. It's fucking insane. Yeah, it just gets better and better and better. And at first I was like, it doesn't seem too strong. But in my head, I didn't really do the math. I didn't see how much DPS it actually does. I just saw low numbers, I don't know. But one of the low numbers is the fire rate. I mean, the fire delay. Which correlates to a very high fire rate. Yeah, these two are really good. The weapon's pretty trash, to be honest, but we don't need it anymore because the decoy is going to be fucking insane, so who cares? Yeah, the weapon's just a nice bonus we have now. The problem is the cooldown, but when we get hit, it's reduced by 4 seconds, so every time we get hit, so when we're in trouble, we should be able to just get the decoy back pretty fast. Did it break stealth? That's interesting. The chains, interesting. Yeah, and not to forget that the decoy, of course, can draw the enemy aggro, and we just will never have to deal with that. Yeah, by far, I think the most broken build in the game. I mean, the drones from the engineer are also pretty good, but this is like next level broken. And I think killing enemies has diminishing returns on the healing bar. So the bar will not always... Maybe you noticed there is a gray bar and there is a black bar. And the gray bar just heals a little bit faster than the gray bar. Than the black bar. We can take the chainsaw, which is terrible. Let's be fucking honest. It's a melee weapon. I have no idea why they did not put a class in the game that can actually dash forward, because that would maybe make the melee weapons a bit more interesting. But since there is no real gap closer in the game, it kind of feels... I mean, stealth maybe, okay, you could argue that stealth is a gap closer, but then again, the class has already a strong melee attack. But I don't really know what the point is of melee weapons in the game. They're, in my opinion, they are far too weak, even with the bonus healing they give, because of the diminishing returns you get by taking damage. Yeah, they should redesign the melee weapons, because they all feel like they're very, very weak when it comes to survivability compared to other weapons where we have a lot of choices that you can make when it comes to when you want to and where you want to engage the enemies. Yeah, this weapon is pretty cool, but it's not that strong from a level perspective, and makes me want to change it. Yeah, I mean, did you guess which character it's from? Which, as I already mentioned, is like Overwatch. This is obviously Genji. Yeah, there's also the multiple knives throw as secondary ability, which we don't have at the moment. They come randomly, so not every weapon has a secondary ability. Some of them actually have 100% chance to have them. So there are really weapons which consider the secondary ability as integral part of their design, and there you have, like I said, 100% chance to get them. Which is good. I like that there is no... It's not always there, because you might think, yeah, but that basically makes some weapons more boring. Yes, in some way you could argue that way, but I think the fact that you don't always have it also makes the primary fire more important. You know, it's just like, it feels like you really don't have to spam it. It's like a bit more simple, but in a fun way. We just need to... You only killed one guy, a big guy so far. Yeah, and this one is why it's so fucking broken. Wait, 35% does damage. Wait, did they nerf it? I'm not sure. I thought it was 30%, but even 35% correlates to 30% more damage, so... Not to mention a better target acquisition, because literally 2 decoys probably will not overshoot on a target as much as a single decoy will. Wait, there's a wall here. I was like, why am I not doing any damage? Yeah, why not? I mean, it's basically just sometimes we will have more damage, sometimes we won't. I would prefer the 15% auto critical chance. I don't even know if the one thing I don't like too much about the game is how it handles the display here. Links on the left side, it's very, it's very comprehensive. But on the right side, I don't like the part where you have to scroll or whatever, and it's not accessible here. This is what boggles my mind, is that you can't actually access the information while the game is paused. So it's not possible to really pause the game and look at the stuff unless you're in an area that literally pauses the game for you. Yeah, which is kind of weird because it makes looking up details of weapons, especially weapons, very cumbersome unless you look at them before or when you pick them up, which always, I think, happens in a context of pause zone. Right, it's going to happen when I exit stealth. That's interesting because it's going to take pretty long until the second decoy is deployed. Never thought about that. Last time I didn't have that. Maybe that is even a bit worse than I thought, but maybe it's even better. I don't know, it might actually be amazing. I'm pretty sure it's pretty good. Is it better than not having it that way? I don't know. We'll find out. It's pretty cool, I think. It increases the uptime of the decoy by such a large amount, but it decreases the burst damage you do. Yeah, I'm really sad that this game so far has gotten a lot less attention than Gunfire Reborn, because it's definitely better made. Also, Gunfire is a great game, don't get me wrong, but Gunfire's gunplay and in general the quality of the game design in detail, you know, how, not game design, but how the game feels, it's very cheap. I think the game idea is great and the implementation of the skills and whatever is also good. And a lot of love went into the game, but the movement and feedback when shooting is pretty underwhelming in my opinion. I don't know, it's just pretty, I mean, I prefer single target hit scan probably at all times, just because it's better against the bosses than AoE, but I don't know. Wait, we can leave? But our XP is not on, and we have so much time left. Let's just do the bonus area, which is basically, unfortunately, not finished. So every time you see the yellow, the orange area here, you're pretty sure that it's gonna be a dead end. And yeah, how do you like this area design-wise? It's very different from the linear levels in the first case. I think it works well. They did a good job with it. But it still needs, you know, the maybe it's just because there always is this dead end. I don't know what would I like the most out of the game. Probably more enemy variety, in a way that there is the feeling that you really get stronger enemies, because most of these enemies don't really feel that different from the early enemies you fight. I mean, you literally have the same guy here. This one you fight at the beginning, and yeah, you have some new turrets, but I think that is something they could work on to give, you know, the individual areas more of an identity. It basically doesn't really have to, you know, it basically really doesn't have to be too, you know, much, but just, you know, more of an identity. Every level feels a bit interchangeable when it comes to enemies, which are in the level itself. And I don't know if that's on their to-do list, because, I mean, I have no idea. Would it be okay if this was the final enemy variety and it would launch exactly the way it is? I think that would be perfectly fine. Yeah, sure. Why not? I mean, it's fun enough. You know, it's still a small indie studio, I guess, that's making the game. And what's in the game currently is very good, and it's a lot of fun. I think I played for 50 hours already. So it's fun, but it's probably fun in smaller bursts. Would I play this game for 10 hours a day? Probably not. Let's be fair. It's a bit repetitive for that, but would I play this game maybe once every day or once a week or something, yeah, well, sure, why not? It's pretty fun. Yeah, so and why is that? Because a lot of things in the game are not that super randomized, so we can make this perfect. Can we wait, scatter? Okay, that's funny. It's Hanzo, obviously. Also the animations. The animations are very inspired by Overwatch. I mean, that's pretty good, actually. I mean, the scatter arrow is a bit of a mixed bag because I'm probably gonna forget to use it the entire time. Okay, this seems pretty broken. Maybe my decoy scales with my own weapon level or something. Yeah, this is also pretty good, I guess. I mean, it's a 50% damage increase on a 50% damage increase, I think, which basically is a 25% damage increase, which is very unfortunate when it comes to wording, because it's not clear either if it's 50% or if it's 25%. I just assume it's 25 because an additional 50% sounds pretty busted, to be fair. Could be, because it's time gated, but I'm not sure. It's yeah, it's not you know, it's not 100% clear of the parts is meant. Okay, that was really unfortunate, but we didn't take a lot of damage, probably because we have the 30% armor increase. Why can't I shoot up there? I have no idea. This is so broken, actually. The scatter shot is so strong. And I think that the decoy kills also increase the stealth duration, which makes it even better. There is a lot of synergy no matter what you pick in the game. How do you like the jump and run parts? I'm just thinking, which game doesn't have any jump and run parts where it should have? We played a roguelike that should have platforming in it but didn't. Ah, yeah, it was Summum Eterna, I think. And there was really weird that they decided to go the way where there was no platforming in the game after they made the Eterna Noctis, which is one of the best platforming I've ever played. So pretty weird to forfeit your own strength to focus on other things which are at the moment not strong enough. I already told you when I played the game back then on stream. At the moment, I would not recommend the game. I would wait what early access brings, and there are a lot of competing games which are, in my opinion, better in their current state. Unlike this game, this is probably the best game in the story at the moment. Depending on what you want to do, you might maybe prefer Gunfire or another one, but there are not many. That's the problem. This game is very well made regardless of its competition. But there is not a lot of competition, which is really sad because I think this is a genre, if AAA gaming would pick it up, there could be really, really awesome games that are made with maybe even insane production values. I mean, like maybe Returnal a little bit. You know, Returnal has maybe a same vibe, but I didn't play it because it's PlayStation 5 exclusive. When it's on PC, we'll definitely play it. It's unfortunate. See, Sony talking about exclusivity with Microsoft. Mark House Games made so many great arcadey games, and a lot of them aren't even on PC because they are always PlayStation exclusive, and that is paid by Sony. So yeah, Mark House Games, amazing games, often only on PlayStation, and Returnal is probably their most ambitious and biggest one. Also at the moment exclusive on PlayStation. I would assume this one to hit PC sooner or later. But yeah, it's sad. A lot of Mark House games never actually made it to PC, which is very, very sad because I think the arcade culture on PC when it comes to older games is very cool. There are a lot of people that enjoy playing older games. And I don't want to talk shit about consoles, but I have the feeling that most console players don't really care too much about their older games. I don't know why that is. Maybe because they're more casual and focused on the moment. But I think that the entire, you know, library of older games which are played, I mean, that's not true. There are not Nintendo. I think Nintendo fans are a bit more like that, but I think a lot of PlayStation and Xbox fans are maybe more modern hype players than, oh my god, this is my all-time favorite game. Of course, that is all just an assumption, and there are exceptions. But that's just a feeling I have that retro gaming is bigger on PC and for Nintendo games. Maybe because Nintendo games stood the test of time a little bit better than most PlayStation games. Just because maybe their graphics style was already outdated when they came out. That's pretty cool. I don't know, let's just say 10% critical damage. We should reroll. This is one of the last upgrades. Should not waste our rerolls, but then again, we could reroll into trash, so I don't know. This is really good. This is by far, I would say, with all the builds I've tested so far, this is definitely the most interesting one. We're going to take damage. I'm just going to run through it. I don't care. Almost forgot to jump there. Yeah, this is pretty cool, I think, the Kramer, but I think the Yarrows are just so strong. I think we're better off just leveling the Yarrow before the boss one this time, because we're basically done here. I mean, we're gonna fight like 10 enemies, and then it's already final boss time. And that would make a consecutive win. That's nice. And you might ask, why are you not playing on the higher difficulties? Because they're just making the enemies more spongy. I would play on the higher difficulties if they gave them more damage, probably. And already S-tiered them. So I played them to get the S-tier, and I just figured out that the most fun way to play the game is definitely the standard difficulty at the moment, because the higher difficulties basically don't make the game more interesting. You know, I still think that standard is very balanced when it comes to taking damage and dealing damage, especially with a 30% damage increase from a perk we have. I should also look over the perks again. Oh wait, what am I doing? I'm not, oh, complete wrong direction. Yeah, because looking into, you know, like looking into the perks is probably pretty nice. Yeah, I don't know, maybe we should just look into them and see how much more damage we can do, or whatever. I mean, the meta progression perks in the base we probably didn't see on this stream because we didn't access it, but I don't know, we'll probably see. These are all very good guns, don't get me wrong, but we can't upgrade it. Oh, never mind, we just can do it. I'm feeling Hanzo. Am I still feeling Hanzo? I mean, the damage is decent. I mean, it's not insane. I think when he does that, you're meant to drop down, but I'm not entirely sure about that. Yeah, this should be an easy win. Yeah, this is gonna be hitless. Oh, nice. Really nice. I think I never did this one without getting hit. Did it just shoot at me? I'm not sure. Yeah, again over 30 minutes, which is pretty weird. Off stream, I'm so much faster. This must really be related to me just talking random shit instead of focusing on where I'm going next. Okay, so this is where we can select our, I think here, perks. At the moment, we have better weapons, better pickups, and more damage and more HP. Yeah, this is yeah. My past self has, in my opinion, selected the best ones here. Okay, we're gonna do one more. What is the limit on this game for today? It's gonna be basically when we finish the engineer and the commander. That is the hard limit, I would call it. Like, we are definitely gonna stop then. And here you can see, like, when we change the difficulty, you can see I also S-ranked this one, and you just see that it does also. Oh, I didn't S-rank this one. Okay, never mind. I thought I S-ranked them. Oh no, I A-ranked them. Okay, never mind. I A-ranked them. Thought I S-ranked them. Well, never mind. Yeah, but basically what they do is just, you can see they give the enemies more HP and your minions a little bit more HP. This is just boring, to be fair. And this one, this difficulty up to here, for example, this one is like the one they intended design, and this is just here for early access, you know. Yeah, and this one I never finished because it's actually pretty difficult. And the main reason I never finished is because it was also pretty boring. With 50% more HP, makes the game very, very boring. Wait, there was an HP bar here? That's weird. It might sound weird, but it's actually, for me, it's as soon as the enemies become bullet spongy, I'm pretty fucking done with the game. So I'm very happy that is an exception in this game for the higher difficulties. Yeah, because this, you can see how fast we kill enemies here. That feels really nice. So I don't mind more damage, more aggressiveness, more fire rate, whatever. That's fine with me. But I really don't like the HP increase. It's always bad design in my opinion, and games like God of War unfortunately have made that mistake by increasing the HP by an really insane amount for their highest difficulty, which really made it completely unenjoyable, no matter if it was challenging or not. It was challenging to some degree. I mean, yeah, it was challenging, but not in a fun way. So, yeah. I played maybe, I don't know, half of the game on the highest difficulty, and then I was like, I'm just ruining my experience. It's just so fucking boring. 100 hits for normal enemies? Nah, fuck that. I'm out of here. Yeah, and you might be wondering, why do I always pick burn? Because shock and freeze are just CCs. And maybe you noticed that the lifespan of an enemy is very short, so stunning them has almost no value. And yeah, I mean, a boss, yeah, normal enemies no, which is a bit backwards. Usually you would expect bosses to be less status, less affected by status effect. I can't talk anymore. They're all trash. Okay, where did we did not go here? I think Oasis. I think. Yeah, and you're not choosing the next biome, but the one after it. So this is like still the basic biome for all three, and then afterwards you're gonna go in a different area, which is a bit maybe weird. Because you might initially think you didn't choose anything, but no, you're choosing the next area at this point. Do I think it's good to leave the player, the choice to the player? That depends, because I think the variety when it comes to enemies is not that great in the area, so they're not very different. Which also indicates that there is maybe not a strategic reason to pick a certain area over another. So there might not be, oh, I'm a melee build and this area has a lot of melee focused enemies or whatever. Yeah. I don't think that's really good, by the way. Oh, fuck me. Yeah, I think the AI for the drones is a bit pretty. It's unfortunate. It should be a bit more aggressive, and you usually end up being a bit mad that you have to basically run into the enemies for them to even attack. Yeah, it's a bit weird. I would make them a lot more aggressive and, you know, like let them fly into the enemies. And this is, by the way, the last upgrade we're going to do here, because this basically is a 10% damage increase. And the next time you're going to pick it, it's going to be worse. It's going to actually reduce your damage. And I don't know why they designed it that way, but I mean, it's a bit weird because I'm going to show you when it shows up. It's like 30% more less damage for 25% more damage. It's a bit weird. Yeah, it's a negative minus, so it's a net minus, I mean, not negative minus. I mean, minus usually is negative, I would assume. Oh yeah, right, I almost forgot to spawn my drone. Yeah, and the weird part is that the drones are so... Yeah, I hate this biome because of the stunners. Yeah, and the drones are very... It's very rare for them to be attacked under non-arena-based circumstances. Like this is, for example, the best case for the drones, where they're constantly being attacked and they can constantly engage enemies. Yeah, but you know, it's just like... Usually that's not the case. You would usually just expect them to be a little bit more useless because they're just flying behind you and doing nothing. Yeah. The Doctor turret is probably always an easy dub unless we really make a big mistake. An A? Oh no, we didn't kill... Ah, I hate this biome. You can actually not kill enough enemies if you don't fully explore. And since I don't really pay attention while streaming, it kind of, you know, it just like completely randomly happens. Okay, so we can actually also buy shit here, or not buy shit. I'm not sure. I usually don't like buying because you don't have enough energy cells for buying and then, you know, going into getting all the perks. There is an ability which gives you drones additional abilities, which is very, very good. But unfortunately, we did not see yet. Yeah, and that's where I mean, see, my drones are taking a pretty long time until they start to engage the enemy. So they're not really efficiently DPSing them. Almost like playing Overwatch. Maybe that's the inspiration there, your teammates, and your teammates usually go in when you go in. Basically, a good idea maybe is even to run past the enemies, so my drones are forced to engage them, but I'm not sure. That was really bad. And there's some really romantic music here. why not? A rocket launcher usually is pretty good. Since they got rid of all the, of all the specific upgrades, you don't even need to open the door when you use the jump pad. That's interesting. Yeah, so what you basically had before was the system where you were heavily locked into a certain weapon type, which made almost all the weapons you got complete trash. And this was really unfun. And this is really fun because every weapon you get, you can usually use to some degree. And the ammunition types have been decreased to only having 2 types. So if there is a specific upgrade, you usually at least have a 50% chance that the weapon will be of the correct category. Yeah, this was also a pretty cool weapon. It's basically a weapon type less. It doesn't have ammo, but it doesn't have energy either. And it has moving turrets. I don't know if they always move, but they can move. But you can spawn at least stationary sentry turrets. Or moving turrets, I don't know. one of the two. Sometimes maybe there are 2 types. I'm not sure. Probably there are 2 types, I would assume. Oh yeah, and then I don't know if you know probably you do. Some of you will probably know the program called Voice Mod, and it's one of the most used voice changers that are out there, and it's completely non-AI based at the moment, save for the newest editions, which are AI voices. And they hint at a very, the already, for me, of course, crystal clear, insane potential of AI voice changers. And there is a narrator voice, which really is cool. You sound a little bit like... I forgot the name. You sound a little bit like... the guy who played God in a Truman Show and... I forgot his name, but basically you can sound like him. It's pretty funny. Is it easy to just activate it for the stream so I can show you? I'm not sure. It would be pretty fun to try it out. But I'm not sure if it actually triggers well for me because I still have, the German way of speaking. So it's trained for English voices and I'm not that much of an English voice. Yeah, so if I really have the... if I really have the better voice one day, maybe we can try it out. But I'm pretty interested in it because in the long term, of course, it's also possible to train it German into English, and then you can just speak German, and it will be an English voice, which would be pretty nice in general. I mean, of course, also from translation perspective, but definitely from a pronunciation perspective. Should I just try it out just for fun? I mean, why? I mean, can I do that without it being too annoying? Wait, I'll try it out. Wait.
Yeah. So, I think this should work. No, I'm not sure. Maybe you can recognize the actor, though I should talk a lot slower when using this one. And we will try if it actually works like it should be working. So, yeah. Yeah, so this is basically what you can do with the AI voice changer now. It's pretty cool. And you have different versions of it you can use, which is pretty funny in my opinion. And it's more favorable than the voice archer who helped create this AI voice, I think. So yeah, so basically what you can do is using this voice instead of your like a real voice or whatever, and the better the technology gets, the less robotic it will sound, the more it will actually, use the way it sounds, everything. They could do really funny effects with that. And by the way, the music stopped because, already, yeah, she noticed. Okay, but, okay, so, okay, before we do this, I have to show you something. And you have a few funny effects. For example, you can also, tune this with this voice if you want to. So, you can speak like you are actually God. And it's really funny, because when you do this, people will think that you're just in the Truman Show talking to the person's, which actor's name I forgot, which actual name I forgot. The guy, I don't know if it's called Truman or no. But you can do funny stuff like that. It's pretty cool. And also you can do this one.
So, ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to be playing Roboquest. I have to choose a new part, and I believe this crap sex is complete garbage. But if it's not, it's actually pretty good. Yeah, I don't know what we should actually pick here, but I'm pretty sure that I should put off this fight here soon, but it's just to show you what it can do. Soldiers, stand your ground. It's very funny. If you ask the other effects, for example, and this was also pretty funny.
So you can actually sound like you're in... it can actually sound like you're in what you call it, in a plane, like an attack plane. It's really fun. It's really fun to use. I can actually do it myself, so I have no idea how I sound at the moment. But it's pretty fun. I should be a woman at the moment, by the way, I don't know. And also, I think it's Tom Cruise. I have no idea how he sounds actually in English.
So this now should be the voice of Tom Cruise. It's a very terrible voice quality, of course, but it's just for fun, you can do a lot of fun stuff with this. Yeah, but in general, I think that the voice changer potential is pretty fun for the future, and might...
Yeah.
Just might make, streaming a little bit more fun when people really have cool effects. And of course, you can also just add, like train station stuff or whatever. You just, for example, here it can be like
the outside in space, we're approaching Mars. We are on the Arctic because we're about to land. But yeah, I don't know, I really admit that it's improvising bullshit. Okay, so yeah, you could just imagine that is the last human outside, and you have this astronaut voice, and you can just, I don't know, when you play Dead Space, you're out of space, and then you can talk like this. It would be pretty fun. I have no idea how does this actually sound, but because like Andrew and you hear myself, I really have to be careful with reverb when and reverb, with echoes when I put in that I can hear it myself. That's pretty funny. I think it works pretty well to some degree, and yeah, some of them are a bit less impressive. For example, the female voice is, in my opinion, not really good at the moment. Sounds very robotic, and it's all in data, so it's pretty, it's a pretty new concept. But yeah, I really
like how it works. And I'm pretty sure that in the future we're going to have more fun with this. Yeah, but I'm sure you all this just to show you how, it's a huge leap forward from something
like this, when you put on magic chords or something, this one probably. Yeah, that's what basically people expect when you use a classic voice changer. And the newer ones are definitely more sophisticated and change your voice in a more significant matter. Yeah, okay, so I don't know, they're different.
It's like AI 1000, I don't know. This one probably sounds pretty weird. Yeah, people maybe can use it when you say, type KO and or whatever. This is whatever you don't get. It's like
Mother 049,
And maybe you understand when 049 EME sounds like it's very weird actually, I think. And you also have the mothership.
This was on my play, so yeah. The mothership sounds like you're retarded, I think. And otherwise, yeah, there is a male voice and a female voice, which both are unfortunately very good for that. Example, this female voice is pretty, I think, pretty subpar at the moment. It sounds very robotic.
And this is like a male voice, and it sounds probably just like a male voice and a bit weirder. So I don't know, it's just a bit weird, I guess. Yeah, but the most impressive one, in my opinion, is definitely the pilot.
Where you can
If it sound like a girl pilot, whatever, closing it on target lock, releasing missiles in 3, 2, 1, fire. You can do stuff like that. It would be pretty fun for people maybe that do a little bit roleplay. The astronaut are also really.
It's pretty cool, sounding like you are alone in space. Nobody here can hear you cry. And then also, of course,
Later one is probably I think the most impressive one, because it's just better just really change your voice, give you a completely different feel. Yeah, so that was basically a little demonstration of what AI voice changing can do. And it's very early stages, but it definitely will become a very, very often used thing, especially when you then come to VTuber. When it comes to VTuber or whatever, the characters are going to be completely artificial. You don't need to be a professional voice actor anymore. You can just use whatever you want. And now I will turn off the voice changer, so I am God no more.
Okay, so I should be back to my normal voice. Yeah, but it's really fun. It's really fun to use, and it's pretty fun if you really do recordings, because not every moment's gonna sound really perfect. Obviously, this is not a perfect technology so far, but I'm pretty sure there will be a lot of people, playing around with it. And just if you do a few takes, you might actually get a really, really good result, which is really convincing. And when you make YouTube videos or whatever, not real time, it's going to be even better. So I think this is definitely this is pretty good, actually. It is very good if we use energy weapons, which is probably a good idea with this class anyway, so we're gonna try to use it. It has no immediate benefit because we are using a projectile, not a projectile, a magazine-based, ammunitions-based weapon, which doesn't use energy, but when we can swap to energy weapons, we're gonna do so, and it's gonna be pretty fun, I think. Oh yeah, right, I should put back on the music because there is no music at the moment. I think we already missed an A rank, so S rank overall. It doesn't really matter. There's no tracking mechanism anyway. Yeah, see here you can see we would get one drone, which is equivalent to increasing the damage by 25% or 30% at best. if you, or 33% at best, if you, depending on how you really calculate it. I don't know if they do it before or afterwards, but it's definitely going to make your drones overall worse. So it's like 30% damage increase for potentially only 25% damage increase. Yeah, basically not a good idea in my opinion. Yeah, this is bad, unfortunately. Yeah, but we really need an energy weapon because we're really hard stacking on the perks. That's pure laziness. Yeah, I think the blast minigun is better because it uses energy. But oh, that's a pretty cool weapon. Why does it shoot? Oh, Seeker, that's really good. Okay, that's going to be an insane weapon. Oh my god, so good. Yeah, Seeker is just basically aimbot, so really good. You can just spray away. Okay, the damage is pretty shit, so never mind. And the problem is it's a heavy weapon. Heavy weapons are, in my opinion, a double-edged sword because they do a lot of damage, but they usually do not really keep you safe because you're so slow while shooting and you're definitely gonna get hit at some point. Yeah, we need some more damage. I mean, it's very nice to have the, you know, the ability to just spray, but the damage is pretty shit. Okay, there would be an alternative here. Unfortunately, we can't take the sniper. I really like the sniper. Yeah, this is really, really good. And here I really like to start off with a marking projectile because it just increases the overall DPS so much. Yeah, and I don't know if the additional weapons are also penalized when you get more drones, if the damage is basically also decreased. And they might be the reason why more drones are actually better because they are on a cooldown, and maybe it is more beneficial to have more of that cooldown because, for example, the marking shot doesn't really do any damage. So having more marking shots doesn't really matter if you have a damage which is decreased per drone. Oh shit, I didn't repair my drones, which is very rare for me to... that I actually lose a drone. Always better to repair them than to actually have to resummon them. It's very hard for them to actually die, so I don't know, I must have not pressed the button in a long time. Yeah, I think we don't buy a weapon. The weapon shop before, you know, the weapon shop before the next level is pretty dumb because in reality, all it does is basically waste your precious resources. Oh wait, this is not the way we should be going. Wait, we can go up here? I'm so dumb. Oh my god, I'm so stupid. We can actually go along with them. And I noticed this like how many... I always thought this fight was kind of weird. Now it's probably one of the coolest fights in the game. It's probably one of the easiest. And it also explains why he has mines on there. That's really cool. I mean, is it easier this way? I have no idea, but it's definitely more fun. Yeah, here we can give him this. Yeah, I really like the critical rate because it's more focused. This is fun. Let's fucking him in the ass. Oh yeah, get you bus. Get you bus. I always think of a fish because a bus is a brass. I don't know. I always think of a fish. I don't know why. I also, of course, think of the emote, but also fish for whatever reason. I mean, this gun is very good. I just don't like the secondary shot. Can I reroll that one? No, I can't. Yeah, this is pretty good. I think the weapon is so good that I'm going to invest a lot of money into it. Level it because we don't have shit here anyway. I think this could be our late game weapon of choice unless we get a really good alternative. Yeah, now our drones are really strong. So they are also, I mean, is this better than the decoy build? Probably not, because the decoy build includes more tankiness and invisibility and also does a lot of damage. Probably even more so than the drones, which is a bit weird, but you know. I mean, it's basically not a decoy, it's a killing machine. Yeah, so it's also Seeker. Yeah, I mean, this is pretty good, I guess. Ah, no, it's bad. Why is it bad? You might be, oh yeah, so it seems pretty good to me. Because it is delayed. So now we have a weapon with delayed explosions, and there's nothing worse in a shooter, I think, than delayed explosions. I mean, they're good actually in some way, but it's very bad for knowing when the target's gonna die. So you overkill, you over damage a lot of enemies. You know, you spray too long. And it's very you know, it's very hard in a game where the HP and your own damage are so variable. It's very hard to know if it's actually good. What I end up doing is just spraying a bit randomly at every enemy and hoping it, and I hope they kind of die. Yeah, and here you might notice the question mark on the map. Wherever there's a question mark whenever there's a question mark on the map, it just indicates where there is a quote-unquote secret upgrade, which in this case is always a level up. Yeah, this one is one of the best upgrades of this class because it basically makes your gun shoot almost the entire time without overheating. Yeah, not consuming ammo for 4 seconds. Why is it so huge? Because your cooldown on the new magazine, I think, still is instantly resumed. So you only have a downtime of 3 seconds or something where you will not be able to shoot, which is very good. Yeah, how likely are we going to win this one? I would say it's like 90%. 90% won. And the reason is, for whatever reason, I stopped taking a lot of damage some while ago. Yeah, you can tell it's pretty strong. It's a pretty strong weapon. Yeah, that's difficult actually, because I'm not sure how much better their additional weapon is from a damage perspective, but I'm pretty sure that the damaging, you know, ray, you know, and the marking explosion is pretty good. I can't speak anymore. My brain is getting fried. Yeah, so, and we're going to do something special today, which we usually like try to avoid. We're going to play a game which started in German and continued in English. And the main reason is because I think Ender Lilies is a good game, but it kind of, you know, it's pretty easy to understand when no matter what I say. There is no real narration going on or whatever. It's just, you know, it's a good game. And I think that doing one English stream of it is not gonna fucking kill the entire experience. Although I really try to avoid it, but I'm hesitant. Which game do I really want to play once per week? And then my idea basically was to do it with roguelikes only, so that we basically play roguelikes on English Sunday exclusively. But I'm not sure if I want to do that, because that would really alter the way I play video games, and I would really have to think about that if I really want to alter my way in such a significant manner, just to make the content a little bit more consistent. Yeah, but heavy story-oriented games where, you know, I'm not sure why I ended this for whatever reason. My brain is like, yeah, it's pretty okay. I think we can do that one in English. But I'm still running, you know, I'm still thinking, should I maybe do a Spelunky 2 or whatever? But the problem is roguelikes. What is the problem with roguelikes? They don't really, if it's not a new roguelike, and it's more, you know, convenient roguelike like this one, where you just play and have fun and chill. The main problem is that basically it doesn't really advance my backlog. It doesn't make it, you know, so that we can sooner go to new games or whatever. It's more like I enjoy the moment, but it doesn't really offer a new experience. Yeah, so I'm kind of reluctant to only play roguelikes for an entire day. But it would be a cool idea, I think. Maybe in general, during English Sundays, roguelike only would be maybe cool. But I'm not really sure. I just have to see how it goes. How often will I even stream in English or whatever, you know? And in general, I don't have the feeling that anybody minds when I don't really 100% a game on stream. You know, I think most people come here just to hang out a little bit, and they don't really care about the 100% playthrough anyway. So I don't know. I mean, I'm doing the 100% playthrough anyway, but it might actually be with one little English version, unless it's a game where I'm really I think that every episode is going to be relevant. And Endless, I don't have the idea that most people really care that much about it. And that it would be a problem to understand the game when I change the language. And I assume most of my viewers can speak English anyway, because to some degree at least, because all my games are in English, so... yeah. It would be a little bit weird if you would be completely out of the loop as soon as I don't speak German anymore. Yeah, I mean 10% more fire rate. I don't know if it's only for main weapons, if it's for any weapons. No, I don't really know. Yeah, and how do you like the rails grinding mechanic? It's cool, but I think the rails are placed in a way that mostly they make them very useless in combat. So they could be placed a bit more smartly to really help you fight. And that also would include rails that just go, you know, not only on the sides, but maybe one that goes in the middle over the enemies or whatever. Those are pretty rare if they even exist in the game. So I like the mechanic, but I don't like the level design implementation beyond maybe sometimes getting faster from A to B. Yeah, so what we're going to do here is we're going to go all in here. Yeah, and the Mega Boom is also pretty nice. Yeah, I think this is like really a very solid build, and we're going to have an easy time clearing the entire game with it. Yeah, Seeker weapons are in general very strong, because, I mean, they're basically aimbots, and the developers compensated by, I think, decreasing the damage a little bit of them. But I mean, at the end of the day, if you do insane damage, you do insane damage. Doesn't really matter if it's a little bit less or not. Yeah, probably one of the best builds in general in game to have this type of weapon. Especially with, of course, this class that has a very good scaling with energy. Yeah, so as you can see, we have 1 reload every 5 billion hours, so like no problem at all. Is the is the song actually an ad for Paint 3D? Yeah, this is a blast minigun. I'm not sure if it's actually better, to be completely honest with you. I think ours is pretty damn strong, but I'm not sure. It might actually be a misplay, but I would say it's such a small difference between the two weapons that it actually, if it's a misplay, it's so small that it won't really impact our run at all. And I think the delay should definitely be a reason to add more damage to the weapon instead of less, so I'm pretty sure this weapon should do a little bit more damage to offset that negative impact. Yeah, a bit more central placement of the rails would go a long way to make the mechanic more fun and viable in general as an alternative, because it is fun, but it's just not viable. A lot of areas don't have rails at all, and it just feels like it's a nice idea, but implementation wise, yeah, I'm gonna reroll. That's no damage. And this gun might as well be the spike launcher from Halo, but I think they didn't really have big explosions. As far as I can tell, they had small ones. It's not even that long ago that I played Halo. I think we even played a little bit on stream and co-op with a friend of mine. Yeah, we could have died here. Fucking stupid of me. Yeah, that was a big misplay. But the good thing is we're almost done, so it doesn't really matter. Unless we die in the next encounter, which could happen, but it's very unlikely. Yeah, I'm really trying to die here. Yeah, this is like really strong. And if we would die, of course, it would be my fault. I mean, it's always my fault, but you know, sometimes more, sometimes less. Oh no, that's so stupid of me. I hate this one so much. Does it have a bad tell? I think so, yeah. I think you can evade it by not moving in a predictable fashion, because it pre-aims. But I also think that is pretty hard to see when it's about to fire. And the first shot, at least, before you even know it's there, is kind of finicky to avoid. I mean, this is pretty good too. There. But I decided to stick with this one, unless we find a legendary weapon, which I would, of course, not of course, but probably prefer as long as it's an energy-based weapon. Yeah, so we just have to defeat the boss, and then I'm pretty sure we're done here. Yeah, we should easily defeat the boss unless I completely lose my any skill I've ever built in this game. Starts off by taking a lot of damage. Yeah, the damage is fucking insane. This is crazy. Might be one of the fastest kills on him I've ever done. Yeah, actually fucking insane. Hey, nice. New best time. What the fuck? Wait, we just did a new record, a personal one, of course. And I don't speedrun the game. I always go for highest rank. But you know why I have this time? Because we actually missed some enemies in the early game. So having a higher rank correlates to taking longer in the game. So this is why this is a new best time, because we actually skipped enemies, which you can do. I mean, we don't have to kill them. Yeah, so maybe the ranking system is a bit weird in that respect, because if you go really fast, it should still be an S rank in my opinion. But rank is definitely here more of a mix of time and killing, so that's a bit weird. I think that you should compensate time by killing and killing by using time. You know, it should be like a dynamic trade-off. The rank, it shouldn't be a fixed thing, because you could be super fast, which makes you probably weaker than you usually are, but you're still skipping a lot of enemies, so it's also a challenge. And yeah, I don't know, it's just like maybe they should revamp that, but it's all, you know, it's early access, so they might revamp it, and even if they don't, it's still an okay system. Yeah, new best time. We never try to go fast. I'm actually thinking about going fast, but if we would go fast, which class would I use? Probably I would use the assassin. I'm thinking about it. Is my weapon level correlated with my character level? If not, does it even matter that much? We could try to go for a semi-speed run, or we could go for the commando last. Nah, I think speedrun would be a bit annoying, because it's still kind of hot in here, and but it would definitely be a game with a bit of RNG when it comes to speedrunning, but not as much as many other roguelikes. I mean, especially the weapons probably and the perks you get. I would assume that these are very relevant. Okay, so what we have here is the commando. It has it's a class with a basic fury bar, where you just, you know, this orange bar above those rockets on the bottom, which increase reload speed and fire rate. Maybe something else, I don't remember. And you can shoot these rockets, which are a little bit of AoE damage. You know, it's nice bonus. But the main use we'll have for them is to buff our overall damage when it comes to guns, which you can do by leveling it. So it's a nice AoE, but and you also have the shotgun, which is it's gonna sound like I'm underselling the class pretty hard, but it's basically okay. The skills are not that amazing and that interesting in my opinion. Probably the least interesting class from an ability perspective, because it's just basically a rocket launcher. I mean, you have a fixed rocket launcher. Yeah, it's okay. It's still very fun to play. It's just not that, you know, interesting. Yeah, and the more interesting part is what you can do by building the class. It's definitely the class which is like the first class, very focused on dealing a lot of damage with the weapon itself. Oh wait, where's my music? Wait, what? Oh wait, did I mute it? No, where's my music? Fuck. I'm very confused. Where did my music go? Wait, why does Spotify not play the music anymore? That is very weird. Wait, it's not even showing up in my volume mixer. How come? I'm just going to restart it. Probably the easiest way to figure out if it's something with Spotify or... Oh wait, did I? No. I'm so confused. Why does it actually not work? And this is omega confusing. I'm pretty sure we had music just a moment ago. Where did it go? Wait, did I actually mute it in Spotify? Why did I do that? I hate that was really stupid because now I have the audio levels a little bit mixed up. Yeah, that's fucking unlucky. So we might have louder or more quiet music now. One of the worst guns in the game. Nah, it's okay. It just fires very slow flying projectiles, which is without the Seeker addition pretty shit in my opinion. Basically a melee weapon, if you consider that be a fair assessment. Yeah, and you might notice that I just forego a lot of these, and the problem is you don't have the resources to buy every single one. So what I end up doing is just like I basically ignore the ones which are trash and I take the good ones. And the problem is that there are actually ones that are, in my opinion, pretty trash. And also there are a lot of gimmicks in the game. Like the rails are pretty gimmicky, but I can find them kind of useful. And also the head bongs are pretty cool if they, you can go on an enemy like Mario and then you do damage and you stun them. That's cool. That's in the game. And they shouldn't remove it. But the rails they should definitely place in a way that you can use it more in combat. I think that would be like a little bit more like Bioshock Infinite and less like just, additional rails. But the main issue is that you will not, or usually don't want to build a build around them because they're very niche. It's going to happen from time to time that you bonk on something. But really enforcing that playstyle and focusing on it, in my opinion, is not a real viable alternative to playing it FPS wise. Maybe I never really tried it, but it just doesn't feel like it would be really amazing. That's pretty cool. That would mean 15% more damage, a little bit less AoE. That's not something I would always take, but why not? Because why is it mostly good? Because the enemies don't tend to stack too much. There are a few moments where they're pretty stacked. In general, they are so far apart that even the bigger explosion wouldn't hit them. So on average, it's going to do a lot more for us than just having more damage than having the bigger explosions. Yeah, and by the way, it's funny, in Genshin Impact, I'm using Cookie, and you saw me use Cookie in one of my first teams, and it seems that she is pretty good, because I already saw her potential with the Hyper Bloom, triggering the pause on the floor, and I was like, hey, she's probably one of the best characters of that. And turns out she is. Other content creators also are very fond of her now, and she got buffed by the patch in like indirect buff, which happens pretty often in Genshin, and that's cool. And also Kokomi, which is now in the current banner, is also buffed, and that's of course pretty nice to have a game where you don't need to really actively buff stuff or nerf stuff. You just add new mechanics, which can by themselves buff or debuff stuff, but debuff more in a way that other characters just get stronger. I mean, literally, when a single character gets stronger, all the other characters get weaker in a way that they are relatively weaker to that character. So always the strongest character dictates how weak the other characters are, and vice versa. Wait, there's one more. You might be wondering, what is this keypad and why is it there? Because you initially can't go in here. You have to remember a code, which I will not spoil where it comes from. Okay, this is like very, very rare to get a legendary. Unfortunately, it is a weapon type which I do not enjoy that much. Yeah, this is really good because, like I said, we don't use it. Oh my god, there's another one. I really like this one, to be fair. I mean, let's be real. We will probably use this weapon the entire playthrough now, because I really like how it works, and it doesn't usually come with the scope, which I might not even use, but it does 25% more crit damage, so pretty good. Yeah, legendary weapons OP in this game? Not really. They're just like, they can be very strong, but they just have more perks, or might add a special effect with the weapon. I'm not even sure if the special effect is unique to legendaries of some weapons, because I mean, here the scope. I don't know if you can get the scope with the weapon without having it be a legendary. I'm not sure. Wait, I know. I thought we were throwing stuff, but I think that's just because of our perk. Yeah, it's pretty good, but we're gonna probably re-roll it a little bit to get it better when we get the opportunity to. And the problem is, it's very, very expensive to keep. It's very expensive to keep the the legendaries on the same level as the other guns you're gonna find, because it costs, I think, the 5 of the energy cells per level up, and that's like more than double than a normal gun would cost. Wait, didn't I? That's also pretty good, actually. Why not? I have no idea if that's really good. Against bosses, it's definitely really good, because there are currently no group bosses in the game. There's no, like very special whatever boss that has like minions or whatever that spawn, a lot of them or something. So they're mostly single target focused. Yeah, unfortunately we can't take that one, but we instinctively took the correct one first. Yeah, I'm not sure if we really need the scope most of the time. No scoping is perfectly accurate in this game, so I mean, at least for this gun. I don't know how it is for others. They might have slight more spread or something. Yeah, but it does a bit more damage, but I don't know if the damage is really relevant at this point. Okay, I almost missed it again. Yeah, we also, of course, want to play some retro shooters or whatever. Like Quake, I think Neutralamic did give to me Quake not too long ago, which we still want to play, but I think I want to play them in sequential order, starting with part 1. Okay, so we are not going to pick up new guns, which means we will have to spend a lot of energy cells. But we're also going to get a few by opening boxes. That's really good. Yeah, so here the problem is we don't have... yeah, it's going to be very expensive to keep it up to... We can't even level here, by the way, so never mind what I was trying to say. We have to be careful, we're playing like complete trash at the moment. Ah, oh, fuck my life. Why did I say in the moment we died? Like, yeah, I'm playing that complete trash because I wasn't in the scope, I was like really focused on scoping for whatever reason, and scoping does not mean invasion. We're gonna go again. Fuck me, man. Why does it have to have the moment I noticed that I'm playing bad? Could it have been, I don't know, without me noticing me playing bad? Wait, is the shuffle off or something, or why is the playlist so repetitive today? I'm really curious. We have so many songs. This place has thousands of songs. Why do we have doubles today? I have no idea why we had so many duplicates today. But I noticed before we did have a lot. And I don't even know why. The triple shot on this gun is freaking insane. This basically triples the damage because it's possible to hit the enemy with all 3 of them, which mostly is not the case for projectile for non-AoE weapons. I think we didn't have the cryo launcher today. One of the worst weapons in the game. No, it's actually pretty trash, to be fair. Because cryo is a stun, the devs were of the opinion that the weapons would stun instead of killing the enemies. Instead of killing the enemy outright, you're just stunning them, which makes the weapon kind of bad. Ah yeah, sure, we have the reload effect. I was already wondering why we had a reload-based effect. Unfortunately, we only had enough for healing cells, but let's go again on this side. Yeah, the entire placement of the rails is pretty anti-combat usefulness, and I don't know why you would ever replace them like this. But who the fuck will use this rail in combat? Unless you have a perk that works with it, and even then, it just feels so unusable from a placement perspective. Maybe they wanted to avoid that people grind the entire time and can actually walk. I mean, you should balance it out, of course, but if there are rails, there should be some that really go through the middle and not only at the borders. Okay, so which one are we going to pick? I mean, I hope they really track this one by data collection, so they can actually see which ones are never picked, because that's usually an indication that something is wrong with your balancing. If people never pick a choice, I mean, it's normal that even if it's balanced, some people would prefer certain effects over others, just like, intuitively. But in general, it's always a bad sign that nobody ever picks your shit. If it's like one time and never again, then it's usually, yeah, probably we should change the perk or just rebalance it or something. Okay, what are we gonna pick now? We're gonna pick, I have no idea actually. These are all pretty bad. Which would usually, wait, no, this is just net plus. It's even better than the other one. Never mind. It's only good, of course, for explosions, which might actually not happen for the main weapon, but it's, even if it's only for the, rocket damage, it's pretty nice. Okay, here we could actually capitalize on the upgrade. That's a pretty good idea. For once, not ignore that we have explosion radius. Hey, Gypsy Danger 420. Don't the rails give you more speed for the movement damage? Yeah, that's what I mean. If you don't have perks, I mean, I don't know if you have basically movement damage by default, but there are perks which give you bonus speed after leaving the rails and more damage or something like that. And I think that's the main application of them, because beyond, of course, traversing some levels a little bit faster. And yeah, the rails would be really cool in that regard, because the problem is the placement makes even those perks pretty annoying to use, because if I would really want to grind every time, I would really have to play like really weird, would have to do this and would have to do this. And this is super cumbersome, and it costs a lot of time and effort. And they should be placed in a way where grinding is very effortless, where it feels rewarding and fun and intuitive, and not really like, yeah, now I have to go out of my way and grind. It's hard to maybe explain correctly what I mean, but I just placement which is like more accessible to a normal play style and doesn't really rely on the player playing in a weird way, which you would normally not do. Yeah, which basically for me would be like more central placement in most cases. And also the frequency of the rails is a bit inconsistent, so really building around them can make some fights very easy maybe, and others very hard, which is also not really good, because most builds are very, how would I say, they're always good. They're builds which basically encounter invariant. Yeah, the compact effects of like pistol and such. Yeah, maybe there are there could be actually affixes on weapons, which the problem is, because they changed so much, the affixes over time, is that for as long as it's not in version 1.0, I'm not really reading too many of the details. It's like, I don't really want to commit that to memory, because why would I if it could change at any moment. So once it's version 1.0, I will look at all the details in detail, but now I'm like only, like skimming over it quickly, like parsing it quickly, and not really memorizing everything by heart. So it could be that I'm missing some basic mechanics. And always, if you notice that I'm doing that, of course, you feel free at any time to correct me or add additional information. As long as it's not some kind of spoiler, which in this case, in this game, I mean, I probably missed some secrets or something, but I mean, it's a roguelike where we are played already over 50 hours. I guess if you would tell me I missed something, it's probably not a spoiler, but a bonus, because I should have by now found the secret myself, or I will never find it anyway. There's a point in time where probably you're so stuck in your gameplay loop that you're not gonna go out of your way to find a new secret. I mean, I sometimes skip the question marks because I'm too stupid to get higher in the one jungle level. But I'm not sure if that's actually something that's bad, or I mean, I probably should learn how to get up there. But I know it's there. I'm pretty sure there are some things I don't even know exist. Yeah, and I also have to pause when I read chat because of the timer, unfortunately. Yeah, see, this game is very like push and be aggressive, and the rails are very like out of the way and such. Yeah, that's what I mean. The gameplay loop really is focused on being with the timeout of the healing orbs is very much focused on aggression, and that changed a lot over time how they designed. Initially, it was even more so because the XP was tied to the orbs that dropped from the enemy, so you really had to go close to even level up, which made long range weapons pretty annoying. So they changed that, and now I think the reason why the orbs time out so fast is to even make snipers a bit more balanced, because if you long range fight in this game, it is very likely you're not going to take a lot of damage, and so they said, okay, you get less healing and you also do less damage, and if you go in and you're likely to take more damage, you also have to, I don't know why I did that, you also have to, you have a little bit more healing, and yeah, so it's a good balancing mechanism. Beyond the melee weapons, which in my opinion still are a bit weaker than the long range weapons, like the gauntlet, the chainsaw, whatever. But in general, I like that it's aggressive design. I think shooters of this kind should definitely also enable a slower approach, but in general they should favor a more aggressive approach. Like, I mean, Doom Eternal or whatever is also super aggressive. And I really like that style a lot more because it fits the gunplay very well. And it's also more fun for the player if he doesn't have to wait after every fight, go in cover or whatever. I really hate cover shooters, and so I'm really happy that here you can just go in and you're not punished for it too hard. And in general, every damage you take is skill-based in this game. I like that too, because there are games where you just have hit-scan enemies, and as soon as you're in their line of sight, you take damage. And that is pretty, I think, pretty boring for most weapon types. Okay, we're not going to buy anything because we're going to find a better weapon anyway. You really dig the drone guy. If you like the drone guy, did you ever try, just played it before, I don't know if you were there already. Did you ever try the decoy that can shoot from the... I don't know what it's called. Is it Assassin? Probably it's called something like Assassin, the class. Did you ever try the shooting decoy build? Because I think that is even better than the drones. It's probably the most broken build I found so far in the game. And it has the same vibe, because you just can, let your decoys do damage for you. But I also really like the drones. In general, I like all of the classes, but it depends on the player style, of course. Because I have, for example, also really like minion classes, games where you don't really have to actively fight yourself. So I enjoy that too. But I'm pretty sure some people just like the direct shooting, others like the more passive damage. And I really like that there is a bit of both in the game. Yeah, so if you never tried it out, I was dismissing it at first. I thought the Assassin was like really, stealth and melee and burst damage oriented, and then I thought, oh yeah, it's not going to be that strong. I picked it once, and then it was so insanely strong. It's really, really strong, and in my opinion, it's by far the strongest build in the game, especially if you get the don't interrupt stealth perk as well. You can and you can increase the duration of them too, and the damage is just insane. It's just so much stronger than most other builds in the game. Yeah, and in my opinion, even better than the drones, because you are invincible during their spawn, and when you spawn, most enemies are already dead, and you also trigger a second clone, which also can shoot and taunt the enemies, which basically makes you unkillable. You must really misplay hard to lose with that build. Yeah, it's a very, very strong build. The homie I like that to play with, she plays the sneaky build for res, because I just run most of the time. The shooting decoys work really well for the aggro when picking me up. Yeah, the thing is, I never played it in co-op, so I unfortunately can't really speak too much for the co-op experience in the game. I would assume it's fun because I don't see any design reasons it wouldn't be. There's nothing inherently limiting, I think, the potential. For example, if you look at Genshin Impact, you have a lot of issues in co-op. In this game, I wouldn't see the issues too much, unless they really increase the HP too much of the enemies and every person basically is useless or something like that, but I don't think they would do that. I would assume it's very fun in co-op, but my girlfriend with which I usually play games is currently very busy with work and cosplay, so I'm a bit more lonesome when it comes to gaming. But I'm pretty sure once it hits Game Pass or something, wait, it isn't Game Pass. I could probably ask a friend if he wants to play with me, but I never actually thought of it. Yeah, because most of my friends are more into larger releases, not so much into indie games. I mean, they do like them from time to time, but mostly it's not the same games I play. The shooting, okay. The vibe with the decoys and the drones are insane because they both deal high damage and take a lot of aggro. Yeah, I think in general, in higher difficulties, the builds where you have decoys and drones are so strong because you take a lot of damage. And everything that really completely negates damage by taking aggro and taking shots for you is super strong. Yeah, so I could imagine that having two builds, those two classes together is very strong. I don't even know if you can have duplicates, so I don't know if you can have two assassins or whatever. No idea what the developer decided here. Yeah, this one is really good. The warning rocket is one of the, I think, best upgrades you can get here. Oh yeah, right, with Symmetra. Like I said, it's pretty inspired by Overwatch, but also other FPS. But mainly, initially I think Overwatch was the main inspiration for the game. Wait, how does this work? Okay, so we have energy, but we also have charge up time. I think this weapon was complete trash when it first came out, but they increased the damage so much that it's so good now. It's one of the better weapons in the game. Complete trash to it's pretty good. For example, these rails. What the fuck are these rails? They're completely useless. I mean, they're not useless when you have the build, but they are pretty much too short and yeah. It's too fast. I mean, how would you ever play around that? This weapon's pretty weird to use, I must say. And it's unfortunately, I think, a heavy weapon, which means every time we charge it up, it makes us more vulnerable. Yeah, but the damage is pretty good. Also, which element do you think is the best if you had to pick one? I would say for bosses, definitely probably shock. I would say because the stun is pretty strong against bosses. So I would say something like shock against bosses. And for normal enemies, I would definitely say it is pyro, because pyro is just, I mean, you can see how much damage we do. What good would it do to shock enemies? I mean, it would be completely pointless. They're already dead. So I mean, the stun on shock and cryo is pretty useless, I think, for normal mobs. On higher difficulties, I don't know. If they have a lot more HP, maybe then stunning becomes more interesting. But I think in general, pyro for non-bosses. Yeah, and cryo and electro, I don't really know how much different they are against the boss. So instinctively, I would think that electro is better because stunning is just better than slowing. But I have no idea how exactly cryo is calculated compared to it. In general, I think that the elements are a bit the weaker side of the game. They could definitely make more interesting elements. I mean, of course, the elements are a bit inspired by Borderlands. I mean, that's also, of course, a pretty clear inspiration for the game. Same for Gunfire Reborn. And I think they could add maybe a bit more fun elements, maybe like chain reaction elements, AoE elements, for example, an element like Borderlands where you have, you know, the cloud that goes to radiation or something like that. Yeah, a bit more variety there wouldn't be bad, but at the end of the day, the question is how much variety can you have until the runs become too random? Okay, so we're not going to change weapon. Yeah, I don't even know how you would ever get that. I mean, isn't that basically only when you grind on the rails? Because I don't even know who gets so much movement speed. I'm always thinking about which class would benefit from that, but I'm not 100% sure. This is pretty weird. It's a funny weapon. The thing I dislike the most about this weapon is definitely the fact that it can sometimes be hard to shoot enemies when you shoot them from below like this, because you can see that the hitbox is pretty big. And yeah, like this, for example, you saw it got a rebound where it shouldn't have actually got a rebound, in my opinion. And that makes it a bit annoying to use sometimes, because you try to shoot somebody who's right in front of you and the projectile just gets deflected into a completely random direction. Not random, in like the normal. Yeah, here, you can see it. Yeah, you can see what I mean. This is exactly what I mean. And it happens so frequently that you definitely notice the downside. Here, again, it's pretty annoying. Yeah, that makes it a bit less good. If they would reduce the collision hitbox against the environment, it would be definitely a better weapon. Yeah, I'm always too lazy to dodge here because it doesn't really matter. Should they give a bonus for not being hit here? Maybe that would be a better incentive than not taking damage, because then you could get a better chest or whatever. So I think the Cyclone is the shock rifle from Unreal Tournament, right? Yeah. From Unreal, not necessarily Unreal Tournament. Both are dead games at the moment because Epic Games has decided that Fortnite is more important. Does it stick to your enemies in this game? Yeah, it's a bit different. It's a bit easier to use. Yeah, I strictly run shock because, again, with the drones you can have them apply it more per shot. Yeah, sure, if you have the possibility to stun out more enemies. The problem is, yeah, if you do too much damage to a single enemy, it's basically useless because you kill them instantly. But if you don't kill them instantly, shock might become much better. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. If you go for an quote-unquote AoE stun build, that's a lot better than having just enemies be stunned after they're already dead. And the class balance, I think that in general the summoning classes are the best in the game from a power level perspective. Because these classes here, I mean, they do a lot of damage, but I think you can't really beat the auto aim on on all those drones, because how would I ever compete with that? Especially because the game obviously made these small drones to be a bit more distracting, and they can be completely countered by just having your minions kill them. Yeah, so that's basically why I think that, and they can tank for you. It's just, I think the classes who can't really summon something should be a bit more powerful when it comes to their own damage. And they are, but not in a way that is really relevant. I don't think you really feel super, super powerful here. This small rocket does not really compensate for the fact that you have a tanking killing machine next to you. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that one, because we might just end up taking a weapon which does not deal critical damage, but I'm just going to take it this time. I have a question. Do you sometimes watch Shroud? Just a weird question I have randomly. Okay, so where are we going to take here? I think this one is very good in general. These are all actually pretty good. But I think this one is definitely one that can have a lot of potential for just one-shotting enemies. Especially when you miss. Yeah, you watch Shroud from time to time, because I think he uses the word, or his friend group uses the word nutty a lot. So that's why I had to think of Shroud a bit. I'm fucking a bot. Does it ever explode? I don't know if it ever explodes. And I have no idea if it's a common mannerism to, slang or whatever you want to call it. I don't know what the correct word is. So I just had to think of it because I watched quite a lot of English streamers, but not a lot use that exact way of speaking. It was a really, really great game. It's really unfortunate that we don't have a lot of roguelike FPS because I think the genre itself has a lot of potential to go above and beyond what is possible in many other roguelikes. For example, we don't really have a good Souls-like roguelike. We just have so many game genres which could actually still become a good roguelike. And I really hope that AAA doesn't forgo it too much, because if you think about roguelikes which are Souls-like, there are a few, but the most prominent one would, of course, be the Chalice dungeons in Bloodborne. And they were well thought, but I think they really are not really as good as the main content, because there was not as much time and effort put into them than into the actual level design. So I think that if somebody would make a good Souls-like that is also roguelike, that would be amazing. Because I can't really think of one at the moment which is not actually a different perspective. For example, Curse of the Dead Gods is pretty similar, but I don't know. So yeah, I really hope that we get a lot of good entries into the genre, because there's still a lot of potential and different scenarios you can have. I mean, there isn't even one in every setting. There could be one in a medieval one, there could be a Warhammer one, there could be a sci-fi one, etc. There could be so many different types of the same game just with a different setting. At the moment, we have like, I don't know, we have bullets per minute. We have Gunfire Reborn. We have this one. Then we have Ziggurat. And yeah, that's about. I mean, there are a lot more, but they're all a bit more. I don't want to say primitive. Ah, yeah, right. Did you know that? I didn't know that. I'm so stupid. I feel like an idiot when I first figured that one out. Wait, you can actually fall into. Now I know where there's lava. Okay. Yeah, I was always stood here because there was no reason to follow it. It's funny that you can actually follow it. I shouldn't stop dying. Yeah, it's really funny that you can actually go along with him, but I think it makes the fight much harder. I don't really know why we ever would want to do that, so it's really weird. You love the emphasis on the rails. On those. Did you play? You put a lot of time Gunfire Reborn. Yeah, I also played Gunfire Reborn first, and then I was like on the lookout for something new because it was still in early access and didn't have that much content. And yeah, then I found this one, was really happy about it. And then I kind of noticed that there weren't many alternatives. I also liked, it's called, they did Temtem, the big Pokemon clone that's really huge at the moment on Steam. The Pokemon MMO Temtem. They made Immortal Redneck, which was one of the first ones I played, which was also pretty good, but it was a bit more like basic. It was not, the level design was room-based, a bit like Ziggurat from the feeling-wise. Wait, this is really good for us. I think we should take it. I'm never using the booster because I always forget that I can use it, but I think that's really good. We can't overheat, so it doesn't really matter. Wait. No, I don't know. Fragment, yes, very good. Alternative fire, no. Let's just reroll that one. Yeah, homing is really good. Yeah, I think this is pretty good. I guess. Hopefully. Maybe not. I have actually no idea. Yeah, and I really like the rails too, and that the movement is well made, the gunplay is well made. It's just a very good game. It's just very well made. But did you play bullets per minute? Or do you even know it exists? I mean, depending on how you did your research for finding this game, you might, of course, have stumbled on it. I don't know if you know the website Steam250.com. It's a very good website where you can actually find stuff on Steam by user reviews, which Steam itself doesn't really offer. So you have a very good way to finding the best games by user reviews in individual genres and by tags. So it's very easy to find everything that's on Steam that's quote unquote on quality according to users. Some are trash, of course, especially the free ones might be pretty shit, but they're free, so I guess it doesn't really matter. No, it does matter because it wastes your time when you play them. I really dislike free games which are just trash, and I'd rather spend a little bit of money and have a better game. But that's of course from the perspective of having money. If you don't have money, you might enjoy free games for what they are more. Yeah, and especially bullets per minute was a very, very interesting and one of the best entries into first person in roguelikes. But a very special one. It's not very generic, so I could understand that there are a lot of people who don't really feel the vibe. There's the new heavy metal one coming out. Wait, there is some heavy metal roguelike, or do you mean the new single player game? Because there is a game that's like BPM, and that as a bullets per minute, and that's also rhythm based, but that's definitely, I think, a single player experience. It's not really a roguelike. Do you mean that one, or is there really a roguelike coming out that's heavy metal themed? Because if so, I might have actually missed it. Well, I mean, I don't like any of those, let's be real. Do we have anything that applies burning? Yeah, crits. I mean, our weapons, I think, is heavy, right? I mean, I would assume it's heavy. Yeah, so we should definitely take this one. Because we're gonna stick with it. It's a legendary, and they are kind of rare. We're just gonna go with it. I mean, our damage is not as great as you would expect, but... yeah, it's actually pretty bad. now that I think about it, it's pretty bad. Okay, the fragmentation, they drop down like directly. They don't really fly. That's pretty weird. Well, no, it's not that bad. Actually, it's pretty good. Never mind. We just have to press use the rocket before anything else. Metal Hellsinger, but it's a single player game, right? So it's not a roguelike. Which doesn't mean it's bad, it's just like it's not a roguelike. So, I mean, if you like also single player FPS, I mean, there are a ton of good ones. I mean, especially, of course, which you probably then played, Doom Eternal is fantastic. Doom 2016 is also pretty good. Then depending on what type of game you like, you might also enjoy games like Serious Sam or whatever, but that's a bit more niche. We played it on stream a while ago. Or Painkiller is also pretty cool. These are pretty old games, of course, some of them. But I think they stand the test of time very well if you like also a little bit of retro FPS. I think this is pretty good. This 15% damage increase in most cases, unless I don't know if the other parts of the shot which might hit multiple enemies also count as as hits. So I don't know how the calculation is done there, but in general, I think our damage is really good. And the fact that it's seeking means we probably have won. So I'm calling it here. It's 90% won. Always 10% that we lose. I think it's very unlikely. Remember last time I said that I think I died instantly afterwards? No. I hope not. Yeah, we should reduce the cooldown of the rockets, I think. That would be a good idea. Cryo is pretty good too. I mean, the slow, I don't know if they can shoot while they're slow. That's the thing I don't know. If they can still shoot, it's definitely not as good as stunning. But it also seems pretty okay. Maybe just is applied a bit quicker or something. And since the game has a pretty small community, I would expect that there are not a lot of wiki entries where you can min-max everything, so you have to figure out your stuff yourself, which I also like. But of course, is a downside, and that's also a bit the topic with the old re-releases of World of Warcraft Classics. They're gonna be very different for a lot of people because now everything's gonna be min-maxed. It's gonna be more fun for some people, I'm pretty sure, because people are used to min-maxing at the moment. Because it's just what happens with every game. If you want to, you can go on Reddit, you can go on wikis, you can go on Discord servers, and you can get the best builds with minimal effort. And when Wrath of the Lich King came out, like, I don't know, what is it, 10, 15 years ago? I have no idea how long it's ago. Probably like 10 years ago, maybe. It was very different back then. You had no YouTube channels dedicated to the best builds, and you really had to look up everything yourself. So it was a different time, but it has pros and cons. The pro is now that you don't need to spend as much time, and the con is that you probably are not going to have the same experience as back then, which might not be bad. Enemies in cryo take more cryo damage. Okay, so it's like, trying to think of which debuff this correlates to in Borderlands. Is there a debuff that works exactly that way? Yeah, I think it's like not exactly, because it has the slow component. It's like the void or whatever is damage you had there. Was it void? It was purple, I think. I have no idea how they called it. Iridium, maybe? Maybe like Iridium. Yeah, and this level is probably also one where I would wish there were more rails that bring you up. So there are jump pads, which is cool, but sometimes it's very difficult to get to these good rails up here to just traverse the map faster. Yeah, that's really good, because we know we're going to use explosive weapons, so it's very nice. Do we have an S tier? No, we don't. Yeah, but it's really, really fun to play. It's just a good moment-to-moment game. But this will be the last run, I think, for today, and then we're gonna continue with Ender Lilies, because we really have to clear that backlog. It's an insane backlog of games we still have to catch up to. It sounds like I'm sad about it. I'm actually not sad about it. It's just sad that life is not infinite, and we will one day not be able to finish all the games that came out. Yeah, time is running. Clock's ticking. The slime stuff, yeah, like the only thing they're good for. Yeah, I know which one you mean, so you at least understood what I meant. But that's not bad. I mean, that makes it pretty interesting against stronger foes. It's better than I thought it was. I thought it was just like some generic slow. No, I'm pretty happy. This is a very solid variant of the weapon. I mean, the seeker part is definitely, and the splitting part, I have no idea how much damage that actually does, but I mean, when everything dies instantly, I think we have a good gun. Yeah, it's kind of interesting that this area has a little bit of a performance issue compared to the other areas, and I can tell because I'm playing on a very at the moment probably still one of the best PCs you can buy until then the next gen comes out, and then I'm going to buy a new one. So I'm playing on a 390, so I really have a very high FPS in the other areas, and here I really noticed that the FPS dropped to a degree which I can really notice. Maybe it also has a little bit to do with streaming, but I'm not sure. This area definitely feels a lot less smooth than the other ones, and it makes sense because it's more geometry, there's more stuff going on, it's not as linear and everything, but still it's a bit noticeable that the performance drops here. Yeah, we're just gonna get hit, I don't care. Or not gonna get hit because you're lucky. Yeah, not anything here. As soon as you have secret weapons, you stop aiming. It's just like, yeah, brain dead, left click. And I think the small drones, initially I wasn't sure why they are in the game, because they're pretty annoying to shoot at. Maybe that's the reason. But I think the idea is they're so close to you usually that you can just melee them. They're like basically melee finishers. I think those challenge room needs to be harder. Either they need to be harder, or they need to give you more rewards for not getting hit. I think both of them, I mean, they could be harder and give you more rewards, but I think there should be an incentive not to get hit, because as you saw it, you just run through it and you don't really care. So I think this is better, because the explosions sound really cool and they might be very cool sometimes, but most of the time you're not going to have AoE damage anyway. You already kill everything in vicinity anyway, so it's not that great. I think, especially since we're close to the boss, which is completely single target. Yeah, and I'm sorry, of course, I'm German, as you might be able to tell by my accent, so it is not really my native language, so I'm trying my best sometimes. And we don't stream a lot in English. I don't have a lot of practice speaking English, which is one of the reasons why I'm streaming in English today. Usually we're a German channel, and on Sunday I try to do English streams, but I'm not sure if I maybe do more. It would be better, actually. I think speaking German doesn't really train anything. And since, you know, it's Twitch is pretty... you're pretty lonely sometimes in your streams, let's put it that way, and there are not that many viewers anyway, so why not do something that actually also increases the skill you can actually use in real life later on. Yeah, so that's my reason for sometimes streaming in English, although we're a predominantly German channel. You could jump on them. I don't know if I ever tried that, because my sensitivity is not really that high. It's pretty, doing a lot of small rotations is pretty taxing on my arm, and my arm is pretty heavy. That's unfortunate, because I love bouldering and rock climbing, and that makes your lower arms very strong and heavy. There are a lot of muscle fibers in there. So I have very strong arms, but for FPS, that is very much a downside, because my wrist is very quick, but my arm is super slow compared to what would be possible if I wouldn't train so hard. Yeah, so all those muscles are actually a hindrance when playing games, but at least I don't get any back pain or anything, because I'm very well balanced from a muscular perspective, and I don't sit on you all day. Yeah, so it has ups and downs, but definitely downs when it comes to quick aiming, which doesn't really hinder. It's okay in games. It's just a bit more, exhausting to play for longer periods of time when a game is pretty quick. But I mean, it's good enough to play Tracer and Overwatch, to play Valorant or whatever. It doesn't really matter. Valorant is pretty slow compared. And I mean, in Overwatch, we actually even managed to hit. As I always say, we, because some people are wondering, why do I say we? Because I always say the journey basically is together, and it's my way of sharing, I don't know, the experience, that we experience it together or whatever. That's why I say we, so you're not confused. When I say we, I don't mean multiple people. I mean me and you, potentially the community. And yeah, so we basically managed to hit top 500, top 50 even as DPS hit scan in Overwatch, so it can't be that terrible, my arm. I mean, it feels slower as it did when I was younger, but I mean, yeah. Doesn't matter, because I rather have a very muscular body instead of having a little bit better aim, maybe. yeah, it's a trade-off I'm willing to take. And that's of course a downside here of the build, because we are very strong against many enemies, but this guy is pretty much still very, very tanky. Right, we can use the right click to increase the DPS a little bit. You love high mouse sensitivity. I mean, the problem with high mouse sensitivity is that it feels very fun to use, because it requires minimal effort. So it's like, I mean, I'm not super low. I'm like a mid mouse sensitivity, but it's comparatively low to the average casual player that doesn't play competitive games. The most people would consider this already very low, because it's not only wrist. I basically come from a point where I had an extremely high sensitivity when starting Overwatch, and only then did I slowly start to lower it a little bit, still until I went to for me, the personal perfect sensitivity. But the high sensitivity is always very attractive because it requires minimal effort to move, because moving your entire arm is a very taxing thing, and moving an analog stick or your wrist is very untaxing. It feels very fast and quick and fun. So for many people, the initial thought when going lower sensitivity is that games will be less fun to play. So it's very natural to stick to higher sensitivity intuitively. I also did for a very, very long time. I think over 25 years or something, I stick to high sensitivity, which is good for League of Legends or whatever, to have a quick mouse. But for shooters, it's a mixed bag. I mean, there is a reason why there is a threshold for really, really high sensitivity. I mean, you won't find many pros that go over 20 centimeters per 360, or I don't know what it is in inches, maybe 13 inches or something. No, not 13. Maybe 12 inches or something. I don't know what the conversion is exactly, but yeah, you won't find many people that become experts at shooter that have a very, very high sensitivity. But at the end of the day, if you play single player games, it doesn't really matter, because the aiming requirements are usually pretty low. Yeah. Oh, you mean the Rocket Jump Ninja, or what is his name? Is it Rocket Jump Ninja? Yeah, so if you're in the vicinity of Rafa, the best Quake player of all times, he has a very high sensitivity for a pro, but for some wrist users, it might still be a bit low. It's like I think 19 centimeters per 360. Yeah, so it's very common for Quake players to have a sensitivity that is higher than the average sensitivity. Also, Overwatch has a pretty high one, except for hit scan mains. And then when you come to games like Fortnite, it's also a bit higher. Apex is like in the mid, and CS:GO and Valorant people tend to have a very low sensitivity. But still, the best CS:GO player also has a very high relative sensitivity, which still requires arm aiming, and which is also the one I'm using. So I'm like a very high sense player in CS:GO and Valorant, but a rather low sense player in Quake or other games. But still, as soon as I need to move my arm, it becomes very slow for me mentally. Yeah, so there are a lot of ups and downs, and at the end of the day, it's very easy. The one that is the most fun to use is the one that you should use. I mean, even if you're bad with it, as long as you're having the most fun, that's the goal. It doesn't matter what you achieve in games. It's just the achievement in games should be fun. Whatever makes you have the most fun is the one you should stick to. Unless you're being paid for it and you really have to win or something, or your life depends on it, then you should probably pick the one where you're winning the most with. But that's usually not the case in games, so yeah. Yeah, and I really, really like the one Simple uses, because it's at the edge of arm aiming. You can still use your wrist a lot, but you do need your arm, but it's not only arm. Yeah, because as soon as you only need to use my arm, it gets really, really annoying. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we're going to play Ender Lilies, which is a roguelike, a Souls-like 2D Metroidvania. And I think the fourth time we're going to play it, but we're about maybe 30%, 25% in the game. And it's a pretty good game, but I have no idea how much I will like it at the end. And I think I have a little bit of an issue with the map exploration. I think that is by far the weakest design of the game, because it doesn't really help the player a lot to memorize things. Okay, so no more Attack on Titan music for us. Now it's back to game music. Because we don't always listen to music. It's always for games which are rather repetitive, maybe Genshin Impact or roguelikes we have played a lot already. Initially, also those we will, of course, use the in-game music. And the downside, of course, is that we don't have game sound while using music because I have to, unfortunately, because of DMCA, I must use a different sound audio track for Spotify, so I don't get DMCA'd. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate, but that's the only way I so far have found to listen to music without getting banned, and the downside is we don't have game sound during that time. Okay, so Ender Lilies, a very revered game by Steam users, and also review sites, review outlets across the web. I have no idea. I think the first impression is very positive, but maybe not absolutely amazing. I would probably give it a 9 out of 10, which is very good, but it's not like if the map exploration aspect wasn't there, it would be a little bit better for me. Yeah, it's just like it's not perfect. Yeah. So I always mention that I have a lot of fun with it, but I'm still I'm still going to struggle a lot finding my way around. Yeah, and the music is a bit like more chill. I mean, we also have, I think, a lot of piano songs in our Spotify playlist, but this is definitely only going to be chill music until we get into a boss fight, where it's going to be a bit more on the action pumped side. Yeah, and of course it's not that difficult so far the game, but streaming in English is probably going to make me play a lot worse. So I have no idea what's going to work out today. Why do they mute the music in the map here? I have no idea. Okay. I have also no idea where we can progress further. That's going to be the main issue we're going to have. We're going to have to find out where are we going to go next. Yeah, and it requires the amount of concentration, which is not really required in Roboquest, because, like I said, it's pretty punishing if you get hit in the game. Yeah, and I really like that you have so many different playstyles, which you can actually use to progress in the game. But where are we? I thought we were... Now I'm confused. Oh, we didn't go up, we went down. Maybe we should go back up and try to go to the right side instead. And the only competitive gaming I watch at the moment is sometimes I watch a bit of Valorant. It's kind of chill to watch. I don't really follow League of Legends and Dota anymore. I did for a long time. But I don't know, when you stop playing those games yourself, because they're just such a time investment, you kind of also start to lose the interest in the competitive scene. It's always my personal experience. I mean, some people only watch. I know that there are people that don't play but still watch. But for me, I think playing the game myself is always a very important part for me to actually enjoy watching it, unless it's like fighting games. Like Evo is definitely an exception. When I watch Evo, it's a genre I like to play, but I always never play, but it's always very fun to watch because it's very watchable and I don't know, it's just fun. We didn't die yet, that's great. Oh yeah, that's one of the other things I don't like about the game, is the fact that sometimes the background layers are not distinguishable enough from the foreground layers, which may lead to catastrophic failures like this one. Okay, this is... Now we have to remember here is a dead end. If we don't remember that, we're gonna have a problem. Because the game unfortunately does not tell us where where there are obstacles which we can now overcome. And that is a little bit of a problem, I think, with when you do Metroidvania that doesn't support the player, especially if it's not linear. Yes, that's going to be a bit of a downside. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to wash my hands quickly because they're a bit sweaty from FPS. And like in 30 seconds, I'm back. Okay, we're back. I don't know if I really made this 30 seconds happen, but I hope so. No problem. Have fun lurking, and thank you a lot for the follow. Okay, that was pretty mean. I think the difficulty increased, or it's just me being terrible at the game at the moment. Spoiler, it's me being terrible at the game. Yeah, I don't know why I'm suddenly bad. It might also be because we're using the heavy weapon. It might actually have a very negative impact on our performance. Then again, that's what I mean. Now, okay, this is also a dead end. Okay, we have to remember 2 dead ends here, but I can't even put a marker or something on the map. If you don't want to put your own markers as a developer, you should always think about how can the player remember stuff, because you can't assume that everybody's going to learn the map by heart. I mean, that's really unrealistic. I might play the game for like 1 day a week or something. I won't remember shit from last time. So I really would have liked for the game to have a kind of system which reminds you, okay, this is the reason you couldn't progress. Okay, now I know I need a double jump, I need a wall jump or whatever, but I'm basically not able to remember that. I will forget it, especially because the maps are not that really memorable. They look nice. I mean, the graphics are nice, but it's not like my brain is, oh my god, yeah, sure. Here. Next to this one there's gonna be the screen with that and that and that. It's not really, you know, it's very a bit random. It's not very, it doesn't feel too mega connected, and that's a problem a lot of 2D games have, because the world is 3D and our mapping is basically optimized for 3D environments. As soon as you go 2D, the brain has a little bit of issues, you know, remembering the correlations between locations. Yeah, so that's a bit of the connections are not made as easily. I think top-down is easier. Top-down remembrance is easier, but the worst is really side-scrolling 2D. Side-scrolling 2D inherently is a perspective which is very unrealistic, because if you look from top-down, you know, it's like 3D. If you imagine Elden Ring with the top-down perspective, the game would be entirely playable from a logic perspective, because most of the physical interactions happen on a 2D plane also in the real world because of gravity. So it's basically, which is also why our field of vision is more horizontal than vertical, etc. It's just what humans are good at. And this perspective is often very vertical and very weird, so it's very difficult for the brain to actually remember the different areas in a more precise fashion. Yeah, so devs should definitely be aware of that fact and compensate for it by adding additional layers of support for the player orientation. Yeah, sure, go ahead if you want to do that. I actually don't have a second monitor. I just have the chat on my phone, but that is mainly because when I listen to watch streams, I either watch them directly or have them in the background as sound, and I don't really. I mean, it would be cool to watch them passively. I should think about getting a second monitor anyway. It's pretty cool, and I would probably also watch it at the same time. With the downside, of course, that sometimes it might have negative impact on performance. Some games really don't like it if you running, even if you're running exclusive full screen, if the second monitor has activity, the GPU scheduling might get fucked up or something. Yeah, now we're at the point where I don't know where to go. Surprise. Oh wait, we can think about it. We didn't go left here yet. So what we can do here is we can rest, which is still a very cool animation. Fast travel to the spot one above. And then we can go down to the left side, and then we can maybe progress, maybe not. I can't remember what was there. There was a reason we couldn't progress. I know that, but I don't know what the reason was. Yeah, but the good parts are that everything that is not map related so far has been very fun. This might actually be new. Yeah, this is pretty cool. I still don't really get why you can't use the heavy weapons underwater. If there, what would be the reason that the devs blocked that ability? Because every other ability so far has been no issue at all. Yeah, wait, we have to go under. Maybe we can progress here because the newest ability we got is swimming, and to be more precise, diving. And that should probably help progress here. Ah, shit, okay. You can't really dash during the attack animation. You're right, I didn't forget to put back on the game sound. Sometimes I do that, but I don't think I did this time. Yeah. I don't like the new OBS update. It takes more space for the same information to be displayed. I mean, it's a bit more nice. It's nicer to look at, but it's not really nicer to use. I'm gonna die. I'm not gonna die. Maybe I'm gonna die. Wait, I thought we could dash at any moment during the attack animation. Or is that not the case underwater? Wait, we can't actually do that. Maybe it's underwater. It could be a restraint that is specific to the environment. Let's find out. No, actually it's not possible to dash at any moment. Yeah, I must have misremembered. That was the wrong button. Yeah, so we're basically locked into the attack animation for quite some time. Basically until the strike goes through, okay. Wait, didn't we just pick it up? Yeah, we did. Yeah, I really like the art style. I mean, we already talked about it. It's not the highest quality art when it comes to resolution or whatever, but the style itself is really nice. And I really value style over quality. I mean, what good is it to have amazing assets if everything looks like shit? That's really mean. Do we want to go up or down? I mean, we want to go up, but we should wait until the shot once. Oh, nice. Yeah, okay, this seems to be a new area. I'm so glad we found it. It's gonna happen I think after every boss it's gonna happen that we have to find out where we can go. But the more abilities we have, the easier it will be to progress, because we can probably only unlock so many areas we can't access at the moment. Yeah, for example here I actually thought it was gonna be a wall and we're gonna fall down. Yeah, that's also, those are small things, but they still are things I would criticize. If I was a game reviewer, I would definitely add the information that it's not clear which layers are foreground and background layers, and which can be jumped on and which can't be jumped on. Which is important. I mean, basically, when you try to jump somewhere and you're gonna get blocked or you fall down, it's mostly pretty annoying. Especially in games which are a bit more difficult. which this game so far has not been. I think this game is a very accessible roguelike for the most parts, but it might become very difficult. I have no idea later on. Yeah, we do a lot of damage, so we one-shot most of the enemies. And that is the shortcut, the good old Miyazaki shortcut here. Maybe. Maybe, wait, where are we? Yeah, okay, that is basically the shortcut. Which we should take advantage of just by resting here. And maybe we can even level up something. Yeah, this is going to be one of my main skills, so I would really like to level it up by enhancing it. Do we level it up? Wait, we don't have enough. We need a 13 more. What else do we need? That's a good question. I really like this one. It's pretty nice. And we also said this one is pretty good. Should we focus on this one? Maybe we should just save up and try to get the better ones. Oh wait, the tornado. What level is the tornado? Okay, it's also level 3. Yeah, then we should probably not level anything. Unless we can... Okay, no, I'm sorry. Unless we can level the main attack. Maybe we can level the main attack. I have no idea. Nope, no ancient souls in our inventory. Okay, and do we have any new artifacts? Don't worry, we will pay attention in the future. I mean relics, not artifacts. Oh yeah, right, we had this one, I forgot. Yeah, we said parrying, I mean, it doesn't cost anything, but I really don't like parrying for the reason that I can't evade anymore by just pressing the button because it will trigger parry. And I'm not the parry guy. I always try to play every soul side just by dodging. Unless it's Sekiro, there's parrying in Sekiro, of course, is amazing. And if you play Sekiro without parrying, you're playing the game, quote unquote, wrong. Because it is not the wrong way. If it's the most fun way, but it's definitely not the way the game was designed. So Sekiro without parrying is kind of weird. Oh wait, you can jump down here? That's weird. Wait, what? I have no idea what we're doing here. We can also go down here, but I think that this is going to be the way forward. Or maybe not. That is also an issue I have with the map. You know roughly where the exit is going to be, but not exactly. So it might be in the bottom left corner, but it might also be in the middle. So it's kind of Don't be greedy, just your time. Yeah, it's cool that you really have ranged combat that's actually well designed. You can't just spam it. Because the enemies all have ranged attacks. Okay, this is clear, a way we will be able to do later on, or we can open it actually from this side. But that would be weird. Can we actually come there from two different sides? Is it possible? Maybe. That was fucking... Wait, since when can you shoot so far down? Oh, that was me. That was unfair. No, it's not unfair. It was a bit unexpected. We should have remembered, though. Wait, now I'm confused. Wasn't there a switch somewhere? Yeah, here. Okay, so we actually missed it. But did we explore the top left corner entirely? I'm not so sure. Wait, we didn't. I'm stupid. Wait, is this gonna be the upgrade for the weapon? No, it's Prayer's Restoration Plus. That's pretty good. I think if we have the capacity, I would like to use that instead. Not instead, in addition to the other things we have. because the prayers actually don't restore a lot of HP in this game, and I really like when they give you a full heal and not really only a 50% heal. Yeah, and I almost missed it because, I mean, wait, is it time gated? Maybe it's time gated. One of the things I really dislike is that you don't have a mini map for the rooms, so I don't really know how this room will look like on the map, which makes it impossible to remember because every room is basically a square or some kind of rectangle. Yeah, that is not the best way to design a map because even within the map you can get lost pretty easily. Can you please jump? That also explains why there is a second switch, because it's time gated. Okay, this looks like a boss arena. The music that stops also, maybe not. Never mind. The stopping music usually is an indication for a boss fight, but... And yeah, and the game has fall damage for enemies, which is a really, really cool feature, and a lot of games don't have that implemented in a way that is really impactful, and here it's very impactful. You have a lot of... Wait, you can go up here. Yeah, for example, let's assume the game has a great system that tells you if you have a completed area. Like, maybe if you don't know, Resident Evil 7... Resident Evil 8 Village, 7 maybe 2, also has this system that tells you that a room is complete, which is really cool. I like the system because completionists can find out if they are done or not. The problem is it's a Metroidvania, so you can't complete the rooms the moment you find them, for the most part. So you really have to wait for and come back later on. The problem is you don't know where the stuff is, which means you have to really explore every area multiple times to really get 100%, which is probably why I'm going to do it once I have all them, the traversal ability, so I don't really have to backtrack 5 times to the same room, just to remember, oh yeah, shit, I need a double jump and not a dash or whatever. Yeah, that's really not a smart way to design a Metroidvania. So it's basically, so far, it's a good Souls-like, but the Metroidvania exploration is pretty lackluster due to the issues you have when it comes to finding your way around, and also I think the Metroidvania abilities are so far not that interesting. So it's like, okay, you have a double jump and you have a slam. By the way, I don't know how to slam. Yeah, slam here. And that's pretty okay, I guess. But it's definitely not amazing. Like, it's, it's not like, oh my god, I have a cool transformation or I can run lightning fast or something like that. It's not like the coolest Metroidvania of all times when it comes to... So far, it might become better. So like, for example, Eterna Noctis had really good platforming Metroidvania elements. But this game, so far, definitely is more combat. The combat is really good, so that's okay, but it's a bit unfortunate that exploration is on the weaker side when it comes to orientation. This is Bloodwater. I don't know if we'll ever be able to swim in it. This is also time gated. Well, is this a part where we actually need to be fast and just talked about lightning fast running? This might actually be such a part where we are not fast enough, right? That would be fucking hilarious if I just talked about dashing and we will dash later on. I mean, it's pretty clear we need to do something to be faster here. Maybe spamming dodge is the way, but I don't think so, because dodge is not really faster. It just makes you... Yeah. I mean, this is so close. If I was the developer, would I make it close? Probably, yeah, but this is so close you might think it's possible. But this might actually be a moment where you need the dash ability. And then there would be a boss or something ahead, I have no idea. The bad news is we're again in a dead end. This time with no save point. Is that really something the developer would do? I mean, I guess so. There so far have not been any indications they would not do that. This is like insanely close. But I'm pretty sure we're not gonna be able to make it, which is annoying because that means we have to backtrack the entire way. I don't know, man. I don't know about this one. That one last try, but I'm pretty sure we're not gonna make it. Yeah, and that would be bad game design, definitely, because the player is pretty frustrated at this point, because first of all, you will try it multiple times because it's close enough to make you think you can make it. It's not really like, oh yeah, there's no way I'm gonna make it, I need a new ability. It's more of a, yeah, it's more of a, you know, I need to go back all the way now because I might have been able to do it or not, but then again, maybe I'm just wasting my time, and then I don't know, there's no save point near me. Yeah, that just feels bad. For me personally, at least. Because I really feel like the game just wasted my time, because all the enemies are going to respawn. I have no new location I can teleport to. Yeah, that's just unlucky, I think. Yeah, why even make it a partial progression? That's a big mistake Metroidvania makes sometimes, is that you make an area which you can partially progress in with the Metroidvania abilities, which is so far off the beat that you actually have to spend time every time to re-access the area, and you only make a nudge of a progress. You know, all this is possible because we can swim, but it's basically still meaningless because we can't progress to the boss. So it's just like, okay, haha, you just made the first step. And if you do that, you should also always make the gating ability the first ability, because that just makes the game feel very, very backtrack heavy, which the game so far seems to be, unfortunately. And I just don't like wasting my time, basically. That's what it comes down to. I don't want games to waste my time. Yeah, so now we have to... Wait a second, I didn't read it. Yeah, you might wonder, why am I not reading the stuff really? Because it's not really voiced. It's not a big cutscene, it's just some lore snippet. And when it's just a little bit, you know, not really important, I'm just gonna skip it. I only really read stuff when it's very important, or when it's like voice acted, then I don't skip it. And just because I play so many games, I couldn't care less about the details in the most games anymore. Just like every game has a great lore, whatever, background story. And if it's not really the only way the game's gonna tell the story, for example, Elden Ring or whatever, then you're more inclined to read stuff. But if it's just like, yeah, we put more lore in it, so it has more lore in it, it's like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, but if it's with the one and only game you care about, of course, you might wanna read all this stuff. Okay, now we have to go somewhere else. See, I don't remember. Did I try to go there? Yes, no, I have no fucking idea. I don't know. Did I try to access the... Did I try to access that area on the right side just before? I think we should do this one more systematically. I mean, it's pretty annoying, to be honest, to do that, but we're gonna do it from left to right to top to bottom. I think otherwise we're gonna go insane. And that might include a small amount of additional backtracking, which we would not have to do usually, but no, I mean, whatever. I don't know what else to do, to be fair. Wait, what? That's unfortunate. Okay, why would we destroy those? There's seemingly nothing inside. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely over leveled for this area. This is like the first area in the game, but as you can tell by looking at the map, this is an area where we can still make progress, but I think it was a wall jump and not a double jump we needed, or swimming, but I could be completely wrong. Yeah, let's find out. I mean, basically we could write it down on pen and paper, but I really dislike when games force you to use pen and paper. That's a gimmick which outstays as welcome pretty fast, in my opinion. These are by far the most pathetic enemies I've ever seen in a video game, but I mean, whatever. Okay, but how are we gonna go past this point? I mean, this is already the map transition, right? Yeah, so we kind of should be able to go up here. I mean, this must be where we go, right? There's no other indication of an opening here. And the controls are really good. I always am a person which is very finicky when it comes to controls, and as soon as the map layout makes no sense or is like stupid or something, or is not really adaptable or whatever, I get really frustrated. And this game has both the adaptability and perfect default layout for my personal taste. It's very well designed in that regard. Which was a very good first impression, because most games start off by pissing me off by having very bad controls. Control schemes. What is this? Great. See, I really... What did we just do? We wasted like 5 minutes of our lives. Just to figure out that whatever we can do here, we can't do. I didn't even remember there was a door. It's like, what is it? It's like 2 weeks ago or whatever, or 1 week ago. Can't remember shit. Yeah, so this part, we should... Now what I would like to do is put a marker here that tells me, okay, the reason why I can't go there is following. I can't jump, I can't dash, whatever. Where I would really need to use pen and paper in real life and draw the map for myself and put a marker there, or just use an online map or whatever. Yeah, and that should be in the game. It should not be me in real life. It should make a, you know, put a marker there. That's like really inconvenient. Yeah, so what we're gonna do here is walk all the way back, I think as far as I can tell. I mean, I might be wrong about that one, but... Wait, you can't do that? Never mind, I'm an idiot. Okay, good that I looked it up, because the game never tells you that. I just was assuming that there is negative... you know, it's like in Dark Souls, when you TP back to the last resting spot, you usually lose something, but this game has no death punishment, I think, as far as I know, at least doesn't tell you. If it would tell you, I would have missed it probably. So there seems to be no downside to using this, which is maybe a bit weird design-wise, but again, it's okay. You don't need to punish the player overly for misplays. And here, that of course would make the traversal a lot less frustrating, because dead ends would mean you could instantly return. Okay, that makes the game a lot better. That's a huge plus. But basically the game never tells you that it exists, so good thing I just thought about it. Yeah, I wasn't even sure, maybe it's an item or whatever, so big plus that we found out. Definitely something, if you would make like the top 10, I never read these things, but I would imagine that something like that would be one of the picks you would put in, you know, before playing. I wish I had known. The top 10 things I would wish I had known, and that would be probably my number one, because that's super frustrating not to know. I mean, super frustrating to not to know, because you really have to do frustrating things in order to circumvent whatever you would do with it. They are basically... Oh, wait, never mind. I would just want to say they're basically AFK. Yeah, and I was really defending Valorant recently for its community and how little problems you have. But recently it has started to really have a lot of people disconnect in games. Like AFK seems to be a pretty big issue in Valorant compared to maybe even other games. And I don't know why. Maybe it's just some server issues, or maybe providers struggling with vacations, maybe overload or something. But I would say every third game there's an AFK person. And that's a very high quota. And I have no idea why. Wait, why am I walking? I should have TP'd. And here I think we need wall jumps or something, or the ability to fly. I really like the sound design, the rain, the visuals here, very nice. Okay, so now that is from left to right, this is a dead end. Okay, so where would I expect another dead end to be? Maybe top left, bottom left here, I have no idea. So it's left to right, top to bottom, it's like reading basically what I'm gonna do. So we're gonna go here next, then we're gonna go down. Then we should get some a little bit of tea. That's cool. When you go AFK, they also... Yeah, I really like the implementation of the skill-based combat. It's much better than in Neo. In Neo, I think the balancing is catastrophical. It's really, really bad. The spirit summoning. I know that Neutalomi would fight me for that. A viewer of mine that has played, I think, over 1,000 or 2,000 hours of Neo too. But I still think that some of them are insanely overpowered and others are very, very niche and difficult to build, or especially the first playthrough. Yeah, but otherwise, Neo in general, from my perspective, one of the best, if not the best, alternative to Dark Souls. And not even alternative, is even a good addition. I think you could make a point that for some players, Neo is even better than Dark Souls, because it has like Diablo loot. Yeah, and loot can really make some games very addicting and long-term. There's a lot of long-term motivation with collecting artifacts, sets, etc. And Elden Ring definitely, or Souls games for that matter, the long-term motivation is mostly very limited. When it doesn't come to different builds. I mean, there is long-term motivation. You can go speedrunning, whatever. You can try different builds and stuff like that. But staying on a character and farming with that character is pretty useless. And also New Game Plus is not very interesting, I think, for at least myself. Because all it does is increase stats. It doesn't really... sometimes there are new sets you can get or whatever. Yeah, sure, there is some stuff there. But it's not really transformative. It's not like New Game Plus is suddenly a new experience or anything. It's mostly more of the exact same without any new loot incentives. Yeah, and then also the leveling, of course, is a problem when you play Souls games. Once the weapon or gear is plus 10, you're not going to increase the level further, and the first playthrough usually maxes out the weapons, which in my perspective is a misplay. I think it would be much better if there were upgrades tied to New Game Plus, which would make the game feel a bit more interesting, because you would still have some kind of progression. Oh right, we forgot to equip the relic. We can only do that at the resting site. Yeah, so this is one of these drop areas, but I think we couldn't access this one because of... Wait, but how did we get down there? And wait, why didn't I TP to the right side? Okay, there are a lot of questions here. Most of them will remain unanswered because their answer is probably just I'm dumb. And I should have figured that one out. Yeah, we can't actually get there. So this is a dead end. But the good thing is we can immediately do that one. That's really nice. We can also equip the relic if we want. And have the capacity to. Relic. And we're gonna take... Wait, which one is it? Wait, am I blind? Oh, I'm stupid. It's the passive. Yeah, the prayer potency just got increased passively. I'm stupid. Yeah, I forgot about that. Didn't the game have a pretty good guide? Maybe. But since we went from top to bottom, we should probably go... We just go here first. And then down. But left before right, top to bottom. I think top has priority, so I should probably... I don't know. It's really difficult to create a rule which is consistent. Okay, but does the game actually have good tutorial system? I thought it had a good one, but maybe confounding it with another game. It might actually not have no tutorial at all. Doesn't seem right. Honest. Yeah, right. This is the good tutorial right here. You have every action which we can do at the moment. And I'm pretty sure we already know all of them. And we have to go left and then... For example here, this looks like a wall, 100%. I was assuming we're going to walk against a wall. Because you might say, yeah, but you know, it makes sense, we can walk here. Yeah, but why is this then here, the top? Wait, never mind, it's not a wall. I thought it was a ceiling, yeah. A lot of things just are walls. Yeah, sometimes a bit hard to tell when you're going to walk against a wall or not. This is also inaccessible because I would assume we have to go out to the top here Good to know. The ultimate respite. Respite? I don't know. Is it respite or respite? I don't know. One of the two. 50-50 Joker. Here we can go all the way to the right here. Okay. I mean, I'll try. At least we know we don't have to go back. That's why I said it's gonna save us at least, I don't know, maybe 1 hour of time. It's very powerful knowledge to know we can TP back at any moment. And now we can also take the flower over here. Should we... Wait, it's the healing flower, right? No, it's the skill flower. It didn't rock, I think, because of us having... Yeah, for example, here, we can walk here. Okay, great. So this is also a dead end. Probably, I would guess it's probably a wall jump. Which would indicate... Which would probably indicate that you can wall jump multiple times at the same wall and not only left to right. So now all that's left for us is going here. No, wait. We can also go down. Wait, can we go down? Maybe. Maybe there's a way to go down, but I'm maybe too dumb to find it. And yeah, I mean, we must have gone down before, otherwise the map would not have been explored. That makes perfect sense. Wait, now I'm confused. Did we already go here? Because it's, yeah, wait, this isn't dead end. Yeah, it's so dumb. I'm sorry, it's so dumb. Why the fuck do you even tell me I can go this way if it's literally impossible? I mean, it's literally impossible for me to go that way. Why would you ever even consider telling me that there is a way here? It should only be on the side, which is the side I can progress through. Yeah, it basically doesn't make any sense. Like, that's really, it's like a middle finger. You go there, ah, fuck you for going here. You know, I really don't like that. I'm sorry that I'm complaining so much about that part of the game, but it's by far the most frustrating part. I mean, how many dead ends do we have? Like 10 already or something? It gets a little bit annoying. And it's also the reason why I would only give it a 9 out of 10. And might even bring it down to an 8 out of 10 for me personally, because it really starts to get a bit, you know, pretty fucking annoying, if I'm honest. Okay, and here we couldn't go from top to bottom. Now we have to go from right to left, because, yeah, you really have to remember shit in this game. Okay, left, right to left this time. Maybe we're in luck and this is not a dead end. I mean, I know what ability we have. We can destroy red fields. That's the only ability that's new, and swimming maybe. But I have no idea if it's swimming or the ground pound, which is going to be the main progress giver to us, you know. I have no idea. I would assume it's the ground pound because it's the newest ability we have. You know. Yeah, right. These are just explode and do nothing. Okay, no, it's the side dash. Yes, the same thing, but we can actually not break it by ground pounding. For whatever reason, the devs thought it was fun not to color code anything, so they just put the same icon vertically instead of horizontally, and the people are supposed to understand they can't go through it. Yeah, I mean, that's weird. It's really weird. The game is very, very well designed otherwise, but when it comes to Metroidvania, they really seem like they didn't play a lot of Metroidvania games. Which might be true. Maybe they are not very experienced in that genre, because I would definitely say there are a lot of things you can do a lot better. And also, by the way, I want you to remind you, how am I navigating here? I'm not actually selecting logically the points on the map. No, I'm progressing in the list on the left side, which is then randomly jumping to some fucking point on the right, which is also absolutely brain dead. Yeah, so I have no idea who the fuck had the idea that this is the way the map should work, but here we go. Wait, was I there before? Wait, did we go to the bottom? How do I even go there? There's so many new points. There must be something we can do here, right? It's just not possible that all these are dead ends. Please let them not be dead ends. So left is going to be the next one we try. Then we have to go, I think, down and right as well. I mean, the good thing is we're basically grinding. I mean, we can level this way. I think these enemies are pretty weak, which is why they don't give a lot of experience anymore. But I mean, at least these are not one-shots, so... Yeah, I'm playing really badly here, but whatever, I hope. Well, this is again a wall jump, right? Wall jump into high ground, into... Yeah, and then we can get something here. Which means we're gonna come back eventually. I don't know if I still have the nerve to come back later on, but... Okay, this is probably not a dead end, I hope. Opium. And I forgot how they work. Wait, did I just body block not body block, did I just hit the shuriken? Wait, did it go behind it too? Okay, these are really annoying. So what is my strategy against this one? Wait, what the fuck is throwing it in the air? No, it can also throw it below, okay. Award to of most annoying enemy of all times. Goes to... Wait, what the fuck? Where did I go here already? Oh, never mind. It's not a wall jump. You can just go up here. Right, so this is the new area you completely forgot we were in. Okay, this is just a direct HP increase, which I really like, because I already argued why partial HP increases are bad game design if you don't use this really discrete HP numbers, which are pretty small, like 5 HP or whatever, like 5 hearts. Yeah, I misplay a lot of devs do because they thought Zelda's system was a good idea to copy. Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see such little design issues in games, because it just shows that the devs don't really know what they're copy pasting sometimes, because most people copy paste a lot when they make new games these days. That's normal. It's called iteration, and it's a normal design process, and it would be stupid not to do it to some point. But sometimes they just pick the wrong mechanics for no reason, because they don't understand why the original mechanic was a smart idea or a bad idea for their product or game in that case. Yeah, I'm playing like a complete bot, but that's okay, I guess. We didn't die yet. Wait. What am I doing? I need to go to the right side. I'm just assuming that this area is... Okay, this is impossible, so this is a dead end. Okay, this is a dead end. Wait, above was also a dead end, so we found 2 more dead ends. That's amazing. Maybe we should put a dead end counter in the game. You know, in the bottom right or something, like dead ends found. I wonder, did you notice the on the bottom left? Maybe it's covered by my avatar. There is a UI element which looks like it could be an energy gauge, which could later on be used to indicate some sort of superpower, maybe, which is currently not in use. Maybe it will be filled later on, which is weird because usually it doesn't show up before you have it. But maybe, or maybe it's just there to look pretty. You know? Wait, what? We got trolled by the game. And now I'm curious, should we go back up and try to go up there again? That was absolutely wasted. Favorite type of enemy? So where do we have to go? Do we have to go up? Do we have to go down? For whatever reason, I don't like the underwater combat as much as the combat on land. And that might just be because there is... Wait, these are really weak against ranged attacks, right? I mean, they're basically trash. They can't even walk. Well, is that like cheating? I don't know, maybe a little bit. But I mean, why not, I guess. Okay, let's see if we find another dead end. Wait, I remember this area. We died here because I was too stupid to kill these little bugs. Wait, that was... Ah, yeah, right. We went here when we did our stream for... where the one viewer wanted asked me if I wanted to stream tonight because she was bored, and I was like, yeah, why not? And then I was completely not paying attention to the game, and... That's really annoying. Can you stop? You know what? You're gonna get fucked by my bird. Oh, never mind that. Yeah. This is like insanely annoying. But actually, no, it's not. It's really cool. I like how it's designed, actually. It's really cool. Because they can drop down and then you can just follow them and dodge the other ones at the same time. Wait, what the fuck? Oh shit, debated. Forgot about those. Oh no. Let's get here. Okay, that was really bad. Yeah, but the AoE is so OP on this one. I didn't expect to be able to climb there. This might be the wrong way, by the way. I have no idea. Oh no, it's actually a dead end. I'm really curious to see if maybe we actually just died here and that's where we didn't progress. I hope so, at least. Should we stay up? Oh, I remember this one. We can't get here, right? Oh, can we? Yeah, we can. And that's the best thing about the game. You can actually reverse the elevators before they reach the bottom. Okay, but you know what that means. It means we're in that end again. But maybe, wait, maybe this is where we make progress. Please don't let this area have a dead end to the left and to the right. That would be so fucking dumb. Okay, this is the first dead end. Okay. I mean, maybe you understand why I was talking so much about this issue, because it is an issue. It's just not... It's really annoying. Because it's not a little bit, it's not, oh yeah, 1 or 2 times or something. It's like permanently. It's like 90% of the areas you go to, you're basically forced to go back later, and I don't know, it's like... This is an enemy, 100%. Never mind, it's not... Oh, no. Okay, we need a strategy which isn't cheesing them. Never mind, we're just going to cheese them every single time. Until we don't have any ammunition left. Okay. Wait, it isn't a dead end. Oh my god, this is a new area. Incredible. So they do exist. Yeah, sometimes I don't really understand why they would put the enemies on platforms where you can't actually fight them. It does feel a little bit cheap in regards to taking no damage. I mean, for example here, he's zoning me really, really hard. How am I gonna get to him without taking damage? And then he can fall on top of my head and I can die. Yeah, so I don't really know why some of them are placed in such an aggressive manner, or they want me to use ranged attacks. Maybe. I don't know. Devs might have anticipated people being smarter than me or whatever. I hope not. That would be a grave mistake. Always anticipate that your players are fucking idiots and you should design the game around those people when it comes at least to navigation. Yeah, you should always assume your users are inherently stupid, and then you can of course teach them how to be better, but you should never do stuff which is too difficult to start off the game. And in this game, so far it has been a very good curve. So even if they have some really annoying placements like this one, for example, you can't really dash in the air without dropping, so this is going to be one of those moments where we should probably use ranged attacks, but I don't want to. Yeah, usually I would already be... What time is it? It's already 20 o'clock. No wonder I'm getting hungry. Yeah, today is a bit of out of the norm because I just talked about the 8-hour window in which you should usually eat, according to science. And today is an exception because girlfriend is away from... Please don't fuck. I was just thinking about, would I rather die or go all the way back up? And I'm pretty sure I would rather have died. No, because we would have to do it again anyway, but this is a bit frustrating. But not as frustrating as dying, because all the enemies, of course, remain dead this way. Okay, there are still some alive. Yeah, I'm really contemplating just using range for these situations. It feels a little bit like Jump King, knowing that you can fall down so far. Yeah, and I just want to remind you, we don't have a map of this area, so if we ever come back and we miss the secret, well, good luck. Yeah, now this is obviously the way where we're gonna go forward. But the problem is, I'm not sure if there actually is something else we can uncover now. Discover now. This might be a secret area on the right, but it could also not be, and then we have to go all the way back up. Oh, fuck it, we'll try it. Yeah, that was lucky for the developer, otherwise I would have been very mad. Because it was clearly an indication of something hidden. Yeah, we can go down, but we can also go up. Let's just go up first and keep the down part for later. Yeah, the platform is very easy in this game so far. There's no... especially if you played Eternal Noctis before, which is probably one of the hardest games ever made, so... I mean... This is a breeze in comparison. Yeah, I mean, Eternal Noctis was really a special game. It's such a good game. It's really amazing. But way too difficult for the average gamer. Which is why most people on Steam who wrote negative reviews said exactly the same thing. They said the game is unfair, frustrating, badly designed. But it's very fair, it's very well designed, but it's super difficult. So basically the people were too bad to really have fun with it. Which is fair. I mean, you should just be fair enough and admit it's your fault and not the game's fault, which might be hard for some people to see. Because most things I criticize are not really issues with me, but issues with the game. Some might be issues with me, but for example, the exploration aspect in this game, of course I could have a perfect memory and just have a photographic memory of the entire areas I go in, but I think that is something very uncommon and would be not average. You know, if it's a skill I know I have a weakness in, I would definitely say, yeah, sure, it's my fault. But I think this is definitely something a lot of people will get very annoyed by. What can you... Why do they have so many enemies that can teleport? By the way, dead end again. Surprise, I know, it's really unexpected that we can progress here. Yeah, and the dead ends are really ruining the exploration for me, because yeah, sure, I saw the mountain. Usually I would be, oh, cool mountains, but knowing that you're probably not gonna go there yet feels like a bit of a cheap move. It was there, don't tell me there was a fucking... I don't know, did you see there was a corpse on one of these platforms to the right? But did anybody see a corpse? It might have been a chandelier, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Was there a corpse above me? Or was it just a chandelier which looked like a corpse? I don't think there is anything. Oh, right? Hopefully. No, I don't think there is anything. And if there is something, fuck it. I just want to say this looks like there's going to be a trap inside. Yeah, just... oh no. Oh no. Whenever I see traps with poison, I'm reminded of Divinity Original Sin. And... man, that was such a shit show, the game. I know a lot of people like it, but I think it's very badly designed in many regards. And the second part I own, but wanted to play together with a friend, but he was very busy, so... and I somehow... I didn't find the motivation to continue playing. It's just these sandboxy types of experiences, fuck me, usually tend to waste a lot of your time with little impact, and the first game just felt like a custom map for Warcraft 3. It felt like somebody took a level editor and made everything. It just didn't feel like a full-fledged game in my opinion, but I know a lot of people like it, so everybody has their own. I love Baldur's Gate and whatever, so I really hope that they didn't fuck it up with the new Baldur's Gate, which I will be playing when it's finished. But since it's the same studio, it might actually have the same map, map creation tool vibe as the original. So I really hope that's not the case. That's really cool. We can actually block his attack to some degree. Yeah, but that's the good part about games. Some people like them, some people some people like other games. Everybody has their own taste, and there are so many games these days that you can definitely be happy in most cases with some of them. And I really like a lot of different games, so it's not like I don't really like the genre, I just don't like their interpretation of the genre. And really hope that they didn't put it too much in Baldur's Gate, because of course they got Baldur's Gate because a lot of people like Divinity Original Sin. And I personally was very disappointed hearing that, because I was like, no, please no Divinity Baldur's Gate, that would be so sad. Because it played completely different than the original. Wait, so what am I trying to do here? I'm just thinking, do I want to stay here or do I want to go up? The dodge roll is a mixed bag against these guys here. Okay, there's a door over here, and there's probably the way forward on the door must be a secret, because there is no progress to be made on that side of the map, so I just want to say there must be an enemy here. And it's not the only one, there are two enemies, if I would have to take a guess. Oh, even three. Okay, they went with three enemies, that's interesting. Because there's definitely one in the top corner. I'm an idiot. I'm a big idiot. There's 100% one up here. No, only two, never mind. Wait, that's an additional relic slot, but I don't know what I want to put in, so hope we're gonna find something cool soon. But better that way than the other way around, so we at least know as soon as we find one we can equip it. But that might prove very impactful to get those. Wait, what? Wait, whoa! Don't charge attack spam me. Is it this Elden Ring, or why does he have so much delay? Wait, I'm not using my bird. I'm not using my bird. It's like the easiest boss of all time. I know it's a mini boss, right? It's complete trash. I thought for a boss it's pretty easy, but it's just like a trash mob where you can get something from. A fan-shaped volley of arrows skyward to attack airborne enemies. So it's like an AA skill. Anti-air. Might be interesting if there is a boss or area which is really focused on aerial enemies. So far it doesn't really seem to be an issue. Okay, this is just like a nice little bonus area, and surprise, it's a dead end? Oh no, please no. Please let there be another way to go to the left here. I mean, at least the dead ends, when you find rewards in the game, they are pretty rewarding because there is mostly no trash as reward, but... Wait, he just shot the pot? Wait, is this Harry Potter? Because he's a little bit hairy and in the pot. Okay, there's definitely more than one here. Interesting that the mimics are kind of basic enemies in this game. And the best play Miyazaki ever did. You know why Miyazaki is a monster? Because he didn't put a single mimic in Elden Ring. And you know what Miyazaki's gonna do? He's gonna put it in the DLC. I bet you that Miyazaki... Oh no, it's a dead end. No. Yeah, it's a dead end. So yeah, what I bet Miyazaki's gonna do is he's gonna put it in the DLC, and all the new players which just started out playing Elden Ring and never played a Souls-like before, they don't know the mimics exist, and everybody is like, you know, has let their guard down now a little bit, you know, they, oh yeah, Elden Ring doesn't have mimics, and then the DLC drops, and then like the final boss is a huge chest that eats you or something. Okay, this is also dead and I completely forgot. How could I? Wait, if I go down and right, was that a dead end? I don't remember. See, that's the problem. There's so many dead ends at the same time that I literally can't remember. I don't think this was a dead end because we didn't go there. Maybe. Maybe not. Yeah, I mean, sure. I just wanted to say if it's a little bit faster, would it be even better? But then it would be probably pretty OP. Okay, this is also a dead end unless we can somehow manage to... Oh wait, yeah, go up here. Then again, this is not enough, right? No. Yeah, so if you love dead ends, this is the game. I think you will never need another game in your life. You're gonna have enough dead ends forever. So it's gonna be pretty cool. Left side, maybe up, down. I mean, these are all dead ends, right? Every single one of these are dead ends, save for the one maybe on the left, which might be a dead end or might not be a dead end. Like, who playtested this? Or are the devs just feedback immune? I mean, it's very, you know, it has a very good rating on Steam, but I mean, yeah, it's still a good game. But I would still, in every negative review, or every review in general, should mention that the map is pretty trash. And the traversal is pretty bad. Is it the worst I've ever seen in a Metroidvania? Because I usually only play good games, so I might miss very bad games, of course. But from every Metroidvania I played so far, this might be maybe the worst implementation of the Metroidvania mechanics when it comes to letting the player know when it can go where. Yeah, that's unfortunate. The timing was complete trash on my end. Wait, didn't we start the stream by going left here? I mean the fuck me, yeah. Wait, so now we have to TP to the left to go to the right to maybe go up and down. Dear developers, that's fucking dumb. It's really fucking stupid. I don't really know why they're doing it. I don't know. Maybe they're just huge trolls and they hate humans. Wait, we have a new spirit? Yeah, right, we have a new spirit. We should definitely test it. I mean, it might be complete garbage for all I know. But let's maybe just remove this one. I mean, let's just try it out. I mean, what else can we do? Actually, it depends on the damage. If the damage is complete trash, that's complete trash. If the damage is good, it might be really good. But is it good against bosses? I have no idea. How many charges does it have? 16, so it must be pretty good damage-wise. Maybe we can upgrade this one, please. Oh no, 2 are missing. Ah, that's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Now I'm not sure. Do I want to have AA on this one? Maybe I should remove the cloud. Maybe the cloud is good. I mean, the tornado. Why is the tornado so valuable? Because it could actually increase the stun gauge of the enemies very quickly. So it's like a CC's ability. And it might be very good for bosses because of that. The other one is a ranged attack, which is inherently maybe not that cool. Maybe we can remove the poison and add this one here. I have no idea actually. Okay, now we have to go down here. Wait, this is... Didn't we start off by exploring the bottom part? So this must be by exclusion. It must be the last possibilities. So either it's here to the bottom or the right, to the top or the bottom. It must be. There is no other way. It would be literally impossible not to be that, for it not to be the case, unless we really missed a dead end. I mean, we didn't miss it as a dead end, but we thought it was a dead end, but it wasn't. Yeah, but I'm assuming this is the way. I mean, where else would we go? We just literally had 10 or more even by now dead ends. This is the final 2 we can potentially get. I'm gonna start by the bottom because I don't know. I just feel like doing it that way. But how good is it? Doesn't work underwater. Which is dumb because this is literally the build I have for fighting underwater. Somebody decided to randomize underwater abilities and you can't really use them for no specific reason. I mean, you literally spam range attack. Why wouldn't you spam arrows? Or the big melee attack? No, I really don't know. Maybe there is a coding issue. Always when there are there are things in a game which are really, really not logical, I always think about, yeah, maybe there was a coding problem. Maybe it was a bit buggy or something underwater for whatever reason. I mean, it could also be a balancing issue, but it just feels a bit random. There are just abilities which are so similar. Yeah, how about we don't die here? Very good. Yeah, we can try the ranged attack. Wait, we did... Oh no, we double binded it. That was really stupid. Now we have 2 times the same ability and it doesn't really stack. So we have 16 users overall. Wait, not again. Wait, this is... Wait, is this a dead end again? Can't be, right? Wait a second. There are secret areas? Okay, so we need to drop down sometimes without knowing we have to. That's a new one. I mean, it makes sense. It's okay. It's okay. Wait, this is not the... It can't fucking be a dead end. Wait. How is it fucking possible? It's another dead end. No way. Wait, this is beyond troll. Wait, didn't we just do literally every red spot in the entire map? There must be one which is not a dead end, and I don't fucking know which one it is. I'm not going to do them all again. No way. Like, this might even be the point where I just say fuck the game and give it a negative review, because I'm actually not willing to do it all over again. I mean, now, of course, I could go on the internet and look where the game is supposed to progress. I mean, that's, of course, a possibility. Which is literally the worst thing that can happen to a game, in my opinion, is just the player having to look up where to go. This is like the biggest failure of game design. Whenever you need help from an external source while not being a complete idiot. Hey, come on, don't kill me when I say that, please. Wait, maybe we died here and we didn't get further? I mean, this is like a crazy town. And maybe this is the way. We just died here. Maybe? I can remember this guy. Wait, we already did this. 100%. And maybe we died, so I don't know. Yeah, we can do it in the air, but not on the ground, for whatever. Hey, please don't kill me. Wait, no, it is a dead end. Never mind. Yeah, we did this before, and it's a dead end. Yeah, so I don't know what to do. So if you are versed in Ender Lilies, and you know where I need to go, you are very welcome to spoil it for me now. We did all I could to progress in the game. I'm at my wit's end basically. I did every single spot on the map, and it did not help me. So yeah, so if you know where I need to go, this would be the moment to spoil it. If not, I might go and look it up, or I just might quit the game. Which doesn't happen often. I mean, we really rarely quit games in it these days. Especially not games which potentially could be very fun. This is probably not the first and the last time this will happen in the game, so I'm not quite sure if I want to be guide playing the game, or whatever you want to call it. Okay, this ability is complete trash. Can you please fucking carry me, bird? I don't want to do it. Wait, this is pretty strong, never mind. Pretty trash. Okay, what is going on? Can you please die already? And please don't, not me, the enemies. Yeah, are we gonna look it up? I don't know, man. Am I gonna really start looking for guides in a fucking game? Wait, you can go up here? No way. Oh my god. Yeah, that would be another issue of the game, the readability. Wait, if I can actually go up here and this is the way we have to progress, that would be so fucking dumb. No way, this is the way? No. If this is actually the way we have to go, it would be fucking stupid. No, it's not. Never mind. Wait, maybe there is a waterfall here and I didn't see it. I mean, maybe. Could be. Maybe we missed it. Wouldn't be the first time. Wait, there is? Wait, but yeah, wait, we didn't miss it. We actually used it before and it didn't go there. Yeah, a huge map with zero information, which is actually useful to find the way forward. Maybe we missed the one going down, maybe. The problem is the information is dog shit. It's like, you could, I mean, it's better than no map, okay, that's true. It's true, it's better than no map and no fast travel, but it's still pretty fucking shit. So, what are we gonna do about this? Man, this is fucking annoying. Maybe down here. I don't know why, it just feels like we didn't try it, but... Or we actually didn't make a jump we could have made, or this is actually the way. No, it's not. It's another debate. Yeah, I literally don't know where to go. I mean, we did all the options I had. If you know where we need to go, you're free to spoil it. I'm gonna look it up quickly. We just explored the... I don't know what the boss was, unfortunately. I just know the ability. What is the ability called before we look it up, so we can actually Google efficiently? And I really hate Googling. I really hate Googling for games. I wanna usually do it 100% blind, but this is definitely gonna waste hours of our time just walking around pointlessly. So, Giant's Hammer, where to progress afterwards. Okay, Giant's Hammer. No, not Elden Ring! Holy shit, Giant's Hammer, Elden Ring. No, no, no. Elden Lilies. Is it Elden Lilies? Elder Lilies? So... Oh my god, Jesus Christ. This is chapter 3? I have no fucking idea, actually. Jesus Christ, the guy's gonna be pure AIDS. Bindings, bosses. What? I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, but... But this is complete trash. This is why I hate guides. It's gonna be so fucking annoying to find out where we need to go. Oh, Jesus Christ. How the fuck am I ever gonna find where I need to go? That's the problem. The map is so complicated that I literally don't know where I want to go. Great, the person actually didn't go any further here. So I'm just looking, when does he access a new area? I don't know. This is all the same. Yep. We saw that one. Yep, that's about where we are now. Yep, no problem. Okay, so he spent a lot of time like me just walking around at the same spot. Pretty annoying. Wait, this is a boss. Did we fight that one? Can't remember actually. Did we? I don't think we did. Maybe? But where did you go? Wait, you went down here? Wait, that's where the lever is, where we just weren't able to cross. How did you get down there? Wait, there's so many bosses. Holy shit. What the fuck? Wait, he's fighting the boss over and over. Okay, that explains where he go there. Okay, so how the fuck am I gonna find it? Yeah, and now I spoiled a little bit of the boss for me. Great. Well, I really love looking up things in games. But how did he go there? And why is he playing with minimap off? You know, you're trying to find out where to go. The guy's playing with the minimap off. That's insane. I mean, it's complete trash as a minimap, I know, but... And this is the room with the the many enemies. Is he ever going to show the map? Yeah, he's showing the map. So this is like basically a room below the room where we are, and wait, actually I have to compare his map to mine. Pretty similar. So he went up here, right? Yeah, he did. Okay, so basically where I should be able maybe to go, because I don't know what abilities he exactly has. Maybe I can go there. Maybe. I have no idea. And this is definitely an 8 out of 10 for me now. Because at the moment I have to look something up, I would downgrade a game immediately. If I don't feel... It might be that I'm really dumb and I see the solution, I'm like, ah, yeah, I'm dumb. Then okay, then that's on me. But this is not on me. This is just fucking terrible map design. Especially, like, not map design, but map design like this map. This map is complete garbage, and also the map design is bad because you come in, you even have a situation where you have to complain about it. Because if the normal map design is cool, you might not even need a map. I mean, you could even maybe learn it by heart or whatever. It's okay, maybe we dropped here by accident, and that's the reason why we never went up there. I don't know. Maybe, I mean, hey, it could be the case. I have no idea. Yeah, that might actually be the case, that we dropped here and you can't get back up. That could be why we thought we couldn't get back up. I don't know, could be. But did we go... But can we go down here? Or is that blocked too? And this game really is testing my patience on another level. I don't mind spending hours on challenges, but I really mind spending hours on pointlessly walking around. Yeah, it actually might be that we dropped here and we forgot that we couldn't go up here. Can you please jump? Or just don't do it, I don't give a shit. Okay, that is really interesting, but it might actually be our solution here. Wait, can we actually go here too? Wait, maybe the problem is, I don't know, we could go to the right side here, but since we already went there, I don't really care too much. Yeah, okay, nice, we got it, we got it. Oh, we might actually not have looked for this exit. I admit maybe we missed that one, but I mean the amount of stuff we could have missed here is mind-boggling. So I'm playing really badly at the moment. Can we please kill the archer? Is being a pain in the ass here. Okay, we should despawn the bird unless we have really strong enemies. Okay, I mean, why did I look it up? Because first of all, the game is good enough for me to do so. And secondly, because I maybe thought it was my fault or something, but basically it was my fault for not finding it, but then again, the game really didn't make it very enjoyable to find it in the first place. Yeah, so because this, obviously, because now, yeah, sure, now we found the area where we could progress, and maybe this is a dead end, I don't know. I mean, I just looked it up where it was, but I'm pretty sure we're gonna meet a boss soon. Finally. I mean, I'm not in the best condition to fight a boss mentally, because I'm pretty tilted, but I really hope it's gonna go well anyway. Don't that. Yeah, I just want to say, please don't be an enemy. Should we destroy everything here? I don't know. Maybe? I love pause. Miyazaki also loves Poison. He's a big fan. Man, Elden Ring with the real co-op, with seamless co-op mod is going to be so great. Wait, it was really hidden behind them. Okay, we're going to have to destroy everything then. Yeah, I'm looking so forward to playing it together with my girlfriend soon. And we're going to probably stream all of it, and I'm going to try to make it so that you can hear her. Because usually the problem is that since we're in the same room, we have a little bit of audio setup issues. I can't really unmute her unless I want to hear her double. This is very annoying to hear somebody with a slight delay again. It wouldn't be bad if it would be at the same time, but with the slight delay, you know, it's like I'm talking, you know. It's pretty annoying. Wait, what am I doing? Wait, what? Wait, which way is the correct way, please, game? Maybe that's the reason why Miyazaki doesn't allow you to change it midway. What am I doing? This looks like maybe it could even be what the fuck is... What? Oh, okay, so no. Maybe we controlled that one. Wait, in pods you can sometimes find the upgrade material? I'm a fucking idiot. Please don't die. Please don't fucking die. I'm talking to the character like he can actually influence how bad I play. And that's great. We should be very close to a shortcut or to our death, depending on what comes first. Wait. Top is definitely going to be a shortcut. Right side might be a shortcut. I'm pretty sure it might not be a shortcut at all. Oh no. Oh no, what a cheap. Oh no, so cheap. That is so cheap. Oh, it got me. The guy jumping from the top. That was one of the worst deaths I had in the game so far. That's a real feels bad. I don't mind dying if it's my fault, but that's like actually just so cheap. And then we have to go all the way back here. Oh, that's amazing. Slightly pissed. Don't know why. Yeah, so I'm gonna opt for skipping some of the enemies. Wait, this is definitely a secret, right? Wait, what? What? Wait, what did I open? Please tell me, what? Wait, is this the way down? Did we just open the way down? No way. I don't even know where the way down would be, to be honest. Wait, what did we just do? A random switch. I mean, maybe we open the way down. That would be funny. Wait, yeah, Elden Ring has secret walls, so just try to remember. Yeah, we opened it, great. Amazing. After wasting all our time searching for a way forward, you just randomly find one while knowing where we need to go. I'm gonna die. Not. But this, really, we're making progress, amazing. Wait, what is this? This looks like a mini boss. What? Hey, that's the dumbest debate ever. Ancient Soul. Wait, isn't that what we need to upgrade the Umbral Knight? Isn't that the main sword ability? Maybe, I'm not so sure. And now the problem is, since I don't use the sword all that much, is there another ability that needs the same material? Because then it would be really wasted to go for the sword attacks, which I don't actually use. But I mean, hey, it's some kind of progress, and every nudge of progress is appreciated in the game. Oh, look, my girlfriend wrote me. She should be coming home pretty soon. Okay, she's coming home, yeah. As expected. Okay, are we gonna kill the spider? Probably a good idea to kill her. Wait, what? Why? I thought they must have jumped. Oh, we get the XP for that. That's great. Okay, we didn't use too much healing to get here. I'm just gonna stick to the left side this time. I hope it doesn't have infinite range. Yeah, unfortunately we don't have the stun equipped, which the arrow is gonna go away. I don't like it. We're gonna swap it out for the poison cloud again and for the tornado. It's just not good enough. Just not good enough. Wait, this is the dead end? What? Oh shit! No, never mind. Maybe not. Yeah, right. You can make it bigger. Great, right? And you can turn it off entirely, which is probably not that harmful to the experience. I probably, it doesn't really help not to know where the exit's going to be roughly, but well, you can tell that I can clearly remember every detail of the area we're currently in. Yeah, majestic. Wait, you can tell them apart. Did you see? They look completely different. Maybe you can tell on a mobile device, but because it's maybe a little bit small or the colors are a little bit washed, but I have a very color accurate screen. My display is very good and it's very easy to see even slight color differences. And the differences here are definitely visible, so you can tell which one is going to... This one is empty. Can you tell? It's pretty easy to tell, I guess, if your brightness settings are not too messed up. The darker ones are the ones where the enemies... I mean, it's easier to tell in comparison, of course. If they are standalone, it might be a bit more difficult, but... I really like that you can see the stun mechanic. I really dislike that they, like so many other devs, the developers don't really tell you that it exists and how it works, but I mean, you can infer it, of course, as a player. But it's always better to be less cryptic about the basic mechanics. The difficulty should never be to figure out what the controls or the basic ideas behind the game are. There is definitely an enemy on top, darker one. That's cool. I like that you automatically climb up. It's a little bit like soldiers. You just climb when you don't want to climb. Yeah, but they're really trashed and when it comes to vertical combat, so it's going to be really easy to kill. I'm here. Okay, so now we're gonna go up here and then maybe... did we go left last time? I can't even remember. Maybe? I'm pretty sure. No, wait. This was the area we died. Wait, is there a boss here? I don't know. I just want to go back down to the area where we died in. Okay, how did we die? I'm going to try to analyze. Is it cheap or is it not cheap? No, actually I'm an idiot. This is not cheap at all. It was so... Oh wait, no, it was the next one, right? Yeah, okay, that is a bit... You can see him, but he's covered by the minimap, so it's a bit cheap maybe for to put it behind the minimap. Yeah, a little bit cheap. But it wouldn't one-shot you anyway if you didn't already have low HP, which we unfortunately had last time. I just want to say there must be a reward here, otherwise... Wait, we have so many relic slots, but we don't have any relics to put in, so... great, but... I mean, maybe there is a relic that needs like 5 slots, because there are multiple... Like there's one with 2, why not with 3 or 5 or whatever. No. I still don't know what the solution for this guy is. Probably having a tornado and stun locking the shit out of him, but... Yeah, I don't like how I'm fighting him, it's not consistent enough. Okay, that is again an area where we probably need an aerial dash. I would assume that we are going to get the ability to somehow dash in the air. I don't know if it's just going to make our evade better, if it's a completely new mechanic. I'm looking forward to it. This looks definitely like a boss fight. You can't fool me here. I mean, the problem is I can't just do that, because basically going behind him is taken care of by the boomerang going back in a way which would definitely hit me. This looks 100% like there's going to be a boss fight. They all look in the same direction. It's like they're praying to somebody. Yes, he white priestess or something maybe. Okay, now we can also enhance our main attack, which is very good because we're going to hopefully be able to use it against a lot of bosses and enemies. Might be the attack we're going to use the entire game. I really like the main character and how she attacks. I really love the animation and how the summoning works and all of that. Yeah, now we are here, and that's perfect because here, yeah, it's perfect. And now here we can rest, and maybe we have a new relic, but I don't think so. I mean, we could use this one. Why not, actually? I mean, it's not really that great, but... I mean, it's better than nothing, I guess. And now I think we are going to swap this one out for this one. Wait, what is that? Damage and traps. We never tried that one, actually. Maybe we should try that one. I hope it works underwater. Wait, it tells us, right? Aquatic. They're all not aquatic? No. Why? Why are so few aquatic of them? But how does it look when it attacks? Is it cool? Wait, this is pretty cool, actually. This seems like an S tier ability. I'm joking. It might be complete trash. I have no idea. It depends on how long the snare lasts, how much damage it does. Maybe a manual save before we lose all that progress would be devastating, to be honest. Wait, what is happening? Wait, why? Oh wait, there's an enemy attack spamming us, and I don't know why. So this is definitely not where we need to go. The enemies... Okay, they just... Ah, okay, they have... Interesting, they have actually an attack range which seems to be very, very high when it comes to verticality. Oh no, I forgot to level. Okay, no problem, we can just go back. Yeah, I think we can just go back to the last respite. Respite? One of two. 50-50 again. Let's figure it out. I want to know how it's... I think it's respite. Because the word respite is the word which is normally used. So I would assume it's that. But let's find out. Respite. Can you do it?
Respite.
Respite? It's a British pronunciation, American.
Respite.
Wait, are you fucking kidding me? Both are correct. Okay, so fuck me for not knowing. Respite is American English, which I should be probably using since I don't have an English pronunciation for most words. And the British pronunciation is respite. Are you fucking kidding me? That is so fucking dumb. See, that's why I love languages. They're fucking logical. Made by fucking apes. Okay, so... It's funny because I was really insecure because I had the feeling I heard both versions. But I always assume I'm wrong when it comes to pronunciation. So I'm always, you know, like very open to learning. In this case, it's really respite or respite, depending on if British or not British English. Great. Okay, that's how about we just go back to the last respite. It's like lever and lever. I'm so fucking pissed that both are right because I always said lever and it was like, ah, no, it's lever. Oh shit, I wouldn't say lever. And then I also learned it's again pronunciation differences. Okay, why I'm already trying here, because of course the YouTube video has spoiled that there's gonna be a boss here. Surprise, surprise. I would have guessed it anyway, but unfortunately, thanks to the bad map design, we are spoiled. Yep, there's a cool boss here. I really like these bosses, and obviously it's very much inspired by the one boss we first tried in Dark Souls 3 DLC. The first DLC, the final boss, which is one of the, I think, hardest bosses when it comes to what people say, and we just easy clapped her on stream. And by the way, we didn't die one single time in the Dark Souls DLC, the first Dark Souls 3 DLC, the first one, which is something I'm very proud of because I think I never no-died a complete DLC in Dark Souls before. If I no-died, I mean good English, by the way. Easy English clap. Can I stop button mashing here? It would be very nice. We actually died because I'm a fucking idiot. Yeah, why am I talking about Dark Souls? Why we're fighting a new boss? I should be highly focused, but I already told you I'm tilted, so I don't give a shit. Okay, that was an easy first try. And this the second phase, which I was spoiled that exists, unfortunately, but every boss so far had a second phase, but this boss has actually a very transformative second phase. Thank you, dear developers, for spoiling me by making bad maps. So yeah, we're gonna have a second phase. It's gonna be different. It's gonna be like the Dark Souls 3 fight. Yeah, but it's a cool boss so far. I like it. It's pretty easy. And I don't know why they used freesounds.org sound samples at this point. I'm a fan. Yeah, so we're gonna hopefully win this time. Was meinst du? Ja. Yeah, ich auch. Yeah, my girlfriend's here, so I might actually talk German from time to time. I mean, she understands English, but it's a bit weird. You're used to... Wait, what am I doing? Oh my god, I'm such a fuck... Wait, did she heal? Wait, can she stop? They have a lot of enemies which are very dash friendly. Okay, so initiating the attack first is better than waiting for her to attack. Wait, what am I doing? I'm dying again because I'm an idiot. I should focus on evasion to learn her attack patterns instead of focusing on stupidly stun knocking her. The music is funny. Very different from what we heard so far in the game. Yeah, we can't do 2 attacks, so that's fucking dumb from, of us. We should stop doing it. Yeah, that's a debate, by the way. Unfortunately, I'm spoiled. Like I said, there is a third phase. And it might be pretty difficult because the streamer died multiple times on it. Wait, what the fuck's going on? I don't see shit. Thank you. Camera. A good camera. I assume. Wait, what the fuck? A dash? Holy okay, this is gonna be a tough fight. Okay, so this game actually picks up the pace quite a bit, but that's cool, because this is probably something I would never have first tried, unless I was really focused. So I'm not as mad that I didn't, because the first phase seemed super easy. I was like, yeah, sure, it's easy. And it's even a debate, because usually the phases are tied to the HP bar, and here they just changed the rule like they did in Dark Souls a few times. I mean, it's no surprise for somebody who actually knows the genre, but it's pretty cool for people who maybe don't know it. Yeah, really good fight, and very well made. It was my fault, I guess I died. Maybe, hopefully. We missed the stun window, which is always unfortunate. She's gonna do the little AoE, which indicates the first phase is over. Can she stop being a bitch? Yeah, I'm trying to keep my stun for the second phase. I don't know if that's the play here or we should do something different. Yeah, after the second attack, her downtime is a bit larger than after the first one. Why am I dashing into her? Am I fucking stupid? Great, now is the next phase. Stop, please attacking. Her immunity phase. Okay, she should be attackable now, I hope. Okay, cheese attack. I love it. I love those. Okay, she has like a super Saiyajin, I don't know what the fuck that is, move. Okay, she's super weak HP wise. Okay, that was an easy first try. I fucking fucked it up. It's actually a bot. Yeah, fuck me, man. That was such an easy first try. Fuck me, man. But a very good fight, very balanced, felt very fair, you know. Yeah, that should have been a first try, even a second try, at least. But I'm completely tilted. I've been streaming for how long? I don't even know. Is there even a stream timer anymore? I've been streaming for 6 hours and 42 minutes. And in English, I usually stream in German, so excuses over excuses, I know, and I'm very hungry. Okay, the blight washed over the land like an ever-consuming wave. Sheep and shepherds of the cathedral alike all eventually became blighted. Now my body feels not quite my own, a stranger within my own flesh. All foul mages in their blasted potion was meant to be her guardian. Protector of the white priestess, now turned brutal killer. Madness, is this the work of the blight, or who I truly am inside? Secret, if I could see you before there's nothing left of me. You were the one I truly wished to protect. Ligma, my beloved sister, I only wished that somebody knew how to write big. So that's the moment probably the character turned crazy. And really cool. Of course, I mean, who are we reminded of? Of course, Seek is something with Seek also. I don't remember the boss's name. The first DLC for Dark Souls 3, the final boss. And a little bit, of course, Priestess Amalia of Bloodborne is also in that vein, very, very similar. Only that I think she starts off transformed instead of... So it's a little bit more, I think, the other one, the Secret or whatever. Okay, we have the Guardian Silva, chains attacks with a hammer, hold to charge the attacks. Charge attacks cause more damage and cover a wider area. Okay, is that also a heavy weapon? Pretty cool, but charge attacks are probably not too much of my cup of tea for me. My cup of tea is probably a little bit too annoying to use. And we got Guardian Wings on ground and air. Wait, we can actually dash and not tumble. That would be really cool. Because I like the touch of tumbling, but it feels a bit weak, you know? And that would be cool if we would have a better dodge roll now. Yeah, that's so cool. I'm so happy. But is it only horizontal or is it also vertical? Yes, and can we look? Last rides when SP gauge is full press button of desired main skill. Wait, what the fuck? Ancient part of the wings of the White Princess took an incredible amount of blight. The 5 souls of the blighted air are unleashed to wreak havoc as they did in life once more. What is the SP gauge? Skill point gauge? I don't know. I called it. See, I called it. Didn't I just say before? I think this is going to be a special bar and we're going to get it. I called all the abilities so far. Well, I mean, after so many years of gaming, it would be pretty sad if I couldn't call such things. But okay, so we called it. And the desired main skill button was to fully perform last rites and inflict tremendous damage. But are the last rites depending on the skill or... Desired main... Wait, does every skill have a special skill? That would be fucking insane. That would be... You know how much development time that would cost to add an ultimate to every ability? Is that really the case? If yes, then this just makes the game so much better. Because that would... Also, I'm sorry, I should read it. Then we must be close. The blight spreads even further. It's said that the priestesses have hold over the senses despite the blight. But this seems far too much for anyone to bear. Bear. Oh my god, starting again. As important as purification is, a priestess must also think of herself. I dare not say, but you might be the last of your kin. There would be no shame in running from all this. No one remains who could condemn you if you did. For my part, I want you to live, to leave this island behind. You never should have awakened. Yet now our fate is in your hands alone. I'm sorry. Only you can end the curse of the eternal blight. At the farthest reaches in the distant spring, there are waters yet untainted, clear and blue. This is the final countdown. I'm joking. Okay, so what do we have here? Do we really have the ability to special every single skill we have now? Man, that would be fucking dope. Actually, this is like, you know, this game-changing moment where you're like, oh my god, now I can finally dash. It is only horizontal, okay? And then immediately they teach you that you can use it to cross gaps in the same area as the tutorial. This is like really cool. Okay, now I really like the Metroidvania part of it. I still don't like how the map works. Obviously, it's so complete trash, which is really sad because that's such a trivial thing to change. But it really, really changes the game. It feels so good now to dodge. Oh, this is amazing. I really love it. Yeah, I really want to show that my girlfriend too, because she showed her the tumbling animation because it was so cute. And now we actually slowly become, you know, this super being that can actually dash in a different way. Does it work the same way? Yeah, it has the same dash timings and the same cooldowns. Is it faster to dash the entire time? I hope not, because that would usually mean speedrunners would have to dash the entire time. I mean, it doesn't really affect me because I'm not going to speedrun it, but... I mean, yeah, it's a main skill, which I expected, because main bosses give main skills in this game. Well, it's pretty slow. Well, it's pretty okay, I guess. I don't know. It depends on the damage. We're gonna test it out. It's gonna be our... Is it aquatic? That's the most important part about it. Probably not, right? It is aquatic. Very good. So we can just put it here. And never ever level our sword again. So let's put it here. Yeah. Aquatic. Then we have this one here. That's nice. We have that one. I know I want to put this one here. I still think this is going to be our go-to. To be clear, this is probably the I want to level the most. So we're going to enhance this one, of course. And we need... Yeah, here we have the Ancient Souls. I mean, do I want to level this one? That's the big question, right? Do I want to level it? Will there be an Ancient Soul requirement for other skills? I don't think so, actually. But I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure this one is one of my most liked ones so far. And what would happen if we leveled this one? Also attack plus. Yeah, I mean, let's go for this one. I mean... wow, 270. Okay, so there's an exponential curve here. So we're gonna get exponentially more of them. It will be trivial to catch up with the other ones later on. And here, I'm pretty sure the bird is gonna be S tier all the way through. So I'm just gonna level this one. Now we have the memories. We can refight the boss if we want to. And I think the blighted memories might actually be the... maybe the difficult version of the boss or something. Oh, no, it's just the cutscene. Okay, never mind. It's a bit mean to say the difficult version, but it's not. It's a very fair game. I would assume that somebody who is not a Souls expert would struggle a bit more with it, of course. But then again, we're talking about if you don't usually watch my channel, because especially because it's German. I mean, we first tried 70% of Elden Ring, so. Including a lot of the major bosses, and yeah, I would say I'm a little bit above average when it comes to Souls-likes, so don't really take my difficulty assessment as a difficulty assessment, more of a fairness assessment. I would say this is a very fair game. I don't feel like the game is trying to fuck me over. Maybe with the dead ends, yes, it definitely wants to fuck me over, but you know. Charge attack hits double, I think, maybe. It does 140 damage. Let's compare it to the other one. 361? No, no way, right? No way. It can't be that weak, right? Hashtag above average. Oh no, wait, 3 times, so that would make 210 damage, which is still way lower than the other one. Wait, that is 200 damage? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, that's actually pretty good. Huh. These are terrible enemies to test this on, by the way. Because I don't know how to really predict their patterns. I think it's really... Nah, that can't be. It's charge attack. How can the charge attack be weaker, right? Must be 4 instances. It would make it 280, which is still not amazing, but more than the normal attack, I guess. Can they stop being so annoying? I mean, the normal attack is pretty solid, I would say. Yeah, that's pretty shit, to be fair. This attack is pretty terrible, so... And I don't know how the impact rating is compared to this one. This is so much better. I'm really glad we leveled this one. This is like amazing. The other one is probably better than the sword in my opinion, because it just probably like a medium speed weapon, and I just enjoy those more. But I think this weapon is pretty S tier. Okay, never mind. It's just for the main attacks. Well, that's still very impressive. You can actually super any main attack in the game, which is really nice. And the build up seems to be short enough for you to be able to use it during exploration for maybe a bit bigger mobs or something. Yeah, very nice, very nice. Much appreciated addition to the game. I'm just not sure if the binding for that one is up my alley, but I'm pretty sure that LT, the left trigger, is going to be used for something very cool in the game. I think it's grappling or something like that. So I definitely don't mind that. Okay, here my goal was to go down, and now I'm really enjoying the game. This is like, I think this is the part of the game where you really feel like it picked up a lot of pace, and you have all the abilities to have good movement in the game. Yeah, I think this is going to be a big change for us. The ability to be able to dash horizontally. Just going to make so much traversal, you know, like this for example. It would have been impossible before. It's not only easier, it's also better. And that's why I like dashes. It's one of my favorite additions to any game, is aerial dashes. Yeah, now it's again a 9 out of 10. I mean, it's fluctuating. I mean, it's not a final review, it's just like my current impression. Yeah, it's definitely 9 out of 10 for me now. Yeah, could go back to 8 out of 10, could go to 10 out of 10. I have no fucking idea. And welcome back, Gypsy Danger. We actually defeated the boss, and we found the way by Googling, unfortunately. It was literally the last shortcut we didn't check. And we forgot we didn't check. This is pure 8s. This is pure Ligma. Wait, what is this? I never... Oh, wait, it's like a super special version of this. Wait, what's going on? Oh, I hate this. I hate this, yeah. Let's go bird. Show them what you got. Wait, you don't even kill them in one hit? That's fucking unfortunate. Yeah, never mind these. He's gonna spawn them endlessly, right? That's the fun part. Maximum number. Oh, that's huge. I think it's the first time, right? Right? We started out with 3 heals. So now we have an additional heal, maybe? Wait, no. Maybe we need to rest first? I mean, I still see 3 on the top left corner, so maybe I'm wrong. I hope not. Wait, there was actually here, there was a lever which we could use to go left, right? No? No, right, I'm completely wrong. Wait, how did we skip by this enemy? Did we just skip him? I'm confused. How did we skip him? Did we go down here? No. But we're not gonna die, that's good, I hope. So this room is completed, which means we don't really need to care about it anymore. This is like a secret passage into Oblivion. Just want to say none of them is an enemy, but fuck me, I guess. Yeah, we have to destroy every single crate from now on, because there might be... No, there can't be a secret, it's a completed area. Okay, so what's cool about this, we don't really need to go anywhere now. We just can, if you want to, we can TP somewhere and just try to figure out where to go from there. Or you can try to... Nah, we shouldn't try to complete the rooms yet. We don't have all the abilities. Backtracking is probably not really a good idea at this point. Wait, we said we need a dash. You know, we needed the wall jump. Where did we need a dash again? And now the pain starts again. It was so nice feeling the progression, and now we really have to start anew, I guess. Okay, now we can go down here and then maybe right? Maybe? That would be great. I can't remember. Was it a dash? I can't really differentiate between wall jumps and dashes in my mind at the moment. Might have been a dash. Wait, is it? Oh yeah, the underwater dodge now is a little bit, I think, more potent. Maybe not. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, oh, okay, the area... No, I don't get it. Why is the underwater attack so shit? I mean, it's better than the sword, maybe. Wait, is it a dash? Yeah, it is a dash, yeah. Because the thing is, we probably are very close to having all movement-based reversal methods. Only the wall jump might be missing, and if we have these, I would suspect that most... Wait, did we increase the charge? Wait, what did we increase? Did we increase the prayer potency, or... What did we actually increase? Oh, never mind, it takes 4 slots. Wait, it's 1 healing, 4 slots. Like 1 cup, 2 girls. No, actually, it's really stupid. Why 4 slots? That's crazy. We have 2 free, and we could remove that one. Okay, we could, maybe. I mean, no way we're gonna remove these. So if we have 1 slot, we can remove this one and that one, and then we can get an additional healing. So there are no additional healing slots beyond that. That would be an interesting game design. I think it would actually be a brilliant game design if they didn't include the... I'm an idiot. It would actually be a brilliant game design from my perspective if they didn't really include additional healing, because that makes I think later boss fights in Elden Ring and Souls games tend to be very easy because you have so much healing. And if they would really limit the healing to a small amount here, that would mean they could design the fights very differently, and they would be a lot more challenging, and you wouldn't just heal spam the shit out of them. Would be ironic if we would have gotten an upgrade here, but I was pretty sure it wasn't going to happen, so... Not for a moment was I afraid I was wrong. Wait, it's actually an item? Wait, this might be insanely OP. We should definitely remove this one. This one is good too, by the way, don't get me wrong, but since we have a, you know, spawning minion, and the main attack, as far as I can tell, does not have a cooldown, so... it should be irrelevant. Let's just equip it quickly. Okay, remove this one. It's not a bad relic by any means, but I think this one might just be a little bit better. And this one is free, but I don't think we will ever use it because I think it's way too difficult and the risk-reward structure is probably not good. Okay, do we want to go up, down, left, right? I have no idea. I mean, I'm thinking very, very hard about where to go next because I really don't want to go into a dead end again. Are we now fast enough when dashing? That's the question. We could probably try to dash a lot. But I really don't know. Do we really want to go again at all? I really don't know. I think that where we can go, maybe... hope... Man, are we faster? Is there a real dash in the game? It feels like we're faster. Maybe we're gonna try to do the gate again. Might be a complete waste of time. I have no fucking idea. Is this really faster? It should be faster. It feels faster. Yeah, so I'm going to refrain from killing enemies which are underleveled and... Never mind, we should have killed them. It doesn't really matter. What a great dodge. 10 out of 10. We should have killed them. Yeah, it feels faster, but I'm not sure because it does come to a halt, but not as abruptly as she did before. So maybe it's good, maybe not. It's so cool that you can slam them on the ground and they take a lot of damage by doing so. Yeah, it's really cool that they decided to make it a ground slam. Yeah, definitely my favorite weapon so far. Yeah, this is definitely a wall jump situation or whatever vertical traversal the game will use. I think it will use wall jumps. It's very traditional so far, and I don't expect it to break that expectation too much. These are surprisingly tanky. You can't drop down here for whatever reason. I mean, we can try the hammer just for fun to see how it feels. How would it feel to fight her with a hammer? Yeah, really not that great. Yeah, it takes a lot more hits and you're much more vulnerable and doesn't have as big of an AoE. Yeah, and this is now in the proof of concept. I have no idea. Maybe we're not faster. Yeah, we're faster. Good job. Good job, me. Wait, what is it? Oh, lucky. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. Never mind. He's trash. He's not trash, it's actually a pretty strong enemy. If that's the gate on the left side, who cares? Oh, progress. Yeah, that's something I'm not gonna read, that's too much lore, but the important stuff we'll read. Okay, so spirit-wise, we never tested the other spirit. We should probably. Maybe it's really OP. And we have an ultimate move. We completely forgot about that. Maybe it one-shots big enemies. Oh, that looks dangerous. Okay, I assume that the area we're going in is not very pleasant to be in. Umbral Night, Blight hangs in the air up ahead. Okay, this is way too fast to read actually out loud, so I'm not gonna do so. But if you wanted to, reading is no problem, reading out loud is too slow. The sound design is cool here. Are these the enemies? Wait, what the fuck? There's a red zone, it's a little bit like in Inferno Noctis. That sounds cool. Oh, this is complete garbage. Wait, this is actually no joke. This is the entire damage it does. Oh no, wait, it got blocked by the tree. By the root. Well, it's pretty trash. But it should snare the enemy. Oh, this is dog shit. It's complete trash. Okay, I shouldn't test it on an enemy which obviously wasn't designed to be... Yeah, it's complete trash in this situation. They're pretty tanky, so... Yeah, but these enemies are super easy. Interesting. Maybe we'll get a mechanic which will allow us to go into poison. But the sound design is interesting because they're very loud clicking noises. A little bit like the clickers in The Last of Us. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I mean the damage is trash, let's face it. Maybe other parts of it are better, but... I'm pretty sure we're gonna get something to survive here, right? Because there are enemies within the poison, and I don't think that the game would expect the player to ignore those. The cool area feels very different. If this is a dead end? No, it is not. Wait, what the fuck? He has a cut. Wow, what the fuck? Super uppercut. Wait, we wanted to try the snare attack. What am I doing? Wait, this is just... Wait, is this poison? Wait, it's actually just poison. Okay, can we go through there? Yeah, we can. Should we go through there? I have no idea. Wait, let's just do it. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, maybe we can make it. I have no idea. Oh, that's unfortunate. Because I really thought we could maybe cheese it, but maybe we have to go through, but that would be pretty weird. Forcing the player to take damage is always a weird design decision. Okay, so how can we test the ability so I can finally remove it or keep it? I really like that she shows up. I mean, that should make the ability a little bit more better because she's cooler than the big guy, but the big guy just has the better attack animation, so... Do we have iframes at the end of dashing? Are they transforming? I mean, they have a lot of HP. They also give a lot of XP, so maybe that's cool. And this is definitely a dead end. And the left side might also be, so I'm not sure about this area. It might be for later. Maybe it's just, you know, a little sneak peek we can have here. Which in principle, I don't really mind it, you know, it's not something I really hate. I just hate it when there are too many areas which don't allow you to progress currently. Because that just makes the exploration so much more annoying. Wait, is it... Wait, can I try it out on him? Not the bird. Not this ability. Oh my. I think it's really bad. I'm not sure, actually. Oh, what the fuck? He owned me. Ah, it does. It actually is almost a stun, which is interesting. But still, I think not that good. Wait, he has infinite combos? Oh my god, it's like Elden Ring. Holy shit. Wait, this seems to... Okay, this area seems like a pain in the ass to navigate. I'm gonna be honest, I'm already seeing the minimap here. It's like, oh my god. I only hope that this is not a huge dead end. Okay, the ancients did battle here, one final stand. Okay, that's interesting, but I would assume that this is not somewhere we can progress currently. Okay, maybe this area actually really is for later, but since I'm a very curious person, I might actually just go die in the fog again to find out if I can progress that way. And I really shouldn't go in, but it does feel like we should go in. Okay, so we can... Oh wait, what the fuck? I mean, I'm not quite sure there is no poison down below. I just can't imagine. I literally can't imagine that the devs wanted us to take so much damage. It would be terrible game design if the game wants you to actually almost die in the poison and there's no way to avoid it. So all we're gonna do is go to the left side here and look if there is a way to maybe drop down here efficiently to avoid dying, but... Oh, the butterfly and the spider net or whatever. Which is ironic because there are no spiders here. So I don't know whoever did that. Not around anymore. This looks like a shortcut. Oh. Yeah, right, you can teabag in the game. 10 out of 10. Okay, this is the moment of truth. Can we actually cheese the system, or is it impossible because we take too much damage? There is no area without fog. Okay, this is a dead end. Surprise. Big surprise. So what we're gonna do is, first of all, are we gonna keep the snare? Is it good enough? It doesn't work underwater, so probably we're just gonna... I think we just have to put poison fog back in. I think no other ability so far could match up to it. And I still don't want to level it because I want to focus on the main abilities, but you know. Okay, so where are we gonna go from here? I mean, at least we found... The problem is, what the game really lacks is some kind of, you know, how hard would it have been to give, you know, some context, like an image in the background? What you usually do with these maps is you put like an image and then you put the map over the image of the area. So you have like a map that shows you, okay, this is like the poison swamp area, this is like the castle area, this is the catacombs and whatever. The game does none of that. The map is literally a bunch of squares, which is completely retarded, but... Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, as Asmongold would say, or many other probably native speakers. I don't say it usually. Yeah, but it's unfortunate. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is pray that we can actually go into the snowy area. I would expect that to be the next area we can go in. How likely is it? Maybe, I don't know, maybe... Maybe 10%. No, I would say 50%. My intuition tells me this is probably the next area, so I would say it's 50% that we can access it by now. But it might also just be complete bullshit and we have to retry and start anew. Wait, this is actually a doable jump now, right? yeah. That's PogChamp, because now we can actually maybe open the minimap. Yeah, that's cool. Wait, we're actually progressing. Wow, that's great. It's actually possible to now navigate like a normal human being. Oh my god. Now tell me that this is the way we can also go, and then actually fun. Maybe. It's really fun. It's a fun game, only it's a bit annoying and you really not know if you are going the right way. You know, there's so many things other Metroidvania do. What would be the simplest solution if you don't want to change anything about this shitty map? What is the simplest solution other Metroidvania games do? They give you a quest marker for the main quest. So there would be, for example, I can show it for you. There would here, for example, there would be a marker indicating this is the area you want to go to progress the game, which would inherently tell the player which fucking direction they need to go. It wouldn't even have to, they don't need to change any of this beyond putting a fucking marker somewhere. That would already help so much. And they really missed every opportunity to make the map less AIDS. And I really, through this day, cannot really understand why, but maybe we'll get smarter. Please let this be make this possible. Oh my god, this is going to be so close. Yep. Easy clap. I mean, I called it. This seemed like the area that's logically, progression-wise, should be the next one. Dude, we're power leveling. I have no idea if we're over or under leveled. I'm gonna fall down. We might take damage from doing so, or we just might actually have to backtrack a lot. Wait, we have the poison fog? Yeah, poison fog is broken. Now we can just range spam the shit out of them. Never mind, we can just insta-die. Oh my god, we don't have iframes! Oh my, there is no immunity frame after getting hit, so... Wait, we can do the ultimate. That's really the ultimate. Wait, no, that's not the key for the ultimate. Wait, where's the button? This one? Holy shit, we fucking roasted them. Wait, this is super OP. I hope we didn't waste it, but I don't think we wasted it. They were pretty annoying, to be fair. See, falling down here was a perfect decision because now we can never get back up. No, of course we can get back up, come on. Yeah, the area, I mean, if you didn't witness our soldier playthrough, you have no idea how resistant I am against bad game design. This soldiers was so fucking trash, the game. If you don't know what soldiers is, never mind. Just ignore it exists. But it's so fucking trash, and I was so fucking angry with the game. It's such a garbage game, and that's why this game is so great for me, because it's the good version of Soldier. The best thing about Soldier is that I bought Eterna Noctis thinking, hey, it can't be worse than Soldiers, and then Eterna Noctis was one of the best games I've ever played. So I was really happy about that, because maybe I wouldn't have bought it if I wouldn't have been so frustrated with how shitty Soldiers was. And ironically, Soldiers has almost the same score review-wise on Steam that Eterna Noctis has. And Eterna Noctis, like I said, is way too hard for many people, which is why they don't like it, which is okay. But they usually blame the game because they're idiots. And Soldiers is just complete trash. Okay, so you seem composed. Are you not cold? We did well to come across that amulet. Seems it helps weather the bitter frost. Wait, what? Oh wait, this was a dead end award where we needed the amulet award. I much prefer warmer environments myself. Perhaps the good thing about this form of mine is that I no longer feel anything, no matter what I may long to feel. As long as there's still emotions. However, good rest, warmer cells would do us good before we pass on. Nope, I'm not going to take the checkpoint because I'm joking. This is a no resting place playthrough. Okay, let's save a little bit, and I don't think we have a lot of options here, right? I mean, these are insanely expensive. This is super expensive. Yeah, 270 is like a very steep leap. A stark increase in required resources. Okay, so left. Left, maybe. Let's hope the game stops fucking with us and we can just actually play the game. Wait, is this an attack or is this not an attack? Wait, I'm getting XP for nothing? Oh, these are the blighted orbs we absorb. Or it's just XP, I have no idea. Oh, the hammer is pretty dog shit. Well, the rate with which we get our skills back seems to be really fast. I really have to pay attention to that to really gauge how important it is to save them for later on. Not that fast. Fast enough. Can I stop taking damage? Wait, I'm not stun locking him. That's why it's so weird. Oh, that was the worst fight ever, so... Unlucky, I guess. Wait, you fuck off. Oh man, I think not Left 4 Dead, but Back 4 Blood actually ruined birds for me. Crows in particular. Every time I see a crow, I'm reminded of how fucking brain dead the community was, and it was the worst online experience ever. Back 4 Blood really died with the player base for me. I don't know, man. I didn't know people could be that brain dead, but actually I was kind of reminded in every moment I played Back 4 Blood with random people. And I wouldn't even blame the people too much for it, but the game design plus the behavior people showed in the game, insane. Like it was unbearable and also unplayable. Actually, it was unwinnable most of the time. I think we owned him. Easy clap. I think it is really not resources, but XP, because the XP seems to be blood, which is kind of brownish. Maybe it shows that we already decayed or something. That is old blood, maybe. Yeah, maybe that's an art direction thing that they decided to do. How difficult are these enemies? Oh wait, this is a boss. I just want to trash talk him, you know? Yeah, pretty trash. All these little, you know, trash mobs. That's the wrong key again. What the fuck? This is like an ultimate AoE, but I have no idea if it's good or bad, to be honest. Did it do a lot of damage? I don't think so. What are you doing? Being complete trash, that's what you're doing. Okay, I'm sorry. DMing the poor enemy. Let's purify him. I can't go on. Fallen Sentinel flies forward, piercing enemies in their path with their blade. Okay, so it's basically a dash. Might even be good for traversal, depending on how it's implemented in the game. The Twin Spires. Why do I have to think of the Twin Guardians in Elden Ring? Yeah, so it's probably a good ability, but is it better than... I should test it. I always assume that the abilities are not good and then suddenly they're good. So, oh wait, we can't get up here. Oh, okay, I get it. That's the grappling hook. So these are grappling hook anchor points and we will get one later. So this is probably how the verticality functions, and wall jumps might still be in the game. This is probably also anchor point. Every lamp we saw so far will be used as such. This one too. So I'm assuming this is the mechanic we're gonna unlock next, because it's very present in this area and it would be really weird not to unlock it at this point. Yeah, that was big brain, big brain. Dash into him. Wait, where are we? Wait, did I come from here? It feels like I've never seen this area before. It might just be because I'm streaming and not paying attention, but... No, we didn't. Okay, good. Oh, 30? Wait. Yeah, that's good. So what else did we miss here? This seems like a completely new area. But how is that possible? Wait, how is it possible we never actually progress any further here? That's super confusing. Wait, where are we? Oh, we're here! Okay, but I don't know why we didn't... Wait, why did we never go to the right side here? Was there some kind of gate? Or was it just swimming? Oh, I get it. There was a wall and you couldn't really get up, right? Maybe. Oh, was ist denn Muffin? Das Essen ist fertig. Okay, dinner's ready. just came from the other side. No, I think we came from below. The problem is both are very long squares. So they're very, very long. We can't really show you. We went here in the centered one to progress, I think. That was the way we came from. And here the problem was, we're going to see that soon, I think, is that there was like a wall we couldn't pass by when we came here initially. That's what I mean. The map is very confusing. So yeah, it's very normal to, especially if you're just watching and not playing yourself, to probably confuse a lot of passages we take. Yeah. And I also do it all the time. That's the problem, because it's not very intuitive. Yes, you see, that's what I meant. The problem is we never could have come from here because that was a one-sided gate. Yeah, it's very unintuitive. So that explains, of course, why we never looted the area in the first place. And we still didn't get everything, so that's kind of weird. Might be have to do something with maybe here. Maybe you can do wall jumps or something, or I have no idea. We just maybe skipped something else. Yeah, that's what it's confusing. No doubt about it. And it's probably the worst part by far. Part of the game. And otherwise, it's really good. It's really unfortunate actually to make such a. It's like a blunder, you know. It's like when you're in chess and you play really well and you make some mistakes or whatever, and then suddenly you hardcore blunder your queen or something. It feels very bad. And I don't really know why it was never patched, because this must be one of the prime, you know, negative points most people will bring up when talking about the game. I can't imagine being the only person getting a little bit annoyed. And maybe the devs are just like there are people, you know, that dislike maps in general. They're all for blind exploration. And maybe the devs were like, yeah, we're going to put the absolute bare minimum in the game so people don't get super frustrated. And maybe that was their design philosophy, you know, making the game as, you know, cryptical as possible. I still don't know why we don't have all the things in the game. Maybe we're going to get some super dash or something. But in any case, we're going to eat omuraisu. If you don't know what that is, you should probably Google it, because it's hard to explain. It's like some kind of omelet on top of a bunch of rice. And you put a little bit of ketchup on it. And it's a Japanese food, and there's a lot of vegetables in it. It's really cool, and if you've never eaten it, it's probably a fun dish to try out to cook yourself or to go eat somewhere. Yeah, so it's called omuraisu, which means, I think, omelet rice, if you would probably translate it. And probably it's also just, an artificial word put together in Japanese. I'm pretty sure it just comes from omelet and rice. Yeah, so there's probably not a secret behind that one. Yeah, it's very interesting, because I mean, the ketchup part, of course, is a bit weird, but that shows that it's probably a pretty modern dish. It's not a very traditional dish. I mean, it's also like sushi. Sushi is not very traditional. A lot of people, also my father, was dead certain that sushi was a traditional dish and it was very ancient and had a lot of tradition, but the guy who invented sushi, at least a few years ago, was still alive, and he also said you should eat it with your hands, not with sticks or whatever. So yeah, so it's, oh yeah, that's cool. We don't dash, but he dashes. Could be a good ability. He has 11 charges, which is not much, which indicates he could be very strong. Then again, I just want to do one test on an enemy, and then I'm going to eat because it's going to get cold. And oh, the damage is complete trash. What the fuck? Wait, it does less damage than a normal auto attack. That's fucking pathetic. Let's try it again. I mean, one time is no time. Like you say in German, you don't say it in English. Wow, the damage is so bad. And how is the CC increased? Maybe it's a very good CC weapon. I mean, it has a lot of AoE, okay. It has range and AoE. But it's not the only weapon who has that, so... that. Oh, I can't talk anymore. It's been too long. I'm sorry. It's really hard to stream that long in English for me. I'm not used to it. It did half of his stun bar. Which is weird difficult to compare, because we just insta-killed him. I mean, half of his stun bar doesn't seem too amazing either. So how can I test this? Yeah, probably with this guy. So how much stun bar do we do here? We do his complete stun bar. Okay, and with the ability, we do nothing because we miss. Okay, that's my fault. Okay, it's complete trash. Okay, that's why I'm always testing abilities. I mean, yeah, sure, it's only level 2, but it's worse than an auto attack. It doesn't really have a lot of other benefits. Yeah, this is basically the reason you should always try skills and look and compare them, because some seem amazing, are complete trash because their scalings are complete off. Okay, so we're gonna swap it out, so next time I'm not gonna make the mistake of ever using a trash again, because this one seems pretty bad actually, but once you figure out it's like a really hardcore stunning ability, it's very good. It's basically the reason probably we can beat the bosses so easily, together with our heavy attack. We can actually level it once more. Should we do that? Probably. Attack combo, what does that even mean? Wait, insufficient. I'm an idiot. Again, baited. Why is the amount held not the first? I think, why is it not just, you know, out of, you have 5 out of 10 or whatever and it's red? Why is it not color coded? Why didn't they not make the font red here? And we could definitely see immediately, and I would not be an idiot every time thinking, oh cool, I have an upgrade. And then, oh no, I don't. The disappointment is always there. I mean, you can see it, but it's could be clearer and not with a lot of work. Okay, so thank you as always for watching. Unfortunately, we're mostly a German stream, so if you're here and you only speak English, I mean, all our games are always played in English, but I mostly speak German. And we usually do English Sundays, but I might maybe here and there put in another English stream, but I will always mention it in the title. And I will try to do the English Sunday more regularly, and I think my goal is maybe to do 2 English streams a week. So maybe English Wednesday and English Sunday or something, so they're like evenly spaced out. Maybe that is something we can do in the future. But leider, unfortunately, we're mostly German for the people when you speak English. And usually I also try to play the games which are played in English only in the English stream, the Germans in the German stream. So it's like, usually I try to not mix it with this game. I did my first exception of that rule because it just felt like if I don't stream it today, I'm never gonna, you know, I'm gonna get completely rusty and maybe even drop the game or whatever, because I was a bit annoyed by the expiration last time. And that's the reason why we kind of broke the rule. But in general, I mean, the gameplay will be always in English, but it's definitely, of course, harder to follow what I say when you don't speak German. Yeah, so maybe we're gonna do it English Wednesday. Maybe the first one ever. I have no idea how I feel, but I'm gonna try to really limit the games we play to a certain language, because I think it's a bit stupid for somebody who wants to have an entire playthrough, then suddenly there's an episode in English or in German or vice versa, and it really may, you know, be annoying to people that really enjoy a certain series. Of course, it's also annoying that the content will be basically gated behind the language to some degree, and I think my German viewers are mostly capable of understanding English, so it's less bad to do an English stream, an additional one, I think, than to do a German stream into a game which we mostly stream in English. Yeah, so it's a bit, you know, it's a bit complicated. Yeah, thank you very, very much. Very, very kind of you. Also hope you have a great rest of your day too. And I'm very, very nice of you to say that. Thank you again for all the follow. And I hope to see you around, or whoever is watching, when we do our next English Sunday. If you speak German, or even if you don't speak German, you're always welcome to write in English in chat. I will always answer it then in English for the German streams. For the German streams, I will probably mostly still answer in English. So I'm making kind of an exception, because I assume less people speak German than English. Yeah, so if you always want to say hi or something, that's never a problem. I'm always going to answer you in English then, if you write in English. Yeah. But that's like basically, for the German viewers, I'm always translating if they write in German, so you can understand it as English viewers, but otherwise I'm going to handle it a bit differently, just depending on how many people speak which language, not currently in chat or whatever. Yeah, so thanks for watching. Have a nice rest of the day, or a good night in this case, maybe even. And we will see each other probably tomorrow in German, and maybe on Wednesday in English again. I'll have to see how we handle that. Yeah, so bye-bye. Have a good night.